On the mic from Leo's paradise, random stream drop like a Dragon Ball fight. No lie, plan stream stacking up, but here's a twist in time. Freestyling on the deck like Luffy's punchlines. Up the channels, faceting, Zoro sword swings. Game and pop culture, it's the chaos he brings. Talking movie reboots, superhero hype. Hondo passing the mic, now Bishop's in sight. Cutting flip screen, frame by frame, I align. Laying bass lines heavy, keep the rhythm divine. Dropping 5 videos, can't keep up with the pace. Pass the mic back, Leo's leading the chase. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leon's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. No script, just a freestyle ride. Mirrorcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life.
Welcome back to a lunch hour makeup stream. How are all you vital idols doing? Oh man, we is it. We're out of YouTube jail, baby. We are out of YouTube jail. And what a wild last 48 hours it's been. Didn't cover a whole lot of culture war stuff yesterday or politics stuff yesterday because we had tinfoil haters. Tinfoil haters got us shut down. Still waiting on word from YouTube, even though they said on X they'll be getting back to us. We all know that that was bogus. But we're back. The streaming ban has been lifted. We in this bitch. Shout out to all you showing up. For those of you that are showing up here, again, I know we're streaming over Zach's. I wouldn't normally do that. I hate streaming over my friends. I hate streaming over my buddies. I also got to, sort of recoup what I can from missing the show earlier today and missing a, good chunk of yesterday's show. So shout out to all you vital idols. Thank you oh so much. Who we got in here? Matt Stampard, Daxnar, best mod in the whole damn land. What is up? Thallow Greenskin is here. Anjuna Main, Jake motherfucking Martin. What is up? Gal Carrymon is here. Shout out. Valiant Goat is up in this bitch. Jay Martin coming in, member for 15 months. Dropping a 15-month membership banger. Saying, can't keep a good man down. YouTube bunch of candy-ass, busybody, nanny state douche flutes. Tell us how you really feel. Couldn't agree more. That's right. You can't keep a knockoff Asmongold down. Lenny Hondo came in with a 5 banger. Says, have a great stream, Leon. No, thank you, man. Truly appreciate you. Let's go ahead and just play you a clip right out the gate.
Name one word that starts with G pronounced like J. Gentrification. Shoot, should have thought of that. I was just in San Francisco.
Appreciate you, Lenny. Means the absolute world to me. Who else we got here? I know there's more. Golden Apples is here. Grave is here. What is up? True Aztec Warriors in the house. Kyron808. Matt Funcool. Nick Havett says, hell yeah, I'm doing some dives in Cyberstan. I'll be lurking. Well, shout out. Thank you so much, homie. Truly appreciate you. Patrick Roxas. Cliff420. Janice Landers says, we got your back. Thank you, Janice. Truly appreciated. Oh, dude. I will say, I was able to get some work done yesterday. With the unfortunate temp termination of my of the show, I was able to get some work done. So let's see if I can show it off here. Right down there, the PC, the Freerin PC, it is all but finished. I just need to install Windows and figure out why the bottom fans aren't working. The top fans are, which are the fans that matter. Those are the ones that actually keep the CPU cool and whatnot. Those are working. That's important. But yeah, bottom fans aren't. That's strange, but it's not a deal breaker. So yeah, once I install Windows and see about getting that working, it's all in. It's good. We've got it. So the new PC build is just about finished, which means it will be up and running in time for Resident Evil 9. That's good. Hope your tinfoil video will not be banned. It probably will. For being honest, Shamazan, the tinfoil haters, it likely won't be back. Now, I have the video currently archived on StreamYard and on X. So there is that. The video is not completely gone from the internet. But it is gone from YouTube, and unless some things change, it will not be back on YouTube. Really bums me out because, That was the introduction of the new intro. That was the debut episode of the new intro. I was so proud of that intro. I thought it was so awesome. And it's gone. It's gone. The first episode with the new intro isn't there anymore. But whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and talk about what we got going on today. There's so much. Guys, I'm going to be real. I don't even know how long this stream is going to be. I would wager somewhere in the ballpark of 3 to 5 hours. Somewhere in the ballpark of 3 to 5 hours. Because we have so much to talk about. We got the Discord stuff. We got Thomas Massie being a G and doing what he can to unredact the names from the Epstein files, which is awesome. Elijah Schaffer, which, if you guys don't know, is a major MAGA conservative commentary guy who I can't stand. I can't stand Elijah Schaffer. I've never liked Elijah Schaffer. And it looks like his empire may be crumbling after a little bit of hypocrisy came out. So that'd be funny as hell. And then we'll wind down the night by checking out the... there's Hasan Piker drama. Because there's always Hasan Piker drama. And then we'll wind down the night with the Ichigo versus Yusuke Urameshi death battle. So all in all, yeah, Canada had the shooting. I'm not going to cover that. I haven't learned too terribly much about it. I know it happened. I've learned a little bit about it. So I'm not going to be covering the Canada shooting just because I don't know enough as of yet. But yeah, I have been sort of trying to follow up on that. So all that being said, we got plenty. Let's start with the Discord stuff. Delete your Discord account. Now, I've had a lot of people in my own Discord asking what my process is going to be, because obviously we are building community within Discord. There's so many of you guys that are in the Discord, and I have some answers. I have some thoughts. I have some things that are still unanswered. But let's see what my boy Wizard has to say, and we'll discuss this, and we'll talk about the Discord stuff going forward.
Discord, the instant messaging app, is about to require you to submit either a government-issued photo ID or a facial scan to continue using the platform.
Out the gate, what I've been telling everybody, what I've been telling all my peeps, when it comes to the facial scan, do what the Australians have been doing. Remember how, like, the Australian government instituted all this, like, bans for teenagers and removal of social media and stuff like that? A lot of them got around the facial scan by just using hyper-realistic video game characters, most specifically Norman Reedus and Death Stranding 2, but hyper-realistic video game characters. So that is my first piece of advice. Just try and game the system. The fuck the Discord AI gonna do? So that's my number one. I deleted Discord before, so when they push notifications without my choosing to do so. I mean, and look, anybody that wants to leave the Discord or whatnot, I'm not gonna judge you. For the time being, I'm keeping it up and running because it is a great place for our community. But I also can't judge anybody that doesn't want to be part of it.
You don't comply, your account gets locked into a restricted mode designed for teenagers. You lose access to age-gated servers, your direct messages get limited, your content filters get locked, and you're treated like a child on a platform you've been using likely for years. And the reason they're giving you for this is teen safety, which sounds noble until you remember that this same company had a massive data breach 5 months ago.
Oh, hold on. Even before we talk about the data breach, it doesn't sound noble. It doesn't sound noble whatsoever. This is a very obvious nanny state, and you'd be like, oh, well, it's not the government doing it, it's a private I don't give a shit if it's a private company doing it. There's obviously an agenda afoot here, whether it's the state doing it, whether it's this private company doing it, whether it's a public company doing it. They're doing it because there's an agenda afoot. They want to control you, they want to control what you say, they want to control your thoughts, and they will use the most bare bones basic argument of, think of the children! So no, doing it to protect kids is not a good enough answer.
Where government IDs submitted for age verification were stolen by hackers.
Oh, but don't worry, boys, don't worry. Discord swears up and down, it'll delete the data. It'll delete that data. It's just a one-time thing just to give you full access again. And then, no, it's not going to get deleted. And even if it were to be deleted, it's only going to get deleted after they sell it to a bunch of people.
Discord is asking you to hand over the most sensitive personal biometric information you have to a company that has already proven it cannot protect it. So today, I'm asking you sincerely to consider deleting your Discord account or to start preparing to. I know that...
And to Wizard's credit, because like I said up front, for the time being, my Discord stays up. And that is true while we look into alternatives. While we look into alternatives that are user-friendly, that are, easily accessible, that can actually grow a sense of community. Because, like, for example, when my stream got taken down yesterday, and we made that big stink about it, and everyone shared it on X. By the way, it blew up on X. I mean, it got so many likes, shares, retweets. Even Yellow Flash out there sharing it. Shout out Yellow Flash, good dude. I had one dude under my comment say, "You should just come to Rumble, where there's free speech." First of all, no, the fuck there isn't. There is for the creators. I don't know how much y'all know about Rumble. Rumble is heavily censored in chat. There's certain words that just don't go through, and the Rumble CEO refuses to do anything about it. In fact, he blocks people on X when you call them out over it. So no, Rumble is not a good enough alternative for free speech purposes, but even if it was a good enough alternative for free speech purposes, Rumble's UI sucks. Discoverability sucks on Rumble. The actual UI sucks on Rumble. The algorithm sucks on Rumble. Until they are actually a good enough alternative to YouTube, I'm done using them. I used to do all my streams multi-stream to Rumble. I used to do all my videos went up on Rumble. I have a Rumble account. You can go look at it. You can see I put a lot of content on Rumble. But Rumble blows. And a lot of the competitors for Discord also seem to not be very great. So I can't in good conscience just shut down the Discord and the community that we've all built without having some viable replacement.
It sounds dramatic. I know Discord is where your friends are, where your gaming groups are, where your communities live. I understand that. But what this company is doing right now represents something much bigger than one app. And I hope by the end of this video, you're going to agree with me that this is a line that should never be crossed. Today's indie game shoutout is Stray Path, an innovative adventure and strategy game that blends free cell mechanics with roguelike gameplay. Choose from colorful characters and explore a randomly generated world. Drag cards, optimize your choices, select equipment, and uncover the mysteries of this mysterious Stray world. To learn more about this and hundreds of other indie games, visit our free indie game discovery network, fakeportal.com, or scan the QR code on your screen. Now back to the
shout out to Fake Portal, man. Wizard putting together Fake Portal is one of the coolest things ever. Mad props to him.
Video. Alright, so what is actually happening with Discord? Well, in early 2026, Discord announced a global rollout of mandatory age verification features set to begin this March. The system works like this. Discord has built an AI model that analyzes your account behavior. Things like how long you've had the account, what devices you use, and patterns in how you interact with communities. And then it uses that data to make a guess about whether you're an adult or a minor.
And here's the thing. This should be super easy. To my knowledge, everyone in our Discord are adults. Why is everyone in our Discord adults? Because everyone in these streams and these videos are adults, or at least they should be. Every video is marked 18 plus. Every video and every stream I do, and that I've done since the inception of this channel for over 3 years now, has been marked 18 plus. In fact, I don't ban people in my chats and whatnot, save for very few instances. Because I'm a free speech guy. I'm a free speech absolutist. One of the things I'll ban you for is being underage. You will get banned from this channel if you were underage. So, and we've had to do it before. It's rare, but we've had to do it. So, anybody watching these streams, anybody getting memberships, things to that effect, by the way YouTube operates, also by our own self-imposed rules by me and the mods here, should be 18 or up, should be adults. By that logic, everything within the Discord is also adults. By the way, we don't even have any NSFW pages in our Discord. Like, we don't. I know that a lot of Discords do. Some people put, there's NSFW tags and whatnot. We don't do that in ours. Now, the kicker here is that they are going to be cracking down on the voice chat as well, considering voice chat in SFW. We use the voice chat for watch parties. We use the voice chat for watch parties on Thursday nights when we hit certain tier goals on Neon Leon. So the idea that people will potentially be locked out of a more intimate hangout session, hangout scene when we do the Thursday night watch parties, just due to them not doing some sort of age verification thing when everybody in here is already 18 or older, is absolute bogus. Lemmy Honda with a 5-banger, shout out, says, a little more for the lost streaming time. Keep it up, buddy. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's why you'll notice it says the YouTube AI Protection Fund for today's grift goal, because, yeah, there was definitely some losses. Again, at the end of the day, the most important thing is putting on a show for you guys. It is, building the community, building everything we have together. But it does come as a blow to lose that income. I'm gonna be real. Thank you.
If the system decides you're an adult with enough confidence, you're fine. If it doesn't, or if you want access to anything that's age-gated, you need to verify. And verification means one of two things. Either you upload a government-issued photo ID, like a passport or a driver's license, or you submit a video selfie for what they're calling facial age estimation. If you refuse to do either of those things, your account gets permanently set to what Discord is calling teen by default mode. That means no access to NSFW channels, restricted direct messaging, no participation in voice stage events at all, and locked safety filters that you cannot change on a platform that you might have been using since 2015, where you might run a server with thousands of members, where...
Yeah, by the way, this is hilarious to me. Let's say you were 15 when you set up your Discord in 2015. Let's say you were 15 years old when you set up your Discord in 2015. You be 26 now, right? You be 26 years old now, but it might still age gate you as looking like a teenager, even though their own data would show that you have been here for 11 years. That is insane.
Like myself, you might conduct business, coordinate creative projects, or maintain relationships with people all over the world. If you don't hand over your face or your ID, you lose functionality. That's the deal. Now, Discord is framing this like it's a child safety initiative, and I want to address that right away because it is very important. Protecting children online is a real problem.
I'm gonna let Wizard finish his thoughts on this, but we're getting into a dangerous situation. So let me see what he has to say, because he very well could be right. There's only one angle in which this is a quote-unquote real problem.
Predatory behavior on platforms like Discord is documented and serious, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend otherwise. But the question isn't whether child safety matters, because of course it does. The question instead is whether this is the solution. And
it's not a question. It's not a question whatsoever. The answer is no. The only people that should be handling anything in regards to child safety are the children's parents. That's it. The only thing that matters when it comes to child safety is the parents. Anything that does not fall on the nanny state, does not fall on the company, it doesn't fall on big tech, doesn't fall on other individuals, it falls on the parents. And if they fuck up and they allow their children to be in a space where, again, egregious, awful stuff does happen to children, that's on them.
Is requiring every adult user on the platform to submit biometric data or government identification to a private company a proportionate and trustworthy response to that problem? I certainly don't think it is. And I think when you look at what Discord has actually done with sensitive user data in the very recent past, the answer is obviously no. In October of 2025, a third-party vendor that handled age verification and customer support for Discord was compromised by hackers.
70,000 photos. 70,000 people were potentially doxxed. Guys, this was recent. This was mere months ago. And they want us to upload our driver's license, our passports and shit to this app? No. That is insane. Dude, Sony gets hacked like once every 3 to 4 years. You could do an average of it at this point. I'm pretty sure Sony has been hacked 4 times in the last, 14 years, I believe. I believe that Sony's been hacked 4 times in the last 14 years. That's effectively a hack every 4 years, give or take.
The attackers had
hack every 3 years, give or take.
Access for approximately 58 hours, during which they extracted data from support tickets. That data included names, email addresses, IP addresses, partial billing information, and here's the big one, government-issued ID images, passports, and driver's licenses. The exact kind of documents that Discord is now asking every user on the platform to submit. Discord said the breach only affected about 7.
Yo, GCA raid, what is up? Shout out. Thank you so much, GCA, for the raid. Late and gay with the GCA. You love to see it. I hope you guys had an excellent stream. We're talking the Discord nonsense right now. And what Wizard said was very important about the driver's license stuff, because, guys, I'm pretty open and honest and candid with you guys about where I live, at least the state I live in. I used to say the Midwest. I say Missouri. I don't go beyond that. I say I live in Missouri, which is true. I got no qualms sharing with you guys that I live in Missouri. Frankly, a lot of people would have been able to figure it out by how often I travel to, let's say, St. Louis, for example, or some of the events that I've gone to, some of the Comic Cons in, let's say, Kansas City. So things like that. However, Missouri's still a big state with still a lot of people. My address is blatantly there on my ID. If there was to be another breach and my ID get leaked, well, looky, my address is out there for all to see, and your boy could get swatted. That's just a very simple, obvious conclusion to come to. Again, shout out to the GCA. Thank you for the raid.
70,000 users. The hackers claimed it was closer to 2 million. Discord disputes that number and says the hackers were exaggerating for extortion purposes. But even if we take Discord's numbers at face value, 70,000 people had their government ID stolen because they trusted this company with that information. That's 70.
By the way, how messed up is it that in the world we live in today, I actually am more likely to believe the hackers. When the hackers claim they got 2 million, I'm more likely to believe that than Discord's number of 70,000. That, to me, that seems way too low for the amount of people that use Discord, and that to me reads as damage control. That to me absolutely reads as damage control. I am far more willing to believe that the hackers are being honest in the 2 million number.
1,000 people who now have had their personal passport photos floating around in the hands of criminal organizations. And that data doesn't expire. You can't just change a password, right? You can cancel a credit card, but you cannot change your face. Once biometric data...
Okay, you can absolutely change your face. I mean, look at Wizard. I don't know how to tell you guys this or not. That beard ain't real.
...is compromised.
Got
it's
him!
Compromised permanently. And now, 5 months later, this same company is telling every single one of its 200 million users to hand over the same type of data. They switched to a new third-party vendor after the breach, which I'm sure is very reassuring to the 70,000 people whose passports are already out there. Don't worry, you guys. We found a different company to lose your data this time. Wizard, I don't understand. Why is biometric data specifically so dangerous? Yeah.
If there's anybody actually asking that question, I'm going to be real. If there is somebody that's asking the question, why is biometric data so dangerous? Why should it be secured? The whole nine. Get off the internet. Just for the love of all that's holy and for yourself, your own good, get the fuck off the internet.
Most people think facial scan and they think it's like unlocking their phones. In this case, it's not. When you use Face ID on your iPhone, that data is stored locally on a chip inside your device. It never leaves your phone. It's never...
I don't even believe that. I mean, I get that's what they say, and Wizard can say that because that's the official narrative. I don't even believe that.
Uploaded to Apple servers. What Discord is asking for is fundamentally different. You are submitting your facial data or your government ID to a third-party verification service which processes it on their servers, which means it exists outside of your control the moment you hit submit. Discord says the data is deleted after verification, and maybe it is, but we've had one...
There it is. Maybe it is. We gonna trust a maybe? Are we gonna trust a maybe from a company like this? Not even from a are we gonna trust a maybe from anybody with our personal data, our personal information, our faces, our facial scans, our biometric data, our government IDs that have our birth dates and our address, whether you're an organ donor, oftentimes a fingerprint, all that on it. Like, even if they're being 100% honest, the fact that we cannot trust that they are being 100% honest should say everything that needs to be said.
Too many stories of social media companies who promised to delete biometrics and then it turns out they didn't do it at all. In a 2024 settlement, Zuckerberg's Meta agreed to pay $1.4 billion for unlawfully capturing facial geometry data from users without consent And
I could be wrong. I don't know if it's the same lawsuit or not. If so, I was actually one of the participants in this. Yeah, 1.4 billion, because there's so many people. It was like anyone that had uploaded certain amounts of like pictures or whatnot between the years of like 2012 and like 2016 or whatever, got myself a whopping like $26 check from Facebook or something like that.
lacking a proper deletion
What up, Plot?
schedule,
What up, Nick?
leading to a prolonged retention of biometric identifiers. That's a lot of words to say they were holding onto your face for a lot longer than they should have, and without your permission. This is not the only time Meta has been caught recklessly managing user biometrics either. They've been sued many times before. In 2025, not too long ago, a class action including Snapchat's Snap company revealed biometric information was retained beyond necessary periods, contrary to Snap's assurances in their privacy policies. Again, this was just last year, and it was Snapchat. Pretty.
And they got a slap on the wrist. So, hey, pay a fine and pay these people money. Nothing changed. There's no repercussions. There's no actual repercussions for businesses that operate like this, because it's all for show. The government wants this data, right? The government wants this data, so they will use these third-party companies, Meta, I'm sure Twitter as well, at least, Twitter back when it was Twitter, not X, and maybe even still now that it's X. In fact, likely now, even though it's X. Snapchat, Meta, X, now Discord. As they will ask for that, they will find ways to collect this data. It'll get sent to the government and whatnot. The government's is incentivized to get this data, so that way when they do go against TOS, when they do, it does go against the privacy policies, and they do keep this data, and then a breach happens or a hack happens, there's no actual repercussions on the business aside from, hey, pay this fine, because it's a whole lot more. It's a whole lot more incentivized for the world governments, and these companies, just like, look, if shit happens, pay some money, you'll be fine. It's not like it bankrupts them. Yeah, Palantir. Exactly, Jake.
Big deal. TikTok has faced lawsuits for scanning users' faces in video effects without disclosing retention schedules or ensuring timely deletion. They've been indefinitely storing your biometrics too. I think my favorite one of these, because there's a lot, is the T app, a platform
Someone
for
in chat
women to
already
visit
mentioned
and
that.
trash talk all the men they've dated. To join the platform, it required selfies and government IDs for verification, promising deletion after review. However,
But there was no deletion. In fact, there was the opposite. It was stored on a Google Drive.
a 2025 breach exposed 72,000 images, including 13,000 verification selfies and IDs from pre-2024 users. Another company promising to delete biometric data, but didn't. Also, hey ladies, some unsolicited advice here. If 9 times out of 10 the dudes you're dating are assholes, that's not on the guys at that point, okay?
Casual shade towards women in a video about Discord. Guys, we might argue a lot on SNH. Me and Wizard, we go pretty tit for tat. We argue a lot. Wizard might be the panel member I argue with the most. But don't let it fool you. I fucking love this guy.
That's on you. You've got a 90% failure rate. You are a bad judge of character, and you should look inward to figure that out. But, going on an app to bitch and moan is peak modern day culture collapse. Am I right? Anyway, there are a lot more companies that have been tied up in lawsuits revealing they've been reckless and dangerous with your information. I've only named 4, but you also have Instagram, Twitter, Everalbum Inc., the photo company, Rite Aid, which is ridiculous, Google, and even a bunch of airlines have been sued over this. If someone steals your facial data, they can use it for identity theft. They can use it to bypass security systems that rely on facial recognition. And with the way that AI is advancing right now, they can use it to generate deepfakes of you that are increasingly indistinguishable from the real thing. This is happening right now to real people. It's not a hypothetical anymore, okay? And Discord wants to build a database of 200 million faces and government IDs and then hand that to a third-party company to manage? Now, let's talk about why this is really happening, because it's not about teen safety. Teen safety is the justification. It's the thing they put in the press releases and the tweets that get ratio.
because every single dumb mother or grandparent or whatnot, and I know that my grandma's probably using this, shout out, no offense, but these people that look at a fucking Facebook reel and can't tell if it's AI or not, all they're gonna see, all they're gonna hear is teen safety, child safety, and those words, they sound real nice. Anything talking about protecting children sounds real nice. Until you realize, well, they don't realize that it is all a lie. It's all a blatant lie just to get your data. And anybody that says, well, hey, this is a bad idea, and they're going against the protection of children, immediately sounds at best like an asshole, at worst like a predator. War Wizard for a two-banger, base Superman fan, real-life fake wizard. I'm a Superman fan as well, just Goku's better.
Go to hell. But timing tells a different story. Discord is preparing for an IPO. They're planning to go public with a...
And there it is. I knew he would get into this. He covered this in a separate video, as did I, and nobody paid attention to it. For whatever reason, the news about Discord going public didn't really give a lot of red flags for people. They didn't watch the videos. They didn't follow up on the news, even though that is already a terrifying idea. But this is the reason. The two are directly linked. And anyone that didn't think that this was linked to them going public, I got a fucking bridge to sell you, bro.
Speculated valuation north of $15 billion. And when you're about to go public, you need to look good to investors. You need to show that you take safety seriously, that you're compliant with regulations around the world, like the UK. Age verification checks a lot of those boxes on paper, and they don't care if the implementation is good or not. They don't care if users trust it. They just want to be able to walk into a room full of investors and say, we have age verification. And
no lies detected. Everything he just said was objectively correct.
all this is happening under new leadership. In April of 2025, Discord's co-founder Jason Citron stepped aside, and a guy named Humam Sakhnini took over as CEO.
Humam Sakhnini. Now, I don't know this guy's country of origin, but given the name, I gotta guess. I've got a bit of a guess. Pajit Cord.
Sakhnini came from Activision Blizzard, where he was a vice chairman, and before.
I didn't know that part. So the guy that took over Discord came from Activision Blizzard, one of the worst corporations in America. Holy shit. Guys, we might need to add some breast milk emojis in our Discord.
Before that, he was at King, the company that makes Candy Crush. So now, Discord is being run by an Israeli management consultant whose entire career has been in maximizing revenue for gaming companies. I need you to understand, the decisions Discord is making right now are not being made for you. They're being made for Wall Street. You are the product being packaged for sale. Your data, your engagement metrics, your biometric verification compliance rates, all of that goes into a slide deck that gets shown to potential investors. And the fact that you might not want your face in a corporate database doesn't factor into that equation at all. But Wizard, every platform is going to require this eventually. It's just...
And that's a problem. And that's a massive... Oh yeah, every platform... No shit. This isn't just Discord. We need to be pushing back against this for everyone. Even YouTube doesn't have you send them that sort of stuff unless you're a monetized account and you're going to be getting paid. And you know what? That's understandable because, like, all right, we're going to be depositing who knows how much money into a bank account. We probably need to make sure it's the bank account of the person running the channel. That checks out. That makes sense.
The way things are going, okay? Australia is banning kids under 16 from social media. The UK has the Online Safety Act. This is the future, and that's exactly why this moment matters. See, if Discord rolls this out and 200 million people just go along with it because it's convenient and because that's where their friends are, then yes, it does become the standard. Every platform looks at Discord and says, oh, they did it, and nobody left, so we can do it too. And then it's not just Discord asking for your face. It's every social platform, it's every gaming service, it's every communication tool, it's everything everywhere. It's not even just gaming at all at that point. It's another step towards worldwide surveillance and data control. And once that becomes normal, once submitting biometric data to private companies is just what you do to use the internet, you're never getting that privacy back. It'll be permanently gone. But if Discord rolls this out, and people actually leave, if they see a meaningful decline in their user base right before trying to go public, that sends a very different message. That tells every company watching that there is a cost to this kind of overreach.
He's right. He is correct. I mean, this is why I'm looking into, because I said at the beginning of this, as it currently stands, my Discord is staying open because I feel like the communication with you guys, the ones that not only love my content, love watching the streams and the videos and whatnot, but also want something more out of it, want a sense of community. That is so incredibly important. It is also incredibly important on my end, for me, to try and find a user-friendly alternative for you guys so that we can continue what we have built and it not be at the hands of this grubby, disgusting corporation that just sees you as numbers and data to be sold to the highest bidder so that they can make more money. Because, yeah, I would not be opposed at all. I would not be opposed at all to a mass exodus of Discord, nuking the Discord entirely, if we can come up with something that is at least a lateral move in regards to offering the same amount of what we have on Discord, the same amount of user-friendliness, of community. I mean, like, it would suck to lose a lot of what's in that Discord. It would. And maybe we can back it up. If there's a way to back it up, I have to look into that. But yeah, I mean, I'm all in favor of nuking the Discord and doing something else, just not until we have a viable alternative.
Users will not just hand over their most sensitive personal information because you wrapped it in a think of the children kind of press release. My friends, right now the window is open to actually change the trajectory for every platform making decisions behind closed doors. The window's open now. It won't be for long. This is one of those rare moments where what you do actually makes a difference. Not in some kind of corny motivational speaker kind of way. This is real and it's measurable.
Tiger King Rex Carter says, what is on Discord? I don't use it. Do you mean what is on Discord in general, or what is specifically in the Vital Idol Discord that we use for this community? Because, I mean, it's two different answers depending on what you mean.
Hey, buddy, did you hear about Discord? Yeah, they're about to ship an IPO, and their users are abandoning ship like crazy. Do you know what kind of signal that sends? And look, I understand. All of you who don't.
Well, okay, what's in our Discord? Our Discord is used for just general conversation amongst all the members of this community. We've got channels for gaming discussions, anime discussions, movie, sharing just general pictures. Hey, you out at the flea market and you found something that you bought, take a picture of it and send it. Or maybe it was a really beautiful day outside and you wanted to show off your farmland or whatever. So, like, sharing pictures with each other. Memes, there's a lot of meme sharing. The most communal thing we do is we use the Discord for watch parties. I host a watch party on Thursday nights when we hit certain tier goals. So I turn on my camera and then I share my screen, and then everybody else that wants to participate can come in. They can turn their cameras on or keep them off. They can keep their mics on, their mics off, whatnot, and we all just hang out together and we watch movies. The Discord is used for you guys recommending things for me to react to on streams. There's a whole section for recommending the videos that you would like me to react to. There's sections for hard-hitting news, whether you want me to cover it or not. There's sections for requesting what I cover on a video basis as opposed to in streams. I mean, there's so much that we do. There's a tab that has a collection of all my videos and that usually gets updated the moment a video drops. That we're like, oh, right, Leon drops videos every day at noon Central Standard Time. You'll see a link to the video that you can watch it right when it drops. So there's the Discord's used for a myriad of things.
want to do it, all of you who don't agree with me. Discord is where your community is, your gaming group, your study group, your friends group from college, your D&D campaigns, your art servers, your music spaces. Leaving Discord feels like leaving all those things behind. And that's a real cost. I'm not going to pretend that it isn't.
It is a massive
not
cost. Everything that he just described are all things that are in our Discord. I mean, the Discord has been active for probably like 2 years now. That is 2 years worth of you guys' memories and photos and opinions and our debates and discussions, and you all calling me a filthy gay tranny to fuck with me over and over. Like there is 2 years of history in our Discord that is likely just gone if we make this move. It is a lot to give up, but it's also something I'm not opposed to giving up if I can find something else that offers, it's again a lateral move, compatibility wise, because I think that all of the community is incredibly important. Your guys' data and your not only your data but your privacy is equally important.
Leaving those people, right? You're leaving a platform, and there are alternatives that do the same thing without demanding your passport. And there are more of those out there now, and many more on the horizon. By Discord chase.
Jay Mark makes it good. Last night when TFH got nuked, when the Tinfoil Haters episode got nuked live in the middle of the episode, the Discord blew up. I mean, Discord's usually like fairly active. Last night, it was on fire. The Discord last night was on fire, and it was amazing to see. It was incredibly heartwarming on my side to see all of you guys interacting that way. It was, I mean, just truly incredible, which is why I don't want to see it go. I also don't see much of a recourse, assuming that we can't game the system. If we can game the AI system, and I'll just use like video game characters or whatever, yeah, sure, that's a good way to get around it. But, I mean, asking everyone to do that is also a lot. There's so many unanswered questions.
Greed like fools. They don't understand they've just inspired worldwide competition. They could have coasted along making all the money in the world, but instead they chose to go public for even more money, and in doing so, they have kicked a sleeping bear. Within days from you seeing this video, there are going to be new applications popping up, probably lots of them, all with the intention of taking you in after you leave Discord and carry all of your communities with.
And while that is a great thing, it's also a dangerous thing, because that means there will be a bubble, and all bubbles eventually burst. And doing the research into what app or whatnot, or what alternative is going to be the best, not only the best for you guys in terms of user base and user interactivity, but also longevity, that's going to be difficult.
And you should go. Within days, there will be a true Discord clone born to bury them. The only thing stopping you is inertia. And inertia is exactly what Discord is counting on here. They know you don't want to move your server. They know you don't want to reorganize your communities. They're betting that the inconvenience of leaving is greater than the discomfort of handing over your face. And for a lot of people, they would be right. My friends, we've been talking about this pattern on this channel for a long time. You used to own your movies and now you rent them from a streaming service. You used to own your music and now you subscribe to Spotify. You used to own your games and now everything is digital, always online, and revocable. And now a communication platform that was built on the promise of free, private, community-driven voice chat is asking for your biometric data so that they can look good in an investor presentation. It's the same pattern every time. A company builds something people love, people build their lives around it. The company goes public or gets acquired, and then the thing you loved becomes a vehicle for extracting more value from you, just in different ways. Your convenience becomes leverage, your community becomes a retention metric, and your face becomes a data point on a spreadsheet. And the pitch is always the same too. It's for your safety. It's for the children. It's just the way things are going. Everyone's gonna be doing it eventually. And every time people go along with it because
it gets easier and easier for the next one. People go along with it for Discord, well then sure, they're gonna go along with it for the next company and it'll be even easier for them. People get more and more accustomed to it, and it's sickening, man. It is. It's people grew accustomed how many things have changed irreparably? Like, there's no going back in just a post-COVID world. Like, in just a post-COVID world, how many things have changed that used to be the norm that will never... Well, let's go even further back. Post 9/11. How much has air travel changed for the worse in a post 9/11 world? But because it's the new norm, nobody challenges it.
Switching is hard. And every time you do nothing, you give a little more of yourself. You give a little more of your freedom away because you don't want to be bothered. So I'm asking you not to go along with it this time. Start making a plan to delete your Discord account. Tell your friends why. Move servers, move communities. Yes, it's inconvenient. Yes, it's a pain in the ass. But this company just had a data breach that exposed thousands of government IDs. And their response...
You know what? I'm going to do a poll right now. I'll probably do a poll in the Discord itself as well. Because the convenience factor means less to me than it does your guys' value of the convenience factor means to me. Like, moving Discord to something else would be inconvenient for me, but it doesn't really matter. I'll still do it. I do a lot of things that are inconvenient for the sake of this channel. But the last thing I ever want to do is make things harder on you guys. Because I can only sustain this incredible fucking job because of you guys. So, let me go ahead and just make this poll right now. Should we move off of Discord to an alternative ASAP? Alright, now start the poll. And we'll let it run for the rest of this video.
is to ask for more government IDs from more people. That tells you everything you need to know about where their priorities are, and it's not with you. You watching, you have power right now, but your power has a shelf life. Once the IPO happens and the money is raised and the executives cash out, your leverage is gone. The window where leaving actually hurts them is right now, today, this month, this week. You have a couple more weeks for February. March is right around the corner. Right now is where your power counts.
What is the date of when they'll be instituting this? I believe it's like March 19th. Date when Discord requires facial ID. March 26th. All right. A little over a month. Little over a month to really get all this squared away.
Until next time, create, innovate, inspire others to do so as well. And for the love of God, cancel Disney Plus. Fight back, damn it. Fight back. YouTube is going to suppress this video. Please share this with as many people as you can.
Hey, did YouTube suppress the video? Let's take a look. Because last I checked, this video was cooking,
I'm the real life
son. I don't know, man. 36,000 plus views. 36,000 plus views in 8 hours. Drop it a like. Obviously, I'm going to drop the video in there for you guys as well. I'm not subbed to Wizard on my main Words of Paradise channel. To be fair, I will do everything on my private account, my one that's not Words of Paradise. I feel like such a bad friend right now. Holy shit. But yeah, no, doesn't seem to me like YouTube censored this video. It was a great video, and yeah, I think that, I mean, everything the Wizard said was true. Everything the Wizard said was true. We've got about a month and a half, so I'm going to do everything I can to come up with alternatives. I saw Nick in the chat. He posted an alternative TeamSpeak, so I'm going to look into that. I'm going to look into what Locals is. I'm not really quite sure. I've heard a lot of people talk about Locals in the past. And again, there's going to be a lot of Discord alternatives. The main thing is, the thing that I care about for you guys is user-friendliness. If it is more trouble than it's worth to use, then why would you use it? What about Roots? I don't know what Roots is. I'll have to look into Roots. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. So I'll be looking into alternatives. TeamSpeak takes me back to my Wizards of the... Wait, no. WOTLK? I don't know what WOTLK is. You're using Matrix. I don't know what any of these are. Y'all can tell me what you're using. I'll take mental notes of them, but I don't know what any of these are. But yeah, we'll... Oh, Wrath of the Lich King. Gotcha, Wrath of the Lich King. I'm retarded. I should have known that. So yeah, we'll look into all these alternatives. I'll figure out which one I think is probably the best. Because at the end of the day, so much of the Discord is chat functionality. And you guys being able to talk to each other via chat and whatnot. Because a lot of people don't like showing their face or their voice. Even when we do the watch parties, a lot of people come in with their mics muted. And they just type in the chat. As opposed to talking with us while watching the movie. Which is totally fine. So all in all, we'll definitely be looking into that. And we'll be making the switch sometime in the near future. I would highly recommend the rest of you guys do it as well. But I can't tell you what to do. So, I mean, it seems like overwhelmingly you guys are saying that we need to move our community off of Discord. So I'll go ahead and end the poll there. 83% said yes. So, I'm one of them for noise and chaos reasons. Yeah, LMA. She's another one. She rarely turns on her mic when we're doing the watch parties. But yeah, that's that. That's pretty much everything on the Discord stuff. And we're an hour in, and we just got through our first topic. I hope you guys are in for the long haul. Hope you guys are in for the long haul. This is going to be a long show, baby. Alrighty. Let's get into it. Let's see what's next. Liberal calls to round up conservatives. The undercover Republicans. I can't stand Josh Cedar, man. I can't. This dude is such a retarded-ass grifter. But I saw, like, 10 seconds of this and thought it was funny as hell. So we're going to go through this.
Would you support labeling conservatives domestic terrorists?
Yeah.
Would you support kind of just rounding up these maggots and putting them in jail or re-education camps so they can understand why their beliefs are harmful?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, great. And the last question, do you understand that you sound just like a Nazi?
And this is where I stopped watching. I thought, oh my god, we've got to check this out on a lunch hour stream. Now, we didn't do a lunch hour stream today for very obvious reasons, but we're doing one now, so let's go.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you literally sound exactly like a Nazi. You want to round up the maggots and put them in jail and re-education camps, and you won't let your kids interact with them?
Okay, and what's your point?
Okay, you think you're against fascism, but you're actually endorsing fascist policies.
No, I'm not. Just get off my property.
Okay, now you really...
Oh my god, they can't stand it, bro. They can't rationalize it. It's amazing.
Sound like a fascist because you're...
Off of my property.
I thought no
right
human is illegal.
Off.
Me arriving at Billie Eilish's house with all my belongings since no one is illegal and stolen then. Hi guys, this is Sahar TV, and in today's video we will see the incredible content creator Josh Cedar going to people...
Okay, he is not an incredible content creator. Okay, me and Moxie have done many Satsi Rabbles together where we just roasted Josh Cedar. But sometimes when you're right, so...
houses, knocking on their doors and exposing their double standard, and that the woke liberals are actually fascists themselves. Let's watch.
Can I help you?
Hi, do you live here?
Yeah, I do. And why are you recording?
So I saw your flag, and I really appreciate it because I'm actually with the Fighting Fascism and Right-Wing Tyranny Symposium, or the FARTS.
That was so awful. That was so, I guarantee you she believes it. I guarantee you she believes it.
And we're under a lot of pressure right now because we're trying to defend against MAGA. So we're circulating a short questionnaire. I was wondering if you'd be willing to answer a couple questions.
Yeah, I can do that for you.
Okay, great. I'm Finn, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I saw your flag, so I figured you'd be a good person to ask. Would you support
Yo, what up, Niet?
labeling conservatives domestic terrorists?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And, I mean, we might as well call them maggots, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you do that?
please, for the love of God, show what she looks like. For the love of God, show what she looks like. What's the over-under on the nose ring, boys? What's the over-under on the nose ring?
At sometimes.
I do.
Okay. Wow. And do you let your kids interact with maggots at school or anywhere?
No.
Okay, why would you assume she has kids? I mean, like, clearly, she probably would have aborted them. Let's be real.
Absolutely not.
Okay. And would you support kind of just rounding up these maggots and putting them in jail or re-education camps so they can understand why their beliefs are harmful?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, great. And the last question, do you understand that you sound just like a Nazi?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you literally sound exactly like a Nazi. You want to round up?
Oh no, his lisp is slipping. You gotta keep your lisp. Even if you're gonna call someone a Nazi, you got to keep the lisp going, honey.
The maggots and put them in jail and re-education camps, and you won't let your kids interact with them?
Okay, and what's
So-
your point?
So, okay, you think you're against fascism, but you're actually endorsing fascist policies.
No, I'm not. Just
Yeah.
get off my property.
So,
Get
okay,
off
now you
my
really
property.
sound like a fascist because
Get
you're.
off of my property
I thought no
right now.
human is illegal.
Off
I
of my
thought no
property.
human was illegal.
Get off of my property now.
Take
Get
care.
off.
I'll put you.
Oh, whoever said that she was fat called it. Whoever said they heard the fat in her voice caught it. Good job. I don't see a nose ring. And in fact, she looks more like a just standard Karen than a full-on lefty. Like this, if I saw this broad just in the grocery store, I would immediately assume Karen. I wouldn't actually know which side of the political aisle, though, because Karens come on both sides, and in all shapes and sizes, as long as the shapes and sizes are XL or higher. So,
The farts are gonna put you on a fart watch list.
100%. No one is illegal on stolen land, according to what they believe. So if that's the case, why is she kicking him out of her property? He's not illegal. It's stolen land. You're living on stolen land according to your belief system. So let him stay. And wow, what a beautiful way exposing that the woke liberals are fascists themselves. They're the ones who want to round up the conservatives, the Trump supporters, and put them in camps, in education camps. They're the ones who would not let their kids speak and communicate to MAGA supporters. So they are the fascists. Beautiful, beautiful. Josh Cedar, you're amazing, brother. Next video.
hold on, what'd that say? What'd that say?
You're amazing, brother. Next video.
Hey, MAGA bar assault weapons. Wait, MAGA ban assault weapons, your children. Okay, hey, MAGA ban assault weapons, sign your children. Gotcha.
Can I help you with something?
Do you live here? Are you the homeowner?
Yeah, why are you filming?
I saw your signs. I'm actually with the mayor's office.
Alright, I know he's trying to wear the gayest thing he could possibly wear. But I kind of really dig that Marilyn Monroe shirt. I do. I like the Marilyn Monroe shirt. I'm gonna be real. I'd rock the Marilyn Monroe shirt.
And I love your sign about assault weapons, and I was wondering if I could tell you about our new initiative.
I suppose so.
Okay, so our new initiative, it actually is about assault weapons. It's Brandon Johnson's for us, or BJ's for us, and we're trying to reduce the amount of violence in the city due to assault weapons.
Terrible.
It's horrible. So could I maybe get your signature? We need to get 1,000 of them. And I'm just going door to door, and I saw your signs, so...
Okay.
Amazing.
It's so, like, I get it. It's just a signature. It's just, all dude has to do is show up with a fruity-ass accent and some gay as shit suspenders. Which, by the way, okay, guys, I get it. The hipsters tried bringing suspenders back in, like, 2012. We gotta knock that shit off. Suspenders are fucking dumb, alright? Wear a belt like an adult, right? Wear a belt like an adult. But anyway, completely fake made-up information is like, I just signed this. Just because she's hearing what she wants to hear, she signs that shit away. Are you out of your mind? He hasn't shown any documentation, hasn't shown any documents, nothing official. Just said the words this broad wanted to hear.
Yeah, just where it says BJ's for us, the box, you can just check it and put your signature.
I don't have any guns.
What's that?
I don't have guns.
Oh no, I'm not talking about guns. I'm talking about cars.
Cars?
Yeah, guns As you know, 99% of the gun violence in the city is committed by African Americans. So we can't ban those because that would be racist.
Please give me your rebuttal. I need to hear what this broad says.
But cars kill just as many people every year. So, yeah.
You're serious right now?
Yeah. So, do you just want to bring your car around or do you want to give me the keys and I can get it myself?
No, I'm not giving you my car.
Why?
And to be fair, she a woman. In fact, we can hear from her voice. This don't sound like one of the women 2.0. This sounds like a woman 1.0, right? The original model, the kind that doesn't have fake downstairs parts. Likely has definitely caused some damage with her. Like, if we're just going off the statistics of female drivers, likely has caused some damage with her car.
Well, you don't need your car. You can walk or take the bus or the train.
No, I don't want to do that.
Why? So you're not committed to reducing the loss of life? Due to these assault weapons, they're killing 40,000 people a year.
Ban guns, not my...
Well, we can't ban guns, because then they wouldn't be illegal, because we're on stolen land. They'd just be undocumented and living in a sanctuary city. But we can ban cars, and they're bad for the environment.
No, you can't have my car. Take my name off your list.
So you don't support BJs for us?
No, I don't.
Do you think Trump's a fascist?
Yeah.
So you want a fascist to take all of your guns? So that you can't fight fascism? How does that make sense?
I mean, I'm just...
Don't fascists take guns? But Trump's not taking our guns.
I wish he would keep the bit going. I wish he wouldn't expose that he's actually, doing this, this sort of like right-wing grift sort of thing. At the end of it, just let them wallow in their own like mental gymnastics. The lead up is so good, then it falls flat.
You wanted to take my car.
Yeah, but you want to take our guns, so that makes you the fascist.
He exposes the double standard in such a beautiful way. Like, he pretends to be on their side.
I don't know if I use the term beautiful when you're like right next to a dude with a pride earring and shit. I'm gonna be real.
In the beginning, and slowly shows them how hypocritical they are. This is the best way to do so, and that's why Joss Cedar is exploding on social media right now. And please do me a favor, check out his social media account, his Instagram account, Joss Cedar Official on Instagram.
All right, that's real. He's blowing up on social media right now for the same reason he always blows up on social media. Dude was on like The Bachelor or whatever, one of those dumb like white woman shows, and then he continuously, after that show, tried different grifts. He, like, was gay for a while, then he was, like, trans for a while, now he's super MAGA, and, like, he claims that he was doing all those other things, like, to expose the agendas of the left and the LGBT mafia and shit. I don't know that, I don't believe him for a moment. It just seems like he wants to stay relevant and in the spotlight.
After this video, you're gonna love his content.
Yeah, Brown Dude is absolutely a meat writer, for real.
Survey or whatever that is.
All right, so you really don't care about assault weapons that are killing people. You just don't want us to have guns to protect ourselves from people like you.
Hold on, let's see what you look like.
Don't want us to have guns to protect ourselves from people like you.
I'm surprised. We are 0 for 2 on nose rings. We are 0 for 2 on nose rings, but we are 2 for 2 on fatties. So, like, the fact that we were 2 for 2 on fatties does plus, she might not have the nose ring, but she has the giant glasses, which more or less, that counteracts it. So, I still say we're batting 1,000, because if they don't have a nose ring, odds are they still gonna have these giant Coke bottle leopard skin ass looking glasses.
Hi, how are you? I am.
Is it bad that I noticed the homo church door before the ears? Like, first thing that jumped out at me was, oh, gay church, not gross, furry.
A beautiful shot. Excuse me. Hi. I was wondering when the next service starts.
Oh, in like 30 minutes?
In 30 minutes? Would you have time to answer a quick questionnaire? I'm with the ACLU here.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, great. I'm with the furries fighting fascism and respecting transgender science.
All right, that one. So that's triple F. I don't really know. If there's like BJ's for brown or whatever. Farts. I don't think this one has anything.
Science or the farts, and we're
Oh,
under a lot
it
of
was that-
pressure
okay.
right now because we're trying to protect the queer community from mega fascists. And I saw your church is LGBTQ friendly, so I was wondering, could I ask you a couple questions?
Yeah, sure.
Great.
Is it weird to anybody else how convincingly he pulls off the gay shit? Like, dude gotta be somewhat fruity. I mean, for one, he was on The Bachelor. That's already gay as shit. He pulls this fruitcake stuff off real well. I mean, maybe dude's a good actor. But if he was a really good actor, I was gonna say, why wouldn't he just go to Hollywood? But Hollywood doesn't really hire white dudes anymore, so maybe this is the best use of his talents.
Okay, so
They always respond the same. Yeah, sure. It's always the same tone of how these people respond. It's incredible.
unlike mega or maggots, do you ever call them that?
So they get angry with me.
Yeah, they're maggots. Unlike maggots, do you support trans rights?
Yeah.
Great. And do you support hormones and surgeries for children that are trans?
I do.
Okay, good to hear.
Right, the famous 11th commandment of the church: "Thou shalt cut Jeremiah's cock off."
What if some of the surgeries are more experimental? I know there's some science that's come out that says that some kids may not be ready, or there's issues
Glass houses, fair
afterwards
enough.
with detransitioners.
I really trust the doctors.
Okay, you trust the doctors? Great. Do you understand that you sound just like a Nazi?
What?
You sound just like a...
You could hear the YouTube buffering in her brain when she said, listen to the way she says what.
Do you understand that you sound just like a Nazi?
What?
You sound just like a Nazi. They did experimental surgeries on kids and they trusted the Nazi doctors.
Rude to say no.
Well, it's kind of rude to mutilate little kids in the name of science, just like the Nazis did, don't you think?
I really don't think you are who you say you are.
Well,
You don't say. But her terms, I really don't think you are who you say you are. Like, she's still not sure. She's like, this could be legit. She's not entirely convinced.
I'm trans. I was assigned intelligent at birth, but I identify as a liberal.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't feel comfortable with this conversation.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, since I've identified a fascist here, I'm gonna put you on the fart watch list. So just know you're on the fart watch list.
Josh. Beautiful. I love this guy.
The most infamous daughter was known as the Angel of Death. You're talking about Kevorkian, but I don't think that was what they called him. Was Kevorkian called the Angel of Death? I probably spell his name wrong, but okay. There was also, who was the nurse known for killing her patients? Because I thought that was what they called her. Are you? Who is the famous serial killer nurse? Because it's educational. Topan. I think I might be thinking of Jane Topan. Hold on a sec. How'd she do it? Jolly Jane. That's what they called her. Yeah, okay. So Angel of Death was Kevorkian, and they called her Jolly Jane. Okay, sorry. Just wanted to make sure I had my killer knowledge proper and correct.
Me arriving at Billie Eilish's house with all my belongings, since no one is illegal on stolen land.
No, not Joseph Mengele. Yeah, he was the Nazi doctor.
Listen, I think we should all do this, right? Just camp outside of Billie Eilish's home and tell her, listen, Billie, nobody is illegal on stolen land, right? On the land that you stole from the previous tribes that lived on this land. And the tribes that lived before them. And the tribes that lived before them. Would be a funny video to make.
Joseph Mengele, who was I mentioning? Oh, okay. So you were saying you were talking about Mengele when you said Angel of Death. Yeah, no, Mengele was Dr. Death, and then Kevorkian was Angel of Death. Gotcha. I get what you're saying now.
I'm trans-indigenous.
Trans-indigenous.
Are you cis-American? I'm trans-indigenous for ICE. We love ICE.
You love ICE.
We
Why
love
is that?
ICE. We love ICE. Deport them all. You're all trespassers on our land.
Well,
Trans-indigenous people are indigenous people, and you're all trespassers on our land, and we want Bovino to deport all of you guys. We love ICE.
Is it possible that this Indian getup is actually gayer than the last thing he was wearing? This might actually be gayer.
Natives love ICE. We love you, ICE.
what nation are
We
you
love
from?
ICE. The trans nation. Trans nation is just as valid as cis nations. You're not trans-native phobic, are you?
No, but I'm
Okay, I'm
not familiar
just
with
checking.
that term. I'm hoping you could.
You're a
with the feathers? Just checking.
cis-American.
Yeah, very village people.
You really need to check your privilege because you're talking to a beautiful trans-indigenous person of color right now.
I believe that I am. And I'm hoping to learn more about your person.
I'll educate you because you're cis-pigmented and I'm trans-pigmented. And I'm trying to educate you.
So
My name's Walking Tomahawk.
Like, this dude's pretty, like, I get it, he's out here protesting ICE, so he's a beta bitch, but you could tell he's still smarter than all the women, because he clocked this as fake from the jump, and he's, like, just smiling and going along with it. I wish this dude wasn't such a beta male, because he seems like he gets the joke, and he still finds it funny, but he can't let his lefty friends know he finds it funny.
Okay, I'm Chad.
Chad, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Walking Tomahawk and Chad here out supporting ICE because we love ICE. They need to deport all the cis illegals that came here illegally. We love ICE. I speak for all Native American people when I say we love ICE. We love ICE. And trans-indigenous people are indigenous people, and this is my land, and you need to check your privilege. Because you're talking to a beautiful, trans-pigmented, trans-indigenous man of color.
What do you mean by trans-pigmented?
I was assigned white at birth by my parents' bigoted doctor, but I identify as Native American.
Okay, fantastic.
And trans natives are natives, and we're just as valid as cis natives.
You know, it's funny, if you actually argue with these people and ask them what is a woman, what is this, they would tell you, oh, it's a person that identifies.
I'm gonna be real, like, I get what this guy's about to say, and yes, that's correct for 99% of argumentations. But again, you look at this dude, you can see he's in on the joke. He's smiling, he's nodding, he's like, I get the ridiculousness. I'm gonna keep going along with it.
As a woman. So he's doing exactly the same thing with, I was assigned white at birth, but I'm actually a trans indigenous. Like, he's using their logic, and that's why Josh is so brilliant and is getting a crazy traction on social media. Absolutely incredible. Love this guy.
Sound familiar?
Please make sure you go and follow Josh Cedar Official on social media.
Dude, it's a 13-minute video. How many times are you gonna plug his shit? It's right the fuck here. Well, I guess you guys don't see it because it's... Hold on a sec. It's right here in the video. The whole video. You don't need to keep plugging it. We fucking get it.
Yeah, this guy is the one person exposing the woke liberal agenda using woke liberal narratives and woke liberal examples. This guy's incredible. Watch him, follow him, because at the end of the day, the people who say no one is illegal on stolen land or ICE out, or if they say they're against fascists, at the end of the day, they don't stand behind their words. If you ever find a liberal woke person's house and you see that they have a similar sign, ask to...
On some level, all liberals know they're lying. They understand they're hustling us to get what they want. I mean, I think you're incredibly wrong, Grave Walkers. I think you're incredibly wrong. I think that the vast majority of individuals don't know that they're lying. The people that are convincing them the lies, the people that are in the power, the people that are the ones, dropping off bundles of bricks at protest sites the night before, they all know they're lying. But no, the vast majority of your just on-the-ground average lefties don't know that. They have been duped.
Just freely roam into their home. See what they tell you. They're like, oh no, I'm going to call the police. You don't have a right to enter into my home. Well, so you do.
Dax says, yeah, what a meat writer. By the way, if y'all subbed to Leon's gaming channel yet, shout out. Appreciate you, Dax.
Want ICE to take care of business, don't you? Josh Cedar official, everybody. Keep doing your videos. You're incredible. And we'll keep supporting.
Yeah, that was interesting enough. I'll drop the link, but now we're finally gonna get into it. We're finally gonna get into the meat of today's show. The thumbnail description. Thomas Massie talking about leaking the redacted names on the Epstein files. This is what we're here for, baby. This is what we're here for. Ain't no reason these names should have been redacted. We need to know every single individual that was communicating about eating babies with Jeffrey fucking Epstein.
He said, we have just unredacted Les Wexner's name from this document, but his name already appears in the file thousands of other times. And he says the Justice Department is hiding nothing. Is that the retired CEO?
Well, when you put a black bar over something, what do you call that?
That you're referencing?
It is. He unredacted it after I found it. That's a problem. And I'm glad they've admitted they made a mistake by redacting that.
So
Oh, no. They didn't admit they made a mistake. They said they made a mistake to save face.
A mistake.
you're saying it was redacted when you went in there today, and after you tweeted that, they unredacted it.
Correct. Now he's got 4 other names he needs to unredact. Did he respond to that? There's a list of 20 people. I could probably say them on the floor of the House, but I'll give the DOJ a chance to do what they did in these 2 examples, where
Massie's a G. Massie's straight up G. He's one of the only politicians, one of the only congressmen sitting right now that I legitimately think is earning the trust of people. Like, I can't think of a single other one. Massie is a G, dude.
I've discovered something, and now they've responded.
So basically, he went out, Thomas Massie, who was one of the architects of this bill, went out and straight up said, hey guys, here's what I'm going to do. If you don't come out and release the names, I'm just going to say who it is. I'm just straight up going to say who it is. Ro Khanna already did on Congress 4. Check his YouTube. So does he just name them?
Yesterday, Congressman Massie and I went to the Department of Justice.
You know, Ro Khanna's an interesting character. Again, he's a very lefty liberal type, which I usually can't stand. But I will also acknowledge that he has, like, openly worked with the right wing in regards to, like, things that are incredibly important, like the Epstein list. Ro Khanna kind of gets a pass. Kinda.
To read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason.
No apparent reason? No, really? No apparent reason. I'm going to take a wild guess and say for you guys in chat watching, the reason is actually quite apparent. Quite apparent. Maybe it's because the left, the right, it's all a dog and pony show. They're all in it. They're all eating babies. They're all raping kids. They're all trying to clone designer children. I think the reason's pretty apparent.
Congressman Massie and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice. They acknowledged their mistake, and now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are...
Oh, shit. Oh.
Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World.
Oh, my God.
And billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI.
A co-conspirator?
Now, my question is, why did it take Thomas Massie and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities?
It's a mystery.
That's why. I bet these dudes are huge campaign funders for either side. It doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. That's why.
Nobody knows why.
And if
Who are these guys? Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's roll back to when he's naming names. Let's Google these names.
Co-conspirator by the F. Solia, Nicola Rob, Mikkel, Salvatore Navora.
All right. Salvatore. What was it? How do you pronounce that?
Salvatore Navora.
Navora. Okay. Salvatore Navora. Let's take a look. See. Let's see who is this guy. I don't care about all of it. Former football player, Italy. I doubt that's chess-based players. What? There's no way it's just a fucking soccer player or whatever. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's NAV apostrophe ORA. Oh, okay. Maybe it's this name right here. Who are the 6 men named in the unredacted Epstein files? Bitch, get the fuck out of here. Maybe later. Fuck you. Alright. Now, Leslie Wexner's the only name I'm familiar with. 88-year-old Wexner established a retail empire that includes Victoria's Secret, Abercrombie & Fitch, Bath & Body Works. Yeah, this one was obvious. So this was, if the rumors are true, Leslie Wexner was actually Epstein's very first client. Was actually Jeffrey Epstein's very first client. So, all right. Sultan Ahmed bin Salim, the Dubai-based business person, leads DP World, a multinational ports and logistics enterprise who with operations spanning more than 80 countries. Also the brother of Mohammed bin Salim, the head of the FIA, which governs the world's most motorsport championships, including Formula One. Recently disclosed documents reveal that Sultan Ahmed bin Salim emailed Epstein in 2015 that he met a girl 2 years ago that went to an American beauty university in Dubai. Was the best sex I ever had. Amazing body. She got engaged, but now she's back with me. All right. Nicola Caputo, a man by the name of Nicola Caputo, is an Italian politician who represented his country in the European Parliament between 2014 and 2019 before taking a senior position at Campania's regional administration. No verified evidence confirms this individual is mentioned in the officially released documents. Established news organizations have not corroborated any link. Salvatore Navora is not yet known who this person is and how they're connected. What? So he's got supposedly a wealthy billionaire, but we don't know anything about him? That's sus. Zaru Mikeldaz, or however you would say that, Mikeladze, is not yet known who this person is and how they connect to Epstein. Leonic Lenov, there's no. There's no way. Has been made public. It's previous redacted names disclosed. All right, let's see. Kind of question, all the information. Questions. Okay, but who is he? All right, here we go. There's limited publicly available information about Salvatore Navora, according to several reports. Navora previously served as a detective with the New York Police Department. He was investigated in connection with an escort service, although that inquiry was not directly related to Epstein. Navora's name reportedly also appears in content Epstein's so-called Little Black Book. The inclusion of the name in the address book does not by itself, and we will see. For the Epstein files, Transparency Act, President Donald Trump, senior members from White House. So we just know nothing. Mike has bad news for a 5-banger. This article ignored the important part about the Sultan. He bragged about torturing people and apparently had videos of it. I would not be surprised by that at all. I would not be surprised by that at all. We'll look at more on the other dudes in just a sec. I was going name by name. All right. Oh, what does Al Jazeera have to say? What is the Gaza, the Gaza propaganda arm have to say? 6 men named U.S. Congress. Why so much redacted in the Epstein files? Let's see. Oh, it's 6 named men. All right. Wexner had linked the friendship with Epstein. Yeah, we know that. Sultan Ahmad bin Slim, one of Dubai's most powerful, well-connected people, the chairman and chief executive officer of the logistics giant DP World, exchanged messages with Epstein for years, and after Epstein pleaded guilty in 2008 to soliciting minor prostitution. Friendly exchanges between the two include discussions about deals and also mentioned bin Soleim visiting Epstein's private island, sharing contacts with business and politics. The 2 men also shared salacious comments about women. The removals of the redactions also confirmed bin Soleim's email address was used in correspondence with Epstein, which Epstein remarked, I love... Oh! So this is who he said I loved the torture video to! This is the dude he said he loved... Oh, that's insane! I wondered who that had come from. That's crazy! So we have some big wig billionaire entrepreneur in Dubai sharing these torture videos. I can't believe we actually got decent information from Al Jazeera. That's crazy. Holy shit. Alright, hold on. Let's look up. Let's look at more about this guy. Oh, whoa, hold on. That is an unappealing face. Dude looks like a sex offender. Absolutely. How are you from Dubai, but you've got like a 1970s Americana pedo stash? Holy shit. Alright, pressure rises on... Alright, cool. Let's take... Giant DP World over Chiefs alleged Epstein ties. Let's see. From UK development finds agency in Canada, second largest pension fund to suspended new investment in the global ports operator DP World over alleged ties between its chief executive and late disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. Documents some millions supposedly used government showing Epstein's web relationships. Yeah. We were shocked by the allegations emerging in the Epstein files regarding Sultan Ahmed Balsim, said spokesperson for B2, which invests alongside DP World in 4 ports in Africa. In light of allegations, we will not be making any new investments with DP World until the required actions have been taken by the company. Canadian pension fund La Caisse said the statement was pausing additional capital deployment. This is getting wild. All right, let's keep going.
Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World.
Oh my God.
And billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI.
A co-conspirator?
Now my question is, why did it take Thomas Massie and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities?
It's a mystery.
To
Nobody
become
knows
public?
why.
And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files.
That's right.
But the story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March.
Leslie Wexner. Leslie Wexner was the CEO. I don't know if he was the founder of Victoria's Secret, but he was the CEO for a long time. I'm pretty sure he was the founder. Let me check. Was Leslie Wexner the founder of... That's what that, right? Victoria's Secret. Oh, he's not the founder, but he is responsible for building it into the global brand. Leslie Wexner purchased the company from Roy Raymond in 1982 for approximately $1 million. So he didn't found it, but he is the one that made it what it was. What a shock! The guy that made Victoria's Secret what it was, Victoria's Secret known for using underage models. You know, again, he was he was Epstein's. If the reports I read were true, and I read this back when Epstein very first killed himself. He was Epstein's very first client.
I passed the Epstein Transparency Act.
This is why I told you guys happened, and I bet this wasn't the first scrubbing. I just think this might have been the final draft. I bet I think that probably the worst 20 to 30% of the files were destroyed.
Now, my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them to unredact those FBI files.
Yes.
And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massie, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what?
That wasn't what they were supposed to do.
Scrubbed files. That means the survivor statement to the FBI naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home and raped and abused underage girls or saw underage girls being paraded, they're all hidden. They're all redacted. It's a little bit of a farce.
Sure
They're
is.
inviting all the members of Congress to go to see the Department of Justice, quote unquote, unredacted files.
Cash Patel just perjured himself in court. It doesn't matter unless there are consequences.
Agreed. And this is why I keep telling folks. This is why last night's Tinfoil Haters episode was so important. This is why, more than anything else, this is the main reason that I am so just aggressively angry about the stream getting shut down last night. Not because of the loss of, entertainment for you guys, not because of the loss of income for me, not because of the 24-hour streaming ban. All that shit sucks. But the main reason that I'm so aggressively hateful for yesterday's stream getting taken down was because the situation that it was covering, the CIA being questioned by the church committee about the technology that they had. For those that we didn't get to, we didn't get much into it because the stream got shut down before we could get into it, because that was going to be one of the next major things we talked about. There was no repercussions. There was, for all the evil, terrible shit we talked about in last night's TFH stream, there were zero repercussions for the people involved. There was no trials. There was no jailings. There was no prison sentences. There was no fines. There was just stricter regulations put on the CIA. That was the big slap on the wrist. Stricter regulations put on the CIA. So when Asmongold says there's no one's going to get arrested, no, there's not going to be any accountability held for this, we have historical precedent for that being the case. Absolutely.
There have to be consequences. If there are no consequences, the law doesn't exist. There have to be consequences.
Got all redacted files from the FBI. And it's not the fault of the Justice Department attorneys. They were just told upload things that Donald Trump's FBI had already scrubbed. It's a blatant violation of the...
I think that it was scrubbed 3 times, potentially 4 times. I think that it was scrubbed at whenever Epstein was killed, because obviously he died whenever Trump was president. I think that it was scrubbed whenever Democrats got power again in 2021. And I think that it might have also been scrubbed at the end of Biden's presidency with him leaving. And then I think that it was scrubbed a 4th time. And I'm making all this up, by the way. And it was scrubbed a 4th time whenever Trump then took office and they planned on releasing the files.
And while I don't disagree with Asmongold's theory, I will say the Trump aspect of it, and really even the Biden aspect of it, if I'm remaining intellectually honest, doesn't matter. After what we learned about the CIA last night and all these other, arms of the government, these intelligence agencies, they do what they want regardless of presidential directive. I mean, half of last night's show was explaining how the CIA blatantly disregarded direct orders from President Nixon and got away with it. So whether it's Trump or Biden is kind of irrelevant. The scrubbing would have happened no matter what president was in power, and the scrubbing likely happened regardless of whether it was ordered by a president or not. Johnny for the 5 bangers says, make wood chippers great again. Agreed. Absolutely. Make wood chippers great again. 100% agreed. But yeah, as much as I would love to just blame Joe Biden and blame the left and blame the Democrats and whatnot, with some of the stuff that we learned from yesterday's TFH episode and what we can extrapolate and apply today to this Epstein file stuff. And I made the comparison directly on the show last night. So you guys that were watching that are here now, you'll remember me saying this. Whatever scrubbing of the documentation happened likely was done of their own volition and not due to presidential decree, left or right. On June of May with a $5 super sticker, shout out, Payer Working Out says, keep it up, thank you. Let me play you guys a clip. I've been playing clips with super chats. Let me do that again. Let me fix that. This is for you. Truly appreciate it, guys.
How you doing, sir? Good. Can we talk to you? Where are you from? Do you live in New York?
Who are you?
Don Lemon.
You're a fucking moron, dude.
Shout out. Thank
that's
you.
What probably happened.
The Epstein
I'm making this up.
Transparency Act, but it also asks a fundamental question. Who are they protecting? Why are they protecting these rich and powerful men, people I call part of the Epstein class? Why are we in a country where there is no elite accountability for people who do the most heinous things?
We're not in a country where there's no accountability. We're in a world. We are in a world where there's every name he named except for Leslie Wexner, to my knowledge, is a foreign operative. Foreign leader, foreign business owner, ties to foreign leaders and foreign business owners, whatever it may be. This is not just a thing with America. This is the entire world. This is the entire world.
You have in England the king now calling for an investigation and possible prosecution of his own brother.
We're going to talk about that after
in Norway the princess who no longer has support to be the queen.
Good.
And yet in the United States of America, we have someone in the cabinet, Howard Lutnick, who is all over these Epstein files, who allegedly had business with Epstein after he was convicted of pedophilia, and he still is in the cabinet.
That's pretty bad.
We need to ask ourselves, are we in America going to have elite accountability? Are we going to call on rich and powerful people who broke the law or cavorted with a pedophile, a convicted pedophile?
What are the odds that Mr. Ro Khanna here, or Kyle Massey, or Thomas Massie, or both, what are the odds that they die suddenly, they have a heart attack, or a car accident, or they fall off the deck of their 3-story house, or something like that? I'm saying, I think for the next couple years, we should really be watching the news. If Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie die, we know who did it. We absolutely know who did it.
Are we going to call them to account? Are we going to have prosecutions for billionaires who went to this island and either raped underage girls or saw underage girls being raped and didn't say anything? Are we going...
Massie's wife died suddenly already? What? I didn't know that. Thomas Massie wife died. Rhonda K. Howard Massie, age 51, Garrison County, Kentucky, passed away. Oh, June of 2024 at home. Witty, intelligent, practical comment. Shortly after having children. From what? Being a wife, mother, and daughter. What did she die of? Has died in Kentucky moved forward tribute to his high school sweetheart, love of my life, and no details about the cause of death were immediately provided. All right. That's cause of death. Cause of death, respiratory complications of chronic autoimmune myopathy. Exact type, etiology unknown. The death is contributed by multiple additional autoimmune diseases. That's pretty poignant considering what we were talking about yesterday. That's very interesting.
To have investigations? I'll tell you what this is about.
There needs to be, like, I mean, I don't know about treating people like they're guilty, but there needs to be investigations. They have to look into this, even if it's embarrassing.
It's not just about the 1,200 survivors. It's about 2 tiers of justice.
Someone in chat said this is anti-Semitism.
In America.
They had to be joking. They had to be joking.
It's about people who can accumulate wealth and power and don't have to care about the rest of America.
That's right.
They have destroyed so much of this country. Income inequality is at a 60-year high.
Wait, what? I thought it was the highest it's ever been. This is the first time I'm hearing this. My understanding is that it's higher now than ever.
Workers' salaries are less than they have been
Same. Yeah, that's what I
for
thought.
75 years as a part of GDP. Somehow this country seems to be working for the rich and powerful, but it's not working for ordinary working class Americans.
This is all well and good, but I don't give a fuck about your liberal Democrat talking points. Yeah, I get to the Epstein stuff. That's what we're here for. I don't care about your liberal talking points about the economy right now.
I say enough. It's time to begin with accountability for the Epstein class.
Yes, there we
Hold
go.
them in front of Congress. Those people who visited the island or did business with Epstein after he was a convicted pedophile.
100%.
Investigate them.
100%.
Prosecute them. And let's return to democratic accountability in the United States of America. Let's return to one system of justice in the United States of America. Let's return to a place where every American has a stake in this country.
That's right. 100%, man. And I think the last part really matters a lot. One of the reasons why, I'm gonna link y'all the video, right? This is a great video. I'm very happy to see this. I am extremely fucking happy to see this, and I hope that more people bring it up. And on top of that, now you even have the British Crown that's roaching out. Even they are roaching out now. Buckingham Palace stands ready to support the police in previous Prince Andrew inquiries.
This relates to the release of those Epstein files because in the last few minutes, King Charles has made his first intervention in the Epstein scandal. He said that he is ready to support the police as they consider allegations against Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Here's a bit of the statement. The King has made clear in words and through unprecedented actions his profound concern at allegations which continue to come to light in respect of Mr. Mountbatten Windsor's conduct. That is according to a Buckingham Palace spokesperson. While the specific claims in question are for Mr. Mountbatten Windsor to address, if we are approached by Thames Valley Police, we stand ready to support them, as you would expect. Now, this all comes...
Yeah, I don't believe it for a moment. We stand ready to support them now. Again, because these people never see consequences. Ever. Like, as one can say, yeah, the UK government's roaching out. When I don't believe it for a moment. Dude, these people never see consequences. He was stripped of his princely title and given, like, a stipend to live in basically this beautiful, luxurious manor away from the royal family. It doesn't matter. They're basically like, hey, you're not a prince anymore, but here's all this money to go away and live in absolute luxury, more or less as a hermit.
After Thames Valley Police confirmed it's assessing whether there are grounds to investigate a complaint by the anti-monarchy group Republic, which reported Mountbatten Windsor for suspect.
You gotta, I mean, like, really, I mean, this dude's crawling around on the island with a bunch of underage girls and there's accusations. Like, you really think that there's not a reason to do an investigation? I'm not saying he's guilty, but, like, damn. You know,
I'm saying he's guilty. I'm absolutely saying he's guilty. Leon, innocent until proven guilty. Yes, for Americans. These are Brits. I don't give a fuck about them. Guilty, motherfucker.
That's pretty bad. What should the punishment be for the most egregious examples in the files? It depends. So, in my opinion, I think that I can't say what my opinion is.
misconduct in public office and breach of official secrets. So that is the
That's
very
exactly
latest,
what you think it is.
Very surprising intervention by King Charles into the Epstein scandal.
So people say there is no intervention. The king doesn't have any real power. This is a dog and pony show. This is absolutely a dog and pony show.
The king hardly ever comments or has any influence on current politics, so this is a pretty unique situation.
Unprecedented even. Let's now hear a little bit more about this from our royal correspondent, Helena Wilkinson, who had told me a little bit more about this extraordinary statement from the palace.
Yeah.
I think the statement is quite extraordinary. It's the first time, really, that we have heard that through this statement, through the palace spokesperson's statement, that the King's profound concerns at allegations which continue to come to light in respect and directly naming in that statement the King's younger brother, Mr. Mountbatten Windsor's conduct.
That's crazy.
Where the statement points to the unprecedented actions that will likely be referring to when the King, if we cast our minds back to late last year, the King stripped his younger brother of his titles, including Duke of York and also Prince, which he had.
It is not based. It is, again, I'm so disappointed Asmongold doesn't get this. This is clearly all for optics. It is, whether he was stripped of his titles or whatnot. Hold on. Prince Andrew stipend after titles revoked. Following the revocation of his titles, Prince Andrew's funding has been significantly reduced, but reports in King Charles III is replacing previous allowances with a smaller private annuity. While he previously received around $1 million annually, he's now expected to receive a much smaller, undisclosed sum. I'm pretty sure it was disclosed. It's still somewhere in the hundreds of thousands. Reports suggest new significantly lower annual stipend will be provided from King Charles' private funds to prevent him from overspending rather than funding a royal lifestyle. Despite initial agreements for potential six-figure sum of $488,342 for leaving the Royal Lodge, reports indicate this mostly will be denied due to necessary repairs and upkeep costs of the property. Andrew still receives a Navy pension of roughly $26,000 a year. Future funding, while he is not being left completely penniless, his ability to maintain high-cost residence like Royal Lodge has been removed. I'm pretty sure. All right, let's take a look at this. Remains under scrutiny as Buckingham Palace finalizes plans for his future as a commoner. Let's see. Windsor's $20,000 a year, Navy pension, sources close to medicine, distributed his titles. Palace statement on Thursday said he had three majesties, which made clear that his thoughts on Muslim things. The Prime Minister said to fully support the King's decision. Let's see. I think that if Andrew was asked to do something by a Senate committee, then I would have thought he would want to comply. Now, this is not really telling us anything. Private financial provision for his brother. Will make her own arrangements. He will retain their titles as daughters of the son of sovereign. This house follows 2 weeks after the difficult negotiations. King's decisions. Repeat allegations, strenuously denied. What has become given all this. Yeah, the point is he still has a large plot of land, and he is still getting some sort of government assistance. I highly doubt it's as low as they're saying, because there's never consequences for these people. There's never consequences for these people. So I don't believe it for a moment.
Since he was born, but that statement continuing, while the specific claims in question are for Mr. Mountbatten Windsor to address, if we are approached by Thames Valley Police, we stand ready to support them as you would expect. So a significant statement this evening from a palace spokesperson, and clearly this issue is not going away for the royal family, but it appears that the King has decided that he has to put something further out. And we heard earlier, didn't we, from the Prince...
I think the fact that they're saying something about this and they took away this dude's titles, like, you know what I think? I bet they probably know more about it than the news does.
Well, duh. That's why they took away his titles and stuff. They're putting on something optically to be like, hey, you guys are very upset the fact that the prince here raped children, so we're going to take away all of his titles and basically excommunicate him from the royal family. But privately, we're going to continue giving him money and support, and we're going to let him live on a plot of land that is still far more luxurious than the average commoner would ever live on. But we're not going to tell you any of that, because then you guys would be upset at us. So, yeah, we know everything.
I mean, you really think this guy doesn't know what his brother's doing? He probably knows what happened. Like, realistically, like, he probably knows.
The Princess of Wales, Prince William, who is currently in Saudi Arabia on a trip there, asked by the UK government before he arrived in Saudi Arabia. Prince William and the Princess of Wales put out a statement. First time we heard from them publicly, saying that they were deeply concerned by the latest revelations about Jeffrey Epstein in their first public statement on the scandal. But this statement from the palace spokesperson this evening really going one step further, referring specifically to Mr. Mountbatten Windsor's conduct, and saying that while the specific claims in question...
So Mike has bad news, says Asmongold's so impressive. Here's the thing about Asmongold's content, though. It makes for the best content to do commentary over, because he does minimal pausing, and there's such large videos, anywhere from 30 minutes to hour and a half long videos, without any pausing, without any editing, without any sort of cutting. It makes for very easy to give a full version of events for us then to have our discussions and our opinions around.
Mr. Mountbatten Windsor to address if they are approached by the police, then they are willing to support them.
I mean, that in itself is extraordinary, Helena, isn't it?
It is. We know that the King has previously put out various statements, and in this statement here this evening, it touches on their Majesty's thoughts and sympathies have been and remain with the victims of any and all forms of abuse. We knew previously from sources that they felt that it was up to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor as to whether he would answer any questions, and it was his conscience, really. But this evening...
He is bald as hell, right? Like, look at that. God damn.
I have no idea either, Dex.
Fuck. Man, I remember whenever I was a kid, he used to have good hair.
You say it's good because there's nothing more annoying than pausing every 5 seconds? No, fuck that. I love pausing. I love pausing videos to give you guys my thoughts and my opinions. But it's very convenient when others don't do it so that I can abuse the privilege.
And then he just like totally...
Speaking of unimpressive, are you getting into Pam Bondi? Not tonight. I mean, I've done large chunks of shows where we talk about Pam Bondi and roast her into oblivion. I don't think any of that's on tonight's docket, though.
Totally crashed out, man. Holy... Wow.
Two things here specifically.
We are getting into the Elijah Schaffer stuff, though. After this, we're getting into the Elijah Schaffer stuff because I feel so fucking vindicated. I've hated that dude since his rise to prominence. Elijah Schaffer has been a stain on the MAGA movement. I feel so vindicated. That dude is a hypocritical piece of shit.
Naming Andrew Mountbatten Windsor in this statement, and also that they are ready to support Thames Valley Police if they are approached. It is an extraordinary statement.
Man, that is not looking good for him. And thank God for that. I wouldn't want to see them hiding it or any other bullshit. So I'm very happy that apparently something is going on. Things are actually real. Epstein's emails sent...
midterms are in November. Trump should make a super body slam move to avoid being plowed under. Here's the dealio. They're not going to. They're not going, because if there's one thing that the right wing is awful at, and I mean just genuinely fucking terrible at, it's optics. The right wing are going to take massive L's in the midterms. Unless they do something right in the lead up to curry just mass amounts of favor that is just unescapable news. Yo, Amalgamite, shout out. Thanks for the raid. If the right wing do not do something to shake the news irreparably in their favor, they are getting destroyed in the midterms. Like, whether you want it to be true or not, whether you like what Trump's done for the first 2 years of administration or not, that is all largely irrelevant. Right now, optically, the right is being crushed. The right is getting absolutely destroyed. Even if you're an informed individual and you like some of the things they're doing and you know some of the things they're doing, that doesn't matter. Most people don't see it because of the way it's being framed and the way the news is reacting to it and the information is being put out there. People are unhappy. People are buying into the supposed abuses of ICE, this, that, and the other. The Republicans are optically fucked for the midterms. And I don't see a way they can turn around. Maybe they can. It's only February. They got a lot. They got some months to turn around. But that is what they're bad at. That is what they're the absolute worst at, is optics. So yeah. They got a slim chance to fix some shit, but I highly doubt it. Again, Amalgamite Raiders, shout out. Truly appreciate it. Thank you. We talked about some Epstein Files stuff. Appreciate you. Let's have a good time.
By alleged victims? What is this here? Oh my fucking God. The worst Epstein document I've seen. Yeah, some of this is just fucking... Oh, is this a new one? Let me see it.
There are a lot of viral mentions about the 11-year-old, 10-year-old, people sending these photos to Jeffrey.
Amalgamite, have we ever actually spoken? I'm almost positive I follow you on X. I don't know if we've ever actually spoken. Pretty sure you're a cool fuck. Yeah, we follow each other. Cool. Yeah, shout out. I don't know if we've actually interacted on stream before. We should. You're awesome. Thanks for the raid.
Epstein. There are a lot of viral mentions about the 11-year-old, 10-year-old, people sending these photos to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
Did you uncover who sent those photos?
I looked directly at the emails that have been widely circulated pertaining to the age 11, and I have it written down on my notes, the permission to kill email.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad one.
Snow White, the littlest girl was naughty, etc. And those ones were directly sent by alleged victims.
Wow.
So the most disturbing and darkest.
So it says right here that she has seen the unredacted files. I don't give a fuck if the politicians have seen the unredacted files. We need to see the unredacted files. It's that like that. Now that would curry favor. That is something the right wing could do to get the dub. If the right wing wants a midterm dub, that's what they do. Unredact everything. Unredact everything.
And sickest emails were sent by women to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, and some of them pertaining to, jerky, whatever that is. Yeah.
Man.
And so so just quick follow. What is jerky? Like, what is that exactly?
I think that's the question. I don't know if it's like, and again, like going into specifically just.
Jerky's a weird one, man. I don't know what jerky could be code for. We've talked about it on stream. We've tried to figure it out. So, I mean, like, jerky's a real fucking weird one. Baby, the other white meat. Jerky means human meat. Okay, so that's the assumption, is that it means human meat. But so are they just eating humans in general? Because the whole thing was like they're eating babies and whatnot. You wouldn't use jerky for babies. You wouldn't use the term jerky for babies. Or I mean, I guess you could, but that would just like cheese pizza, CP, chopper, like that makes sense, right? Hot dogs and pizza and whatnot, those ones make sense. You could see how they could be the categorized one way or the other. Jerky's a weird one to use. And grape soda. Grape soda is another weird one to use. Jerky is not a code. It's related to his actual diet.
Based on what this is.
Dehydrated and salted. Well, I mean, yeah, but like, if you were going to eat a baby, why would you dehydrate it? I would, because like people like veal, right? People love veal. If you were gonna eat a baby, why would you why wouldn't you like give that thickness, that tenderness? I'm being serious too. No, I'm being. Was grape soda referring to? People are saying grape soda likely refers to baby blood. Yeah, I'm actually very offended at the culinary aspect of this, Dax. You're like again, y'all know me. You know, I'm somewhat of a chef, somewhat of a cook. I love cooking. Like, I've had a whole lot of jerky in my life. I never had veal jerky. When I have veal, I cook that bitch up like normal. Jerky's a fetus. That'd be jerky being a fetus. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe jerky could be a fetus. But yeah, if you were gonna eat a baby, you wouldn't dehydrate it and salt it. That's a horrible way to do it. No, you don't eat brain. You can eat pretty much everything in the human body. PK the one only, but you can't eat brains and you can't eat spinal cord fluid. It could kill you. Yeah, there's like enzymes and stuff within the human brain. If you eat human brains, it is one of the most toxic things you could do.
I don't know.
Code
the
word.
Context is
It has to be a code word. Nobody talks about jerky like this.
Weird. Yeah, it's a code word and it's weird, but either which way.
We have beef jerky in the studio, okay? So, like, you know, Klein and I know, I've never spoken to my team or anything. There's no correspondence of me talking about jerky this obsessively. There's hundreds of emails about jerky.
It's a code.
This might be another good reason to nuke the Discord, boys. I have talked about meat obsessively because I'm on the carnivore diet. I got a reason for doing it, but I've talked about meat obsessively in the Discord.
He saw my video about it. Bro, like,
you can eat brain, but it might come back to haunt you. Kuru disease. I don't know the name of it. I'll look it up right now. But yeah, eating brain can kill you. Disease from eating human brains. Yeah, correct. Kuru. Eating human brains associated with contracting Kuru, a rare, fatal, and incurable neurodegenerative disorder caused by infectious proteins called prions. The disease was historically linked to ritualistic cannibalism among 4 people of Papua New Guinea. So yeah, you're correct, Molly. Kuru. I don't remember if that was the name of it or not. Point is, eating human brains fucking... You can eat just about everything else. You can eat just about anything else from a human, right? You could eat any other part of a human. But brains and spinal fluid will fucking kill you.
I feel like so many people sent me this clip. Apparently the video of me talking about the jerky stuff with the Epstein files, so many people saw this. That's a lot. Your mom was right about everything? Yeah.
And some of those emails were sent by women and women that specifically claim to be victims.
So you're saying that these victims are being groomed into
there's
becoming
evidence.
Traffickers themselves?
There's evidence.
Of course. Duh. No shit.
Evidence of that, yes. I'm not saying all of them.
So they're not actually victims. They're not.
Well, they're victims and they're also...
Yeah, I don't know if this is a hot take or not. You can be a victim and still need to be punished for doing something terrible. Like, they were groomed into it. They were underage. They were controlled. They were manipulated. And then they would grow up to become the traffickers themselves and whatnot. There is a level of being... Like, you're still a victim. But that doesn't mean you are not to be held responsible for the atrocities you did under that victim situation.
This is what happens, right? Is somebody begins as a victim and they get molested, fucked with, and everything. It short circuits their brain. And you even have, I mean, there's like a psychology thing. This is not a one-to-one, but it's a similarity.
There we go, yeah. Tiger King says it's common. Gravewalker says complex thing. What is a child raised in a psycho cult? A new monster or an old victim? I mean, it's not mutually exclusive. It, in fact, can be and is, in my opinion, both. It is both. You are not fully absolved of your sin just because the greater sin is done to you. Yeah, right. Exactly, Garrett.
Of Stockholm Syndrome. There's even a terminology for talking about this phenomenon. It's not like this is some kind of crazy thing nobody's thought of.
Well, I think that there are some that are actual victims, but I also think that at a certain point, if you, depending on the severity of...
They're both victims and also perpetrators. It's not... This isn't simple.
What you're doing, I think that there's a gray area and then you become a co-conspirator.
Yeah, exactly. Put a person in hell, yeah, you should do a segment every day where you send you code words from the Epstein files, you look them up, bro. Yeah, maybe I should. It's more simple than that. Then they get used up, they tell them, if you want to stop getting molested, bring me the next victim. Yeah, that seems like that probably makes sense for sure. And yeah, no, this is really where things are going, right? And I feel like, really, I mean, it's just getting more extreme, more dramatic, more of this is coming out. Like, and then apparently they were using your child's school pictures and yearbooks like a shopping catalog.
I'm rarely rendered speechless. I'm rarely rendered speechless. But I don't even know how to respond to that. Because, I mean, that's an accurate way to put it. That is absolutely an accurate way to put it. They're using your child's school pictures and yearbooks like a shopping catalog. Ugh. How do you make a comment on that, dude? Oh, and June and May, this is not my darkest stream ever. In fact, so far with the Epstein stuff, this has been the lightest stream we've done of all the Epstein stuff.
They could identify and locate children like they were ordering.
Now, that being said, I was safe. I know why, because I dye my hair. I'm naturally a ginger. And ain't nobody flipping through a fucking yearbook and seeing a little, like, 9-year-old Ginger Leon and be like, yeah, I want to fuck the ginger kid. Because gingers are disgusting. So, like, I'm safe. I was always passed over in the catalog.
Them from a menu.
I see your test, Future.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That is crazy. I don't. It has me shook. I mean, what the hell do you expect they doing? Like, this is 100% this what they doing. Absolutely. And so, no, it's even probably going to get worse, too. And this is the guy, billionaire Les Wexner, founder of Victoria's Secret.
Yeah, again, he was not the founder. We looked that up earlier. Les Wexner was not the founder, but he did buy it for $1 million in, I think they said 81 or whatever, and turned it into the company that's known as today.
Is now unredacted as a co-conspirator. He gave Epstein...
He was one of the very first names dropped immediately. Like, Wexner's name has been out there since Jeffrey Epstein was murdered. Right? This one should be the least surprising name of all time. He was the first name dropped. Before Bill Clinton, before Bill Gates, before Donald Trump, before any other names came out, because Wexner was Jeffrey Epstein, supposedly, his very first client. No, Daxnar, hold on. Y'all are misunderstanding. No, Wexner. Anyway, ginger women are hot as fuck. Ginger women are like God's gift to it. Like, I will take a ginger woman over any other breed of woman. Ginger dudes are fugly as shit. There's like ginger dudes, disgusting. Ginger women, oh my god, let's go.
Power of attorney and a Manhattan mansion. Wait a minute. So this guy gave Jeffrey Epstein a Manhattan mansion? Well, why would he do that? That seems a little bit like, that's weird. Why would somebody just give away a mansion like that? Wow. What are the odds of that? Do you think Wayfair was actually in on it? I don't think they were in on it, but they were probably used as a tool for it. Yeah. So this is just more. And then also keep in mind, apparently, this is what's so fucking insane. I did not expect this to happen. Is that a lot of people are now finding out that Trump was one of the first people who fucking was a whistleblower on Jeffrey Epstein. More evidence that Trump was the original Jeffrey Epstein whistleblower is coming out in the court documents. Trump was responsible for Epstein's first conviction, and Epstein knew and was livid.
This information has been out for ages now. This is one of those things that bother me when people try to like keep implicating Trump and whatnot. This evidence has been out there for ages. Like, I'm pretty sure this was revealed during the Biden administration.
Oh my God. So you remember whenever this came out?
Not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
2018. So it would have actually still been during Trump's first administration. Got it.
The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago.
The only thing that I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who, in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know.
Man.
And was very helpful in the information that he gave, and gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved in anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and that we didn't have to take a deposition of him.
That was in 2009?
That was in 2009. I can tell you that I
2000.
talked to President...
I mean, again, 2009. Now, when did Trump first run? Because he ran, I believe it was in 2012. He ran on a Republican ticket, but he was the very first one to drop out. 2016 wasn't his first run. I believe 2012 was. Did Donald Trump run on the Republican ticket in 2012, but drop out early? T's run ultimately announced May 11th that he would run, but not pursue choosing to remain private sector and continue hosting the apprentice instead. I mean, maybe he talked about in the lead up to the 2012 election, Trump gained significant media attention by promoting conspiracy theories about President Barack Obama's birth. Yeah, I remember that. Just opt out. He formally announced on May that he would not run. Okay. Either way, yeah, he was talking about back then. So if this was in 2009, this is still 3 years before his this is still 3 years before he would actually even begin like serious considerations.
President Trump back...
No, he did not run in the 80s. He talked in the 80s about the possibility of him running someday.
In 2009, and several times after that, he didn't think that it was a hoax then. In fact, he helped me. He got on the phone. He told me things that were helping our investigation. Now, our investigation wasn't looking into him, but he was helping us then.
This was in 2009. So apparently, and here's the article here. Or this is the file. Knew Epstein was disgusting. Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative. She is evil and to focus on her. As I said, generational, massive bitch. Like, nobody has said a single... I have not heard a single good thing about Ghislaine Maxwell from anyone. At least, like, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein, there's, like, people smiling with him. And, like, you know, it's like he's hanging out with people. Like, nobody, like...
Just look out, he ran with the Reform Party in 99-2000. Okay, gotcha. Appreciate the clarification most you can have. Thank you.
This bitch. Nobody liked her. Oh, my God. Trump told Blank that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out they were investigating Epstein. No one could explain how Epstein made his money. They knew he worked for Bear Stearns. Blank was told that Epstein was kind of a technical guy that would make it happen if you didn't want to know how. None of the victims that PBD spoke with said they had sexual contact with men other than Epstein while in Epstein's orbit. Blank...
yeah, that's a good comparison, Eddie. Epstein was a psychopath. Ghislaine was a sociopath, so easy to see why she was hated. And not only that, I mean, like, if we're being honest here for a moment, they did date, and he broke up with her. Now you could say it's because she was too old for him. Maybe. But isn't it equally possible that she was just that much of an unlikable bitch as well? It's like, look. We can't date, not because I prefer 13-year-old pussy, but because you're a fucking bitch, but you're also a great business partner, so let's keep working together. Just saying.
Had one time went out screaming. Prince Andrew was a fixture in Palm Beach, and he had no protection while there. Blank had done interviews in the past, and this is all the rest of it, right? So Jeffrey Epstein thought that Trump ratted him out. Wolf alleged Epstein came to believe that it was Trump who had first caused him to be investigated by the law enforcement.
Clippable moments brought to you by Hypnotic.
in 2005.
Even Hypno wouldn't clip something like that. He knows that's too far. If he puts that in an intro, it could burn his channel. I think I'm clip safe for that.
Man. You are right. People don't care. They're already convinced Trump's bad. Nothing can fix it. I already told you that. That's what was going to happen no matter what. So, Trump will resign by the end of the year. I don't know, guys. I'm not.
That is crazy. Why would Trump resign? Like, most of the problems people have with the Trump administration aren't actually with Trump themselves or himself. It's with other individuals in his administration. It's issues with Kash Patel. It's issues with Pam Bondi. Like, most folk don't have... obviously, the Trump derangement syndrome, Trump haters, they do. But MAGA voters that are fans of Trump or whatnot, that are calling out the bad things happening within the MAGA movement, like your boy here, like myself, most of our ire is directed at people under Trump. So what? Like, there's literally no indication that Trump would resign. And even if he did, oh no, we get Just Dance Vance, right? We get JD Advanced, which is even fucking better. Sure, go for it, Trump. Resign. Like, when a vice president takes over, that doesn't count as their term. You telling me that we can get JD Advanced for 2 years plus a potential 2 terms of 8 more, 10 years of JD Advanced? I mean, sure, go ahead. Step down, Trump. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, no. There's no reason whatsoever that he would resign. Bondi's a disgrace. They made a tantrum meltdown. Oh, dude. Bondi is worse than... I fucking loathe that broad. I think that Pam Bondi has done more damage to the Trump administration than any other singular individual could have possibly done.
Not sure. I mean, it definitely makes him look pretty good to have this happen. For it to come out, look, this is proven true today.
That he's not saying that what Epstein did is
Yeah, President Trump was an FBI informant in order to take down Epstein. It looks like this is proven true today from the release of the Epstein documents. Oh my God. I don't think anybody was predicting this. I don't. Why was Trump calling it a hoax? This was some other reason. And we solved the torture video false narrative. What is this here? If I can find it, there's some other bullshit. And let's see if there's anything else. Collecting info after his arrest. Oh my God. Let me see if I can find the rest of it. So
I'm kind of disgusted with Kash Patel on this, but the thing is, if Trump was innocent, why did he just handle these files so fucking poorly? So that's an excellent question, Garrett. Now, first of all, I 100% agree with the being disgusted with Kash Patel part. I agree. 100% disgusted with how Kash Patel handled this. Absolutely. If Trump was innocent in this, why did he handle the files so fucking poorly? So here's the thing about people in power. Even if you are innocent, people around you, other media apparatuses, other individuals in power, other people in governments, other people in media, people in 3-letter organizations, they all have power. And there's some levels of bureaucratic power that you just can't loophole out of, president or not. That's not necessarily defense of Trump, because I agree this has been handled abhorrently. Like, the Epstein files and how it's been handled is one of the biggest shames of this administration. And I don't think that can ever be overlooked or understated. But you can also make the argument that, because it doesn't change the outcome. The outcome will always be this was handled atrociously. Details within that outcome can still be that there are tied hands, there are other plays at work. There's so many variables that this could be the best of a bad situation, and it doesn't alter that this would still be a bad situation. I know people roll their eyes. This is 5D chess. I don't think it was 5D chess. I'll be real. I don't. Unless we see them use this for some sort of massive W for the midterms, I don't think this is 5D chess.
He was the one that actually roached out on him first. Do you think Trump and Elon played the bait game here? This is also one from 2016. Okay, let me see if I can pull it up. Trump would have said to begin with if this was the case, I don't know. I actually don't know.
Okay, let me mention some names to you and just get a quick response. Hillary Clinton.
Like a one-word response, I sort of think of Benghazi. I think of a failed Secretary of State.
Bill Clinton.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
Barack Obama.
Incompetent president.
Okay.
Man. This was a year, what is this?
No, as a conservative, I agree this was handled like shit from him saying, why are we still hung up on the files and Bondi and Cash is not getting the info right? Clearly no good communication. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I agree. So, you can be charitable. You can be charitable, and like, for example, when that interviewer asked him about the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, and he's all like, oh, it's a Democrat hoax and whatnot, you can be charitable and interpret that as them trying to implicate him in the files is a Democrat hoax, as opposed to the Epstein stuff itself being a hoax. But even if you are being charitable, you would have to admit that even if that was what he meant, even if that was his intent, it was worded in such a way that it was just so destructive to his credibility and to the transparency of his administration, to the administration as a whole. And that's, again, being... If we were to be charitable about it. Now, I try to be charitable until it's time to not be charitable. I try to do that evenly amongst any sort of situation that I cover. And there are some periods of time, there's some instances where your charity's out the window. Your charity's out the fucking window because you've blown it too many times.
Say, this is years before reporting about Epstein's notorious island made headlines.
That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it. The island was an absolute cesspool. So,
The Clintons are friends
and he's
of
been
yours,
there
right?
for many
The
times.
Clintons are friends
Well,
of
I can't say friends, but I know
You're
them.
friendly. You know them.
They play at my clubs a lot. I have clubs, and everybody likes to play
Are
at
you
my
saying
clubs.
there's a political problem for her if she runs for president?
It could be a political problem. Look, he could be a political problem. Right now, he's Teflon, and right now, maybe not.
Do I regret the fact that he has quite obviously conducted himself in a...
Despite how badly the Epstein files have been handled, do you think we'd have ever gotten this much of the files released, if any at all, from any future administration? First, I don't think that we're going to get... So, the answer is a technical yes. The answer is a technical yes, in that we probably would have gotten what we got with the JFK and MLK files. We would have gotten these files in 40 to 60 years. We would have gotten them from some administration, left, right, doesn't matter, in 40 to 60 years. When everybody that could possibly be prosecuted or have any sort of accountability held to them and whatnot was all long dead. So technically, yeah, a future administration. But in all reality, no. I think this is the best we're going to get. And the best we're going to get right now is this dog and pony show where there will still be no accountability, nobody held to task, no prosecutions, no prison time, no motherfucking wood chippers. Nothing. And yeah, I agree, Eddie. He is absolutely Israel first. And that is my other biggest issue with Trump. It's my other the Epstein files and Israel first are my biggest issues with Trump.
manner unbecoming, yes.
Unbecoming? He was a sex offender.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm being polite, in the sense that he was a sex offender.
But you were staying at the house of
Yes.
a convicted sex offender.
I remember this interview as well, Rex.
It was a convenient place to stay. There is, I mean
If I look, I'm gonna be charitable again. I'm gonna be charitable for a moment. If I was in a situation where there was a blizzard outside, I had nowhere I could stay, nowhere I could go. It is an absolute certainty that I'm going to freeze to death overnight. And a sex offender says, "Leon, I'll let you stay at my place for the night." And my choice is either death or shagging up with a sex offender for one night before I gotta bounce. I'd probably choose it. I would. I like being alive. So I'd probably take it. But something tells me that's not the convenience that our boy here is talking about.
Right.
GK, don't be charitable. It's obviously a fucking joke. Christ, get over yourself.
And I've gone through this in my mind so many times. At the end of the day, with the benefit of all the hindsight that one can have, it was definitely the wrong thing to do.
Really?
I was not a fan of Jeffrey Epstein, and you watched people yesterday saying that I threw him out of a club. I didn't want anything to do with him. That was many, many years ago. It shows you one thing, that I have good taste, okay? Now, other people, they went all over with him. They went to his island, whatever his island was, wherever it is, I was never there. Find out the people that went to the island. I threw him out. In fact...
So he said it even then.
I think the great James Patterson, who's a member of Mar-a-Lago, made a statement yesterday.
Wait, James Patterson, like the author? Like the fucking detective book author, James Patterson?
That many years ago I threw him out. I'm not a fan of Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, anybody else?
Jeffrey Epstein is a terrific guy.
Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. I mean, people in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan. I was not, a long time ago. I'd say maybe 15 years. I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. I was not a fan of his.
Ghislaine Maxwell facing day 2 of her sex trafficking trial here in New York. The jury hearing testimony today from 2 witnesses, including one of Maxwell's accusers and the former personal pilot.
I've seen some of these clips. I haven't seen this one.
To Jeffrey Epstein.
The big moment in the court, Stephen Laurie, today was when the government called the first of 4 accusers against Maxwell. The professional actress, going by the pseudonym Jane in court, she said that she was 14 when Maxwell and Epstein first abused her. Jane said that told the jury that Epstein and Maxwell first approached her in the summer of 1994 when she was at a performing arts camp in Michigan between her 7th and 8th grade years. The prosecutor's questions and Jane's answers painted a picture of Maxwell and Epstein targeting a vulnerable middle schooler whose father's death 9 months earlier left her family broke and homeless, her mother distant and depressed, and her own dreams in doubt. Earlier in the day, Epstein's longtime private pilot gave the jury detailed descriptions of Maxwell's and
Like, does she just not look like a fucking video game villain to anybody else? Like, is she remember the golden age of video games from, like, let's say 96 to about 2010? When they hadn't quite captured perfect mocap and everything yet, but it was still so good that we're like, yeah, we love this shit. She's got like that angular face, the sharp features, a dykey haircut. She's got too many buttons. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. She got too many buttons. She looks like a 2008-ish era Capcom villain.
Epstein's various homes, as well as Epstein's 3 planes he owned. But the pilot also said he never saw any female he thought was under the age of 20 on a plane without a parent, instead describing the 14-year-old Jane as a, quote, mature woman with piercing powder blue eyes.
Wow. So anyway, holy fucking shit. This is insane. I don't know what to think, right? I mean, I don't think anybody really predicted that, you know, people are going to be talking about this in this way. That Trump actually ratted him out this early. File confirms Donald Trump blew the whistle on Jeffrey Epstein's disgusting activities in 2006 phone call with the police. So in 2006, this was before Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of anything. This is before anybody thought he was this horrible guy or there was any...
Not true. Alex Jones did. Alex Jones, even in 2006, said that he was a horror. You can go back. You can find archive footage from the late 90s and early 2000s of Alex Jones talking about Epstein. Another nickel in the Alex Jones was right jar.
Any sort of implication at all. Trump was one of the very first people to call. Trump said Ghislaine Maxwell was evil and to focus on her. Holy fucking shit. I now see why Biden didn't release the Epstein files when he had 4 years to do so. I mean, I don't know, guys. Enough of the flattering distortion of facts. Trump's Epstein's friend. Shame on you. Yep, absolutely. I mean, again, I don't even know if this is a real photo or not.
Fucking facts, amateur analyst. By the way, what up,
did he
homie?
even have gray hair back then? I've never seen this. I feel like I'd probably be seeing this photo all the time. AI? Yeah, I feel like this has got to be an AI photo. I've never even seen this. Man. Trump thought Ghislaine Maxwell was hooked up with her better prison conditions. I mean, if she's going to tell and roach out on people, I'd do the same thing. And how's it Trump can't stop winning? I mean, I do think that, like, his connection with Jeffrey Epstein does make him look bad, right? I mean, like, because a lot of people aren't going to know this. And I do think that, I think this...
See, and here's the thing, and this is why I've been very, like, just... This applies to all sides. Just because your name is in the files doesn't mean you're guilty. Now, if your name is in the little black book, that's a different story. But we ain't see, because people confuse the files with the list, and they're not the same. Just because your name is in the files don't mean shit. Like, dude, let's say that, when did Guardians of the Galaxy come out? Guardians of the Galaxy came out in, like, 2014, right? Something like that. Guardians of the Galaxy came out in, like, 2014. So let's say that, like, Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Gates were emailing back and forth about how much they liked Chris Pratt in Guardians of the Galaxy. Then his name would, Chris Pratt's name would be in the files. That doesn't mean a damn thing. It's the names that are on the list that matter. So it is important to separate the two. Now, if your name's been coming up in the files and you've got, like, direct correspondence and there's a lot of shady shit, that's different. There's some indictment of some character there. Being in the files doesn't say much. Having a blackmail against you is really... Right, exactly.
This is very, very complicated, and I don't think that either... Like, obviously Jeffrey Epstein, but, like, I don't think that Trump was, like, completely in the right here either. Like, I don't have any evidence for that, but, like, there's just something about it that just doesn't really... you know what I mean? Like, there's something about it. I'm not all the way there yet, right?
He said, we have just...
All right, I'm going to drop the video for you guys. You know, give it a like or whatnot. This was good. Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited about everything coming out, dude. This is what I've been waiting for. This is exactly what I've been... Yes, the subject matter of these streams has been dark, because we've been covering the Epstein files a lot lately. But they've led to some really funny jokes and a lot of vindication for us conspiracy theorists. So I'll take that as a dub. Let's see. So what about all the Hollywood people and some blackmail stuff that aren't in the Epstein files? So here's the dealio. I believe that these sorts of pedophile rings and whatnot, they're common. I think the Hollywood stuff is more in lines of, like, Diddy and like lower tier pedophile rings. So with the Epstein stuff, you've got the tip of the top of the most elite, clandestine, the richest of the rich. Like, we're talking about wealth that a percent of would set any of us here in this chat for life. That is more likely to be Epstein level stuff, whereas all the Hollywood folks and all the blackmail, I bet there's rings and pedophile rings and stuff that go in line, and they might have some tangential relationships to the Epstein stuff. But I think that's more in line with, like, Diddy and other lower, like, people that want to be the Epstein. People that want to be the Epstein. But they're not there yet. Diddy wasn't Epstein. Diddy wanted to be a Epstein. U.S. is getting voter ID and indicting the Epstein list is a huge W. Agreed. Absolutely agreed, amateur. Shout out. Oh, right, because I don't remember. Are you from the U.S., amateur? I don't recall. I think you are. I was thinking of Uninspired. Uninspired Reviewer is the one from France. My bad. There's so many of us, guys. I think Jay-Z maybe. Yeah. Now Jay-Z seems like he was tied to Epstein. Oh, you're Canadian. Okay, you're Canadian. So you're part of the Americas. Fair enough. Yeah, Jay-Z I do think was tied to Epstein. 100%. Yeah, it's wild, and the more information comes out about it, the more we're going to cover it. We're not going to stop. I love covering the Epstein shit. It doesn't do good for CTR and algorithmic and whatnot because YouTube don't like it. But we are going to keep talking about it as long as there's stuff to talk about. They're like the media arm of the Epstein. I'm not an elbows up lunatic. My country is cooked. Amateur. God, we don't fucking deserve you. But we spent a hot minute. We spent a hot minute shitting on the left with most of this, with the Epstein stuff. And now it's time to shit on the right. Now it's time to shit on the right. Breaking My Silence from Sydney Watson. And this is a long video, guys. It's a 40-minute video. We're going through all of it. Because Elijah Schaffer, who I have loathed, I could not stand his ascendance into the right-wing commentary pundit space. Because the dude was obviously just a shitty individual. Just a complete prick. He is now getting exposed and you know, like, dude, even Matt Walsh talking ridiculous trash on this guy. And it couldn't be happening to a worse individual. Allegedly. All these accusations are alleged. Alleged. So we're going to get into this. Breaking My Silence. This is about the downfall of Elijah Schaffer. What up, Zax?
Like he's some moral, high and mighty, better than everyone man. He was fired from his job for inappropriate behavior. And not even a year ago at a conservative conference, he did my friend 4 times in one night, unprotected.
You have that post-ejaculate clarity. Post-nut clarity, they call it online these days. But like, because you realize, like, after you nut, you're like, you're just a bunch of holes. And that's really sad because then it devalues women. So then your view of women becomes so low because women really are just a bunch of holes today.
Dumb bitch, please. I'm trying to, like, god damn it. Being such a fucking whore. I'm like, literally like, oh, hey, you know what? You had a couple beers. Oh, why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me? You know why? You're a fucking whore, you're a bitch.
We have a lot to talk about. Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And a trip into hell is precisely what this video is. I think for a lot...
What up, Jim? It's been a minute. Sorry, Leon, I haven't been around in a while. Right before I said everything, gave me a message about my response. Dude, okay, shout out. What's up?
Of people, this video is going to be a long time coming, and for my new subscribers and for new friends of the channel, you are all going to be extremely confused, and I do not blame you for that. Your mama bird had a life before I hatched all of you from your eggs, okay? That was a weird analogy. I'm sorry about that one. Jokes aside, I think it is also worth noting too that as this video progresses, I want you to keep in mind that while all of this to most of you is spectator sport and more specifically blood sport,
it is. This is absolutely blood sport. This is internet blood sports, and it's what I live for. Like, look, I understand why there's so many accusations about me being a flaming homosexual. I know why everybody believes that your boy Leon be gay. Because I love the tea, baby. I love the drama. I love the internet blood sports. I love it when the left eats the left. I love it when the right eats the right. I like sitting here and watching it all burn to the fucking ground.
This is my actual life, and the things that have happened have directly impacted my actual life. So the subject matter of this video is very sad and very dark, and it has brought me a tremendous amount of stress and pain over the last 4-ish years. And I say it's dark because it concerns a masterclass in manipulative behavior, compulsive and pathological lying, cheating, what I consider to be a form of grooming
anarchy is showing, absolutely.
Sexual assault, and a host of other really untoward and negative things. It also concerns me being harassed both privately and publicly since about 2022-ish, and not being able to defend myself during this entire time. Funnily enough, after all of these years, everybody has been able to weigh in on my situation but me. And finally, I'm in a...
Everybody's been able to weigh in on my situation but me. Sydney, I like you, but welcome to the internet, honey.
Position where I would like to tell my side of the story and hopefully give myself some closure. So for those of you who don't know, I was friends with and formerly worked with an individual and an online commentator called Elijah Schaffer.
Catch you later, Anjuna.
Recently exposed for having an affair, so to speak, with one of his employees, a woman named Sarah Stock. I will probably show you some unrelated clips of these two for visual purposes, so you can put a name to a face.
You know, I was actually nervous for everybody, considering the fact that, like, you were trying...
So, yeah, the long story short, and this is all I know about the situation. This dude right here is Elijah Schaffer. For those of you who might not know, this is Elijah Schaffer. and he presents himself as some good old down-home, straight, Christian values, the family means everything, MAGA-type political commentators, right? He's a big Trump guy, big MAGA guy, all about Christian values, all about the family, all about traditionalism, can't stand the troons and trannies, which, to be fair, based, been boning his co-host, allegedly. His hot young blonde co-host with his wife and kids at home. You love to see it, baby. You love to see the hypocrisy.
Trying to pull the sword out, and like you just didn't. You were trying to pull
and it
it
was
out.
kind of heavy, and I almost like dropped it on my shoulder too, and.
Not good at wielding the sword. That's definitely a true statement. So.
Amateur Analyst says, didn't Tim Pool get exposed for selling out at the Kremlin? No. Anybody that's been watching me knows, by the way, that I don't particularly care for Tim Pool. I watch the show from time to time. I enjoy, the coverage, but I don't like him as an individual. So when I defend him right now, I'm just trying to clarify that it's not coming from a place of bias. So Tim Pool and several other right-wing content creator channels were accused of taking Russian money. That isn't true. Now, the company that was above them, Tenet Media, which was ran by an individual named Lauren Southern, the accusation was on her that her company, Tenet Media, was taking this Russian money, and they were using the money to fund these influencers and political podcasters and whatnot under the Tenet Media brand. So Tim Pool and several other content creators, Lauren Chin. Did I say Laura Southern? I meant Lauren Chin. Thank you for the correction. I meant Lauren Chin, not Laura Southern. Sorry. Anyway, Tim Pool and several of the other content creators that were being paid by Tenet Media, their claim was they did not know anything about this, about anything where the money was coming from, and they actually provided all evidence and all information, all financial info to the FBI for vindication, and they were vindicated. Lauren Chin, it's still up in the air with her. I've heard and seen evidence that this was actually all fabricated. It was a hoax. I've seen evidence that it's absolutely all real. So I don't know where it stands with Lauren Chin in terms of whether she was being funded by the Kremlin. It's really dicey. But in terms of the people that were that Tenet Media themselves were funding, Tim Pool and some of the other content creators, they were vindicated.
She is blonde.
For those who are not familiar with Elijah and his history as a commentator, the reason that this new information and these allegations appalled a lot of people and led them to accusing him of hypocrisy online is because Elijah, for years, has talked about his relationship with Christianity.
Oh, maybe that's why I said Lauren Southern. Thank you, Eric, because Lauren Southern was under the Tenet Media umbrella. Thank you. Maybe that's, yeah, Lauren Chin is who I meant. She was the one that supposedly took the money from Russia. Thank you.
Giving himself over to God and his journey as a Christian trying to do better and be better. In this podcast, for example, from 3 years ago, he talks about his history of doing drugs in his youth and, I suppose, not living up to the expectations of the church, but navigating his way through his belief system. It's worth noting, too, that despite his discussions around trying to be a better Christian and routinely telling us that he has given himself over to God and become a better person in the process, he simultaneously has continued to make comments like this.
You have that post-ejaculate clarity, post-nut clarity, they call it online these days. But because you realize, after you nut, you're like,
I know we got Future, my best friend, IRL, Paul, in the chat. Bro, the best depiction of post-nut clarity ever done in TV. Ever. The best depiction ever is in season 1 of True Detective. If anyone's ever seen season 1 of True Detective, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Dude, when Matthew McConaughey bones Woody Harrelson's wife, and then immediately flips out on her and kicks her out of his apartment and whatnot, best on-screen depiction of post-nut clarity ever filmed.
You're just a bunch of holes. And that's really sad because then it devalues women. So then your view of women becomes so low because women really are just a bunch of holes today. But that doesn't mean that's who they have to be or who God made them to be or what they should be.
See, Isaac, if even you think Elijah's a wacko, and I'm not saying this to denigrate you, Isaac, because you and I are very much politically aligned, but I also think that you're far more MAGA and whatnot than I am. And so because I've been an Elijah Schaffer hater, again, for years, since his rise into conservative media. So if you don't like Elijah Schaffer and you're like gung-ho right wing, to me that says a lot.
And I think that a lot of the hatred that I have towards women and a lot of the hatred a lot of men have towards women is simply the product of generations of sin and rebellion that have created women to be something that they're not. They're not feminine, they're masculine.
Anyway, prior to the information about his alleged affair dropping, Elijah tweeted a series of things about his wife and children being kidnapped, then tweeted that he'd lost his car, or that I suppose it was stolen, and I don't know where this came from, but some people were talking about him saying that he'd lost his gun, which led a lot of people online to speculate that he had murdered his family. After this, he deleted those tweets, but then posted that his wife had actually left him and he was just sober and sad. After this, a host of additional information came to light, and the reason why none of this surprises me is because this is very similar to many of the claims that I made myself about Elijah years ago.
So yeah, Matt Stanford says there are a lot of right-wing commenters, personalities I can't stand. Agreed. I can't stand most of them. In fact, yeah, let me break this down, right? This is why I watch individuals like Asmongold, like Nux Taku, you know, just these like, oh, they're nobody official. And because most right-wing commentators that, you know, put on the suit and put on their show as if it's like an official newscast and whatnot, they are all trying to be part of the cult, part of the club. They're trying to be the Fox News that they idolized growing up. It seems so fake. It seems so phony. I would rather watch people that, again, like Nux, like Asmongold, that, yeah, maybe they get their information wrong or whatnot, but there is legitimate authenticity to that instead of just putting on the get up and trying to be the new Fox News or whatever. It's so I can't stand most quote unquote like official right-wing commentators. They infuriate me.
And when these claims were coming out from me, a lot of people said that I was lying. There were people who flat out said that I was trying to Me Too Elijah, but we'll come back to all of that later. Soon, these affair accusations were substantiated in some capacity by an audio recording where we can hear Sarah, Elijah's employee, admitting that he got her drunk and reportedly the two hooked up.
Because it was like at CPAC the 2 nights. You're there. And the second night, I was, like, breaking out in, like, a rash. And so he's like, oh, like, get some Benadryl. It'll help with the rash. And, like, now I'm thinking back, and it's like, that's probably why I, like, blacked out. Because he, like, intentionally gave me Benadryl and, like, fed me a bunch of shots and stuff. And, like, obviously it's, like, stupid on my part to, like, go along with that, you know? But at the same time, it's, like, he obviously, like, knew what he was doing.
It is worth noting that I personally fully believe this because in the time that Elijah and I were friends, it was not a running theme, but it was well understood.
By the way, I think it's worth noting, because I don't know if it was mentioned in the video, and if it was, I missed it because I was interacting with you guys and whatnot, which, you know, no big deal. She was engaged. The female co-host that he banged, she was also engaged.
That he would try to get people blackout drunk. Now, his motivations for doing so, I could not tell you, but it's worth understanding that this is a pattern of behavior. After this, more audio was released of Elijah drunkenly either berating his wife. It's quite unclear who was actually filming.
Look at this and tell me that, like, if they ever make a documentary about this dude, like the Netflix version, well, maybe not Netflix version because they turn him black, but if they ever make, like, the Daily Wire version documentary, I kind of see Ryan Gosling doing it. I can kind of see Ryan Gosling, or what's his name? The dude that was in Craven and 28 years later. Why am I blanking on his name? Fuck. Some of you guys in the chat are gonna tell me. 28 years later, Craven. What is his name? Shit. The dude that was also groomed, by the way. He has like a 50-something-year-old wife that was his, like, nanny or high school teacher or whatever. Aaron Taylor Johnson. Thank you, Jim Harrison. Yeah, I get Ryan Gosling or Aaron Taylor Johnson vibes.
What he is saying. What I think is happening is that he is just talking about her in an awful way to somebody else. Obviously, that doesn't excuse this whatsoever, and this is an incredibly hard listen, fair warning. But this is something that Elijah would do, where he would get drunk and then discuss people like this.
Dumb bitch, please. I'm trying to, like, god damn it. Being such a fucking whore. I'm like, literally like, oh, hey, you know what? you had a couple beers. Oh, why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me? You know why? 'Cause you're a fucking whore and you're a bitch. And you need to shut the fuck up. How about that? Because when I talk to you the truth, you become a fucking whore. And I don't want to be around you. Oh, I'm not a whore.
Conservative values, boys. Conservative values right here at work. Oh, good old down-home Christian boy.
Yeah, maybe you're not. You act like one. How about that? Oh, well, you want to show yourself to me? Yeah. How about this? I can handle your shit. Fucking divorce me. Take my son. Do what the fuck you want. How about this? Shut the fuck up, because I'm your husband, and I'm trying to support you and be your husband. Well, you had a couple of beers with someone. Oh, god damn it. I was honest with you. Do you know what I got in return, being honest?
Like, I know that we don't have any visuals, but I can just picture, like he's just in his house, he's walking in front of a mirror, he's like, oh, it's a fucking whore. It's a whore. Just take my, like he's practicing in front of a mirror.
This shit. So fuck you. Honestly, from my bottom of my heart, fuck you, you bitch. I fucking will never be honest with you. You're a fucking ungrateful bitch. So fuck you.
There were also a series of claims made online about Elijah that refer directly to his proclivities and his interest in same-sex relations. There was also a dossier.
And he's gay!
That, I don't know if it was leaked or if it was just sent to a bunch of people, I'm not sure, but there was a dossier that came out that detailed a bunch of new allegations about Elijah and his current behavior and many of the things that he is currently doing.
The gay stuff might be the least surprising now. His name is Elijah, right? His name. Have y'all ever met a straight dude named Elijah? I can't even look at, like, Elijah Wood. Even Elijah Wood seems a bit fruity.
The YouTuber Tree of Logic, who is a friend of the channel, covered this dossier in a video, which I will link in the description box if you are interested in hearing the extent of the claims made against him by who I believe is a former employee. But it is worth noting here that this is not the first time that Elijah has been accused of untoward behavior. At the end of December 2022, an influencer called Christian Walker exposed that Elijah had cheated on his wife previously with one of Christian Walker's friends.
Elijah wants to act like he's some moral, high and mighty, better than everyone man. He was fired from his job for...
It says, who is this? Does anybody know? She says he's an influencer. I've never seen this guy.
Inappropriate behavior. And not even a year ago at a conservative conference, he did my friend 4 times in one night, unprotected, while...
That is the zestiest way I've ever heard anyone pronounce the number 4. That's the zestiest 4 I'd ever heard.
He was married. Go get your family life and your morality together, adulterer. You go study up on what morality actually is, because it ain't cheating on your wife. I met your wife. She was really kind, and it's gross to what you do to her behind her back when you go to conservative conferences without her.
YouTuber Blair White also tweeted about Elijah in the past, alluding to his interactions with men in a...
Wait, hold on.
Tweeted about...
I was cool with Elijah Schaffer for a while, though it was weird. The first time we met, he took my gay friend into a room alone for quite some time. Not my business. I was even cool with him when everyone has a story about him cheating on his wife constantly. Not my problem. That top part's a little bit weird.
Elijah in the past, alluding to his interactions with men in a...
Crazy, because when I knew him, briefly regrettably, he was banging a guy who is now straight, married to a trad wife influencer. I'm being canceled by a gay Jew for being straight.
Not entirely platonic sense. It was also reported back in 2022 that Elijah was fired from his job at a right-wing network due to reportedly sexually assaulting a female colleague. On this...
What kind of female? We talking 1.0 or 2.0? Seems like he has a type.
Front too, I do think it's worth noting that I know of at least 2 other situations where Elijah groped or was sexually inappropriate, sexually harassed women. In one of those situations, I have screenshots corroborating that, but could not get permission from the person involved to publish them, which is completely understandable. In the other situation, there is audio of this floating around, and again, I am just not going to share people's stories like that if they are not interested in being involved. But I do want to make note of this because once again...
But you should! But you should! For no other reason than selfishly because it makes great content for me.
I think it's important for establishing a pattern of behavior. Editing Sydney from the future here, I just want to make note of the fact that this information at this juncture is, of course, only alleged. These situations are extremely awful when they transpire, and I would never want to put anybody else, especially not these specific women, in any awkward type of situation. And frankly, that's exactly the same way I feel about any young men who have articulated to me in the past that—
Jim, you're getting a lot of hate in the comments for what you said. You're getting a lot of hate in the comments for saying you fuck Blair White. Here's the dealio. I'm going to double down on something I said ages ago. I'm going to double the fuck down, because real men double down. Look, it's gay as fuck, right? It is gay as fuck to be attracted to Blair White, because Blair White's a dude. Caveat: it's still better than fat bitches. It is still better to bang Blair White than a fat bitch.
Elijah made them feel uncomfortable. For the men as well, there is so much stigma surrounding these events, and I just don't think it's my place to tell anybody else's story, because people have been doing that to me for years, and so yeah, I'm just not going to do that. A handful have talked publicly, such as one young man who recently said in a Twitter space that he had to put a chair up against a door when he stayed at Elijah's house because he was afraid Elijah would break in and do something to him. He also said that Elijah would walk around drunk with his gun. In other messages, I was told by a friend in the industry about his conversation with two young male influencers, where one warned the other about never being alone with Elijah due to his behavior. On top of that, another young man sent me a video where Elijah went into his room and put sexual imagery on the walls and some weird stuff on the floor as well. Some of you might also remember a video that circulated some time ago where a young Nick Fuentes fan alluded to—
And now we got Fuentes involved. This is like a who's who of fucking weirdos on the right. I am loving this. This is so great.
To Elijah trying to buy him drinks. The teen referred to Elijah as a British cigarette.
Fuentes called Elijah Schaefer a fag. That's amazing.
You catch my drift. A bundle of sticks, if you will, and discussed how Elijah and another person called Ali Alexander, a known PDF file on the right wing, tried to hit on him. Another individual who was privy to Elijah's behavior shared their own screenshot with me where they allege that he is
essentially the Diddy of the right wing. He used to use his position of power to manipulate, drug, and inebriate young men and women. I watched him groom several young men, and he used to wrestle said young men naked after getting them drunk. He also used to get people drunk and take photos of them in compromising positions so no one would speak out against him. He used to cheat on his wife in front of everyone and then threaten legal repercussions if anyone said anything false about him, basically implying that if we told the truth, he'd destroy us with legal lawfare. Just gonna take a brief moment. What's done in darkness will be shown in the light. I honestly gave my life to God a few months ago. We've all done things we know we shouldn't be doing. Publicly stone me. You won't make me hate myself for what I repented of. Expose it all. It's healing to me. Post my dick even. I'm being canceled by a gay Jew for being straight. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. I won't let these people blackmailing me during my FBI lawsuit have any more power over me. They already threatened enough. I don't negotiate with terrorists. God be my judge. Let's just scroll through his timeline. There we go. It's my story to tell. Thank you, Myron Gaines, Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones, Gavin McInnes, Lizo, Elizabeth, I don't know who that is. Real ones. I got mad aura. Be mad. They will not get away with this. I'm not fucking leaving. Game on. Oh, yeah. That's aura, baby. That's... thank you, Nero, which is Milo Yiannopoulos, for those that don't know, for making me famous, you fucking snake bitch. That's a really gay way to phrase that. Blood is in the water and I fucking hate sharks. I have a dick and it works. Everyone can go cry about it. I'm taking applications for podcast appearances. I'll release the info there. Shopping about me myself. This is from 7 days ago. This is a week old. Indians just colonized and voted pro-rape and pro-gang candidate to run the most powerful county in Texas. Got community noted. Okay, he didn't post that. Fake Ramaswamy is a liar and a fraud. We don't need Indians in India to fight China. We are in a cold war with China that requires serious intelligence. Importing 72 IQ third worlders isn't importing intelligence. It's the opposite. Let's be real. Whether you like or dislike Vivek Ramaswamy, he is infinitely more intelligent and successful than Elijah Schaffer. America doesn't need more Indians. We don't need more India. That's fair. I agree with that. But again, Vivek is the exception to the rule. He has a hard-on for Indians, dude. I think he got a type. Indians are destroying Texas. They want to force black people to ski. Okay? Right? They want to destroy this. I don't even know what this is. I'm not going to click on it. It's probably copyrighted music. U.S. government set the shutdown this weekend due to disagreements. Trump yet to respond. Nice. Oh, no, he shared some Jake Rattlesnake shit. I like Jake. I mean, does this not... New, Twin Peaks filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy in Texas. A U.S. citizen, you can get unlimited Jeets in your local hottie restaurant and get shut down. Welcome to America in 2026. Man. So just this is what we're talking about. Bro drinks the full sugar soda with his ice. What a waste of bandwidth, right? I think he was, I think that was a decent video about white culture or something. Maybe, I'm not sure. Oh, a dance video? India's legit. Oh, yeah, I'm no fan of India whatsoever. Maybe it's right message, wrong messenger. Leon sounds like this guy. Elijah's nicknamed the Genitalia General. Do you just do glamour shots, post behind the Matrix? That's exactly what he did. Glamour shots, post behind the Matrix, Rain. This seems like hardcore cope. Oh, my God. I'm going to go and play a game. Haven't played anything in a while. So he said, have fun, Gaming Wolf.
The Diddy of the right wing. In this message, this person alleges that he used his position to manipulate young men and women, give them drugs and alcohol, and put them in compromising positions while intoxicated or high. This person adds that he would later, sometimes, take photos of them in order to use those photos against them at a later date if need be. This person goes on to add that his cheating was an open secret, but he would threaten those around him with legal repercussions if they said anything. Now, I want to be clear. I know that to a bunch of people, this will all seem like very unhelpful gossip. And ordinarily, I would actually agree with you.
No, not at all. Look, yes, it is fun gossip. It's fun drama, but let's be real. All of these people, every single one of them, they want to be the next Fox News. They want to be the next Charlie Kirk. They want to be these thought leaders of the right wing and whatnot. I'm anti-hypocrisy no matter what side of the aisle you're on. If you're out there, you know, talking about Christian values and saying America needs to be a Christian nation and all this stuff that I do agree with, if you're going to be out, like, banging dudes and cheating on your wife and drunkenly waving around guns and shit, yeah, no, I don't give a fuck if it's, you know, gossip or not. It's funny as shit and you're a worthless loser.
But considering I was friends with this person and in his orbit for a number of years, I think this goes well beyond a person who has some out-of-the-box proclivities and an inability to stay faithful to his wife. We are talking about a person who has done untold damage to the people around him, who has threatened his own friends, who has lied prolifically, and who continues to act depraved while presenting himself online as a Christian figure who should be instructing other people and giving other people advice on how to live. And I have seen almost everything that I am talking about here with my own eyes. It's probably worth saying, but I do hope it's obvious, that my motivation for making this video is not to be vengeful or malicious. I freely admit that I do have a lot of anger in me over the things that have happened over the years, but that is certainly not the guiding principle here.
It should be. I hate that. To me, that's cope. It's like, oh, if you're doing it out of anger, it's bad. Fuck out of here. This is why the Jedi are wrong, dude. This is why the Jedi are gay as shit. This is why the Jedi suck, and this is why Dragon Ball is better than Star Wars, right? Dude, when Goku gets angry that Frieza kills Krillin, he unlocks Super Saiyan, right? Righteous anger is a great tool, okay? You could have motivations for doing something that is good, but the motivations are righteous anger. The word righteous is there for a reason. Don't cope behind the, like, I'm not doing this because of my personal fuck that. Even if you are doing it, it's fine. What truth is truth. Who gives a shit?
I feel and have always felt that Elijah's behavior is intolerable. And I just cannot in good conscience sit back while this person is able to probably successfully outrun a series of serious accusations again, like he did with the initial SA allegation in 2022. In making this video, I of course feel quite motivated to give my side of the story and to lay some rumors to rest and explain some of my interactions with Elijah and sort of what I've been experiencing over the years. But I also want to balance that by giving some insights into this person and some of the things that I do think are important enough to be articulated. And, you know, truthfully, I think that he needs to seek help or in the very least remove himself from the public sphere entirely. For the most part, the screenshots that I'm sharing in this video, I do have permission to post. I asked everybody if it was okay. There might be one or two that I include that I haven't gotten express permission to put in here, but the reason I'm sharing those ones and they come a little bit later is because
I don't give a fuck about your justification. Nobody gives a fuck about your justification. Just do it. We're here for the blood sports, and we're here because Elijah Schaffer is a douche canoe. Just fucking do it.
Because I want to highlight what I said, not what the other person was saying. Also, the sole reason that I'm even sharing screenshots is because I want to corroborate what I'm saying, and I don't want anybody to, you know, accuse me of basically just talking out my butt, because I'm not doing that. Since all of this new information has dropped, a ton of people have said to me that I am vindicated because, like I mentioned, I did make a series of similar claims about Elijah a number of years ago. Now, at the time when those claims were made public, a bunch of people took that as an opportunity and an invitation to not only lie about me, but to say that I was trying to Me Too Elijah, to question my morals and my integrity, and also they took that as an
Well, if I didn't know that you were Canadian before, analyst, I know now. This is what a hoser. What a hoser. Hey, shout out Sevi. Sevi bringing in. Sevi with the heavies bringing in a raid. Y'all Raiders joining in a good time. Y'all Raiders joining in a good time. We're talking Elijah Schaffer. We're talking the Republican Party. We're talking the MAGA come-ups getting just roasted for hypocrisy. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. Shout out to Sevi. You were playing Resident Evil 1 and you didn't tell me? Oh, you make me angry, woman. You make me angry. You were playing Resident Evil. What? Hold on. Let me check my DMs real quick. Guys, we'll be back to the regularly scheduled commentating in just a moment. All right. Oh, DM from... That's Resident Evil 1. I'm excited. And okay. You told me at 10:15. I was already streaming. I was live. You can't hold that against me, okay? I've been live for 3 hours now. 3 hours and 9 minutes, to be specific. Okay? Doesn't count. I call do-over. I'm going to have to go through and check your gameplay, see how you were doing. Are you liking it? Are you enjoying it? What are your thoughts so far? How far are you? What's going on in the game? I need these answers. Look, I can't in good faith continue chastising fake conservative chuds like Elijah Schaffer that in all reality are trying to usurp the movement. Until I know about how you're doing in Resident Evil 1. I love it. I'm so lost. Good. Perfect way to start off your Resident Evil journey. Technically, it's the remake of Resident Evil 1, the one that was released on GameCube, but even still, that's the one she's playing. You've died once. That's okay. Now, how far back did it send you? Had you recently saved? Have you recently saved? How far back did it send you? Because death can be punishing back in the... Like, this is when checkpoints weren't a thing yet. I lost all my progress. Oh. Is that why you ended the stream? Is that why you ended the stream? I also didn't know bullets were... Wait. You didn't know bullets were counting? You thought you just had unlimited ammo? You thought you just had unlimited ammo? Oh, honey. Here's what we'll do. We'll do a Discord call. and you can share your screen, and we'll get you back to where you were at. We'll get you back to where you were at. That way you can start off your next stream in a way that's progress. Bro. That is rough. That is rough. I wasted so much time. Yeah, no. Resources, resource management's a big component of survival horror. I was trying to. You were trying to break the. You were trying to shoot at the vase to break it. Oh, honey, no. Oh no. Damn, Sevi. Amateur analyst. It's gonna sound like I'm making fun of you, but I'm not. You start with number 1. You start with Resident Evil 1. You start with the first one. Like, technically you start with the remake of the first one that came out in like 2002. But it's still incredibly accessible and it's easy and it holds up. Chat was least entertained. The game holds up though, doesn't it, Sevi? Like, the game does hold up, right? Even though it came out in 2002, it holds up brilliantly, does it not? Yeah. Alrighty. See, she says it does. I'm glad the chat was entertained. I'm glad chat was entertained. Alrighty. Sevi, DM me. We'll figure out when we do a Discord call, and I'll get you back to where you were. We can get back to this now. Everybody, if you're not subbed to Sevi, make sure you sub to Sevi. She's amazing.
Opportunity to drag my name and my reputation through the mud. I admittedly still feel a ton of anger and frustration about all of that taking place, as I'm sure, you know, most of you would in a similar situation. Being misrepresented is just not something that I appreciate, and I have never appreciated that. And there is something uniquely terrible about not being afforded the ability to have your own say and to knock down crappy rumors and things that are just certifiably untrue. When I initially met Elijah in 2019, for all intents and purposes, he was just a regular newlywed guy. He was just a guy. And
this is still early. Like, I bet he had all these dark tendencies and whatnot back then. But Elijah Schaffer was not the name he is now. He was still on the come up. He was still like just relatively known on social media for his right-wing work and like exposing the Biden administration and whatnot. I bet all this stuff was there. He just didn't have the means to abuse individuals yet.
By 2020, he had moved to Texas and then encouraged me to move to Texas and to move into the same apartment building, which I did. And so we were neighbors. And this was really cool for me because his wife was one of my closest friends and she and I hung out all the time and I really enjoyed our time together. Whereas, and I think this is important, he and I rarely spent time together, just the two of us. The behavior in question and a lot of sort of what we're talking about now really only started to take place in 2021-ish, and that is when it really started to accelerate. Elijah and I eventually had a show together on a right-wing network between mid-2021 to the beginning of 2022. I ended up taking legal action against my former employer. The complaint, which is accessible and public online through court records and through legal document websites like PESA and whatnot, detailed accusations of hostile work environment, sexual discrimination, and sexual harassment perpetrated by Elijah. We settled that lawsuit at the end of 2024. I signed a confidentiality agreement, so it is worth noting for the purposes of this video that I am not going to talk about that suit. I'm not going to talk about the company I worked for, my time at the company, or anything relating to anything.
Let's be real, though. That's all you gotta say. When you say, we settled out of court and there was a confidentiality agreement signed, that can be read as, but y'all know what happened. You know it's true. Y'all can put the pieces together. You know it's true. You know what happened.
To do with that. All of my claims about Elijah's behavior are publicly available through PESA and through court records and the other websites like Justia and whatnot that have I guess, legal documents on them. Just to be clear, once again, what I'm saying in this video has nothing to do with my former employer. It doesn't have anything to do with my time at that company, and it has nothing to do with the ins and outs of my lawsuit. What I am talking about here relates to things that I saw in my personal life, and a lot of what I am articulating has actually taken place after.
You know, this is a 40-minute video, and I believe this could have easily been a 20-minute video. Women, I need you to understand. The reason men don't listen to you is 100% justified. Men don't listen to women for reasons like this. I like Sydney. I do. But women as a whole need to focus on telling better, shorter stories. Better, shorter stories. You need to give us some intrigue. You need to give us a hook. You need to give us some rising action. We need to know a beginning, a middle, and an end. Better, shorter stories, women.
Both Elijah and I left that company. Anyway, when my lawsuit dropped...
Amateur Analyst says, I don't know how to cut my videos down either. But here's the thing. You're a dude, so I bet it's interesting all the way through.
And my...
Hey, Real Life Fake Wizard, what up, homie? I actually reacted to your Discord video as the very first thing we did today. Excellent video, Wizard. Excellent video. I will be spending the next few days coming up with alternatives for my Discord because of that. So, shout out.
Accusations and claims about Elijah became public. A lot of people said that I was a horrible feminist demon person who was trying to get even with a man. People.
By the way, this is true for anybody that was following when this went down, because Sydney Watson has been one of the most consistent, I would say, conservative voices online in the YouTube space. The things she's saying now, roughly the same as what she was saying back then. There's a reason that she has the following she has, and she was viciously attacked for going against the grain by going against a lot of other right-wing commentators a few years ago.
People said, like I mentioned, that I was trying to be too Elijah. People just flat out said that I...
No, I didn't trash you at all. This wasn't like your Pokemon video at all, Wizard. I think it was an incredible video. In fact, at one point in the video, I talked about how much you and I argue, but goddamn, your Discord video was incredible. Well done.
I was lying, that I had made things up. It's sort of hard to explain how this happened, but also as my relationship broke down with Elijah, a lot of my close friends either jumped ship completely or just decided to say nothing. And I think the reason for the saying nothing is obviously because people don't want to be involved in drama and
absolutely
whatnot,
all
which
love.
I get, and I can respect that. The people who jumped ship, though, I think that must have to do with the fact that Elijah always made it seem like he could help you get ahead if you were very loyal to him, which, you know, was always kind of nonsense because he made out like he had all these connections and could do all these things, but it very, very rarely materialized.
Well, yeah, that's a classic manipulation tactic. Again, you bring people into your circle that you can use, but you convince them that you're not using them. You're like, I'm doing you a favor. You always want... Here's the key. Here's the tactic to manipulating people 101. Coming from a dude, because dudes are good at manipulating motherfuckers. You need to make it look like you're doing them a favor if you're going to use them.
But, you know, when you're in a situation where if you're a smaller creator or whatever and you want to grow, you know, you're going to hitch your wagon to the person that you think can get you further ahead. Which was not me at the time. And, you know, I think it's crap, obviously, but I get it. You know, why would you want to side with the person who's getting publicly lambasted? That sort of doesn't make any sense. But with that said, the other component to this is that because Elijah is a pathological liar, I can only imagine the things that he was saying about me behind the scenes to people, and, you know, what kind of a picture he was painting. So I think there are a lot of factors with that. The reason I bring it up is because I do want to demonstrate that I was publicly going through, you know, a lot of horribleness, and then at the same time I didn't really have any friends, and I didn't really have anyone around me. Almost to add insult to injury, a bunch of people...
Yeah, because if I recall, she immigrated here from Australia, so she was covering the same sort of right-wing conservative sort of news and stories and talking points and ideologies from Australia during and even before the COVID times, and she came to America from here. And she also she did a lot of work with the quartering. She doesn't anymore, to my knowledge, ever since the Quartering's, like, massive fall-off. But her and the Quartering did a lot of work together in, like, the early 2020s.
In the industry actually reached out to me at the time to express their support, but they wouldn't do so publicly, which, again, you guys have to understand, you know, when you're talking about angry audiences and all this kind of thing, like, people just don't want to be involved in drama. And, you know, to a large extent, I get that. But with that said, Elijah's behavior was an open secret and something that most people knew about because they witnessed it at events and parties and whatever that were taking place in the space. Like this message from a big creator who told me that anytime this person would see Elijah at events, they'd run away because he was creepy. Those of us who are friends with Elijah...
Hold on. No. We're not glossing over this. Elijah gave me such bad vibes at Turning Point USA. I don't know if I ever told you. My friends and I literally had a saying code red if he was around. We would run to the other side of the room. He was creepy as hell. He also loudly came out as bisexual to me at some after party he was at. He was drunk and high constantly. He has a fag scent.
Elijah at events.
I wish you weren't cutting out the names. We need the names.
They'd run away because he was creepy. Those of us who are friends with Elijah also got to witness a lot of this behavior in real life all of the time because he has a problem with substances. And when people are on...
Yeah, let's add that to the list. Okay, so he is a conservative, Christian, traditional, traditional marriage, anti-LGBT and whatnot that has constantly cheated on his wife, oftentimes with dudes, and has an addiction to drugs and alcohol. Yeah, Al checks out.
On substances, they obviously behave in a way that is different to how they act in real life. Real life? No, what am I saying here? When they're sober, they act differently to being sober. I am tired and hungry. But despite all of this, I feel like I sort of got hung out to dry because a lot of people knew that what I was saying was truthful, but they just weren't prepared to publicly back me. And so this narrative that I was this horrible demon lady was born and then persisted, which sort of makes no sense.
It doesn't seem like it's her content. 1.13 million views. You sitting at, 1.13 million subscribers, sitting at 300,000 views. Doesn't seem like it's her at all.
Because if we're being honest with ourselves, there is really no meaningful benefit to a woman on the right wing in the media space, especially going after a man publicly in the media space for his behavior as it pertains to sex-based mistreatment. People automatically do not believe you because of the Me Too movement and other movements like
this is true. This is correct. Nor should we. Sorry. Left, right, done. The moment a broad comes out and says that she's been accuses a dude of XYZ, yeah. Sorry, women. You burned your goodwill. Maybe if so many of y'all hadn't have said such bullshit things during Me Too, maybe we'd be more inclined to believe you when you step out, when you come out. But nope. You can thank other women for that.
Like this, and people assume that you are weaponizing the legal system. There's no upside to this. I'm serious. There's no upside to this. There's no believe all women for the right wing. So for me, my motivation is and has always been to advocate for myself and to tell the truth. But self-advocation doesn't exactly keep you warm at night, and this became a very isolating, lonely, sad time. And honestly, it was one where I was being bombarded day in and day out with abusive...
Nobody believes women anymore? Good.
Messages and comments from Elijah's audience. This went on for literally years, and I bet you this is going to happen to this video as well. Don't be surprised if those of you who lurk the comments see a bunch of this crap.
Let's take a look. Let's see. First minute was a wild ride for someone who has no idea who these people are. The way he talked to his wife, and the way I talked to my router. The internet doesn't work. That's funny. Here I am still watching Sydney 4 years later. Completely forgot about this fool. Dude seriously messed up. Wife or not, I assumed he was gay. As a pretty conservative man, I have to say there's something very morally yucky about cheating. Yeah, it seems like those people are on their side. Seems like people are on their side. Seems good enough to me.
Yeah, these people will come to basically videos that I made, videos that I was in, whatever, and just leave heinous, horrible, horrible comments, and obviously messages as well. As soon as my lawsuit dropped, I was correctly instructed to not say anything or respond to anything publicly. So I kind of just had to sit back and roll with being lied about and misrepresented. And so began one of the darkest times in my little life. I think a lot of you knew during this period that I was not okay because you would reach out a lot. Like, people would reach out a lot and message me and be like, hey, are you doing okay? You don't seem okay. And I was not. I was suffering inside. It's kind of funny because I wouldn't necessarily describe myself as a particularly strong person because I am quite emotional, but I would say that I am someone.
See, I think that's why people like Sydney Watson. That was a rare moment of female honesty. Rare moment of female honesty. Hey, I'm not strong. I'm an emotional wreck. Correct. If memory serves.
Who injures. So I forced myself to put myself back out there and to start doing shows and interviews and go on panels and whatnot. But looking back, it was like every show I did at the time, I was trying to minimize myself because I didn't want to be bashed anymore. For example, when I was on trigonometry, I so wanted to say all these things and go hard on specific ideas, but
Then you should have. Unless you had some sort of NDA or whatnot that was keeping you from saying it, then you should have. Great. I'm glad all this stuff's coming out now because, again, Elijah Schaffer fucking sucks and he always has. But you should have said this shit.
I don't know, I completely held back because I wanted to spare myself from further attacks. And it's just so to admit that, you know, because that's not who I am. I've never been this sad, weak thing. And yet, you know, I was downtrodden. That sounds pathetic. I don't know how else to describe it. I internally was a steaming pile of sads, and there was no escaping it. I'm still sort of there today a little bit where I don't weigh in on a heap of stuff because I just want to be left alone. And to be quite frank with all of you, that's why this video was a really big back and forth for me mentally, trying to decide if I wanted to weigh in and wanted to potentially put a target on my back, which this is going to inevitably do. And as you can tell, that the angry side won out. So yeah, the more that Elijah would make comments about me and his weird little cronies would make comments about me, the more that his audience would come to the comment sections of whatever I was posting about or videos or whatever and write horrific fanfic about raping and murdering me. And it was relentless for a while there, and admittedly it made me kind of bitter. It honestly got to the point where people would
I'd really like to do your pod with you. I was thinking about it. Blank has definitely brought a lot of hate and additional unpleasantness my way. So probably, you know, Elijah Schaffer and a bunch of other names my way. And I'm worried that jumping on with you will bring more of that, not only to your YouTube, but just to me generally. And you by extension, and I don't, and you by extension, and I don't want that. I know it seems a bit weak, but it's just been relentless. I don't want any other people. Okay, so this seems like something that she said to someone else.
Invite me on their shows, and I'd turn them down and just explain that I didn't want them to.
For self-preservation, I can't read comments. Look at chat. That's such bitch-made bullshit. They're words on the internet. It's fine. They are words on the internet. Guys, I'll be real. I have gotten so many more vitriolic comments over the last 2 or 3 months. Because over the last 2 or 3 months, my channel started growing again. It started, like, dude, the faucet was shut off for, like, a year, man. I went from, like, gaining thousands of subs over the course of months and whatnot to being stuck for, like, a year. The faucet was off. I was making no traction. Then over the last 2 or 3 months, shit has been turning back on again, bro. And with that, whole lot of nasty comments, whole lot of them, and let me tell you, oh, it feels so good. It feels so good. Yes, send all of them. Write the most evil, heinous shit. It feels so fucking good because it means A, my videos be getting out there. B, bitches be clicking on them regardless of what side. You're giving me the engagement. I'm living for it.
Have to deal with the heat that having me on would bring.
You don't do videos except clips? You're entirely incorrect. You're entirely incorrect. I do videos multiple times a week that aren't clips. All right, this was not a clip. This was not a clip. This is not a clip. This is not a clip. This is not a clip. That one is. That one is. That one is. This is not a clip. This is not a clip. This is not a clip. So yeah, I very much do plenty of videos that aren't clips. Plenty of videos. It's minimum 50-50.
Because, you know, the comment sections weren't just being overwhelmed. For me, they were being overwhelmed from, you know, for these people as well. I'm sorry, I can't speak. Like I said, I'm hungry. While all this was happening too, I had the pleasure of finding out that Elijah was also talking incredible amounts of crap about me behind the scenes to industry people or to people that I knew at parties and at events and when he was in studio. He told people that I tried to sleep with him, which is just... Ugh. This is also not terribly surprising because he would make this same claim about many of the women who he came into contact with. He said that I tried to break up his marriage. That was a fun one.
The manipulation was crazy. Yes, it's been painful for me too. Really fucked up my reputation, telling people I tried to break him and Kez up too. Like, what? I know it's fucking stupid. There's a newer one. It's this thing where girls who want to fuck him, but he doesn't fuck, always grows bitter and wants to destroy him. Such a good out. I've never in my life wanted to have sexual relationships with Elijah Schaffer. That is genuinely fucking absurd. Yeah, he said that you were fired because you didn't have fully formed political opinions because you're a woman, and you basically went crazy and threatened to spread a bunch of slanderous lies about him, so he had to sue you to stop you. He also said you tried to get his wife to divorce him, again, for no reason. Isn't Sydney married? Isn't she also married? I'm pretty sure Sydney Watson's married. For no reason beyond your womanly wiles. It honestly didn't make much sense. It came out of nowhere. I was talking to an industry person and his wife at the time. He just came up and started going off. I had heard some of what really happened from Sav, so I was just sort of stunned. But industry person's wife kept asking, what is her motivation? And Elijah kept saying you were crazy and wanted revenge.
He said that I was this insane, crazy person who...
different styles for thumbnails, for normal or clips or normal videos? No, because that would be algorithmic suicide. That would be algorithmic suicide. YouTube wants consistency. YouTube wants consistency amongst titling. They want consistency amongst thumbnails. The whole nine. When you break that consistency, doesn't matter if it's the greatest video in the world, it won't even get shown to you guys. So yeah, no, it's got to be the same.
He had to sue to shut up. Periodically, I'd get a message saying that Elijah was in studio with someone, and
the Tim Pool episode with Elijah was... I don't know which one they're talking about because Elijah was on there a few times, but agreed. Dude, anytime Elijah's on Tim Pool, I either just don't watch or I frequently turned it off. He had nothing but went on insane 10-minute rambling rants about vaguely racist anecdotes. The only interesting parts were me and Tim engaging. See, with me and Tim... Yeah, engaging, even that. Tim was unhinged, but at least he was on topic and somewhat coherent. Elijah also claimed off the air that he won the lawsuit with you. Is that true? He started talking to Tim about it. Purposely didn't engage with Elijah and all the other minimal pleasantries. Damn. He was never in a lawsuit with me.
He won a lawsuit against me for millions of dollars. This one's weird to me because this is so easily disproven.
Exactly, analysts. Yeah, that's clips on separate channels do not work like they used to. That's what I've been now. I never had a clip channel, but that's what I've been seeing as well. Unless you're already like a massive content creator or whatnot, it doesn't work. For me, the reason I do clips are so often, it's stuff that I was going to cover in a because usually. Not always, but usually I have a co-host with me. I've got Cinny, or I've got Sevi. I've got somebody. And so I'll do clips because I think the conversation is so good and so natural that it actually does a better representation of the subject we were going to talk about than what I would have done with a solo video anyway.
Thing to lie about to begin with. I don't know what to do with this one. Recently, actually like a month ago, he was publicly saying this. He went on Sean Mike Kelly's podcast and said that I sued him and he had to spend millions of dollars to defend himself and that I lost.
You know what's funny? This is the second time I've been sued for millions of dollars. The first time I got sued was for having Nick Fuentes on my show.
You got sued for that?
I got sued for millions of dollars for hosting Nick Fuentes on...
Dude, he has got, like... He has a mix of a smoker's voice and a gay voice. Like, this is a 2-pack-a-day San Franciscan accent.
My podcast.
Who sued you for that?
2022. Sydney Watson, Australian YouTuber who was my co-host at the time. I thought it was weird. I got sued for sexism, and then people thought it was being sued for sexual, like, assault or sexual harassment, but it was sex harassment based upon me targeting her as a woman. So they claimed it was about discrimination, but really she was bitter because Nick Fuentes made her look bad on a podcast, and it ruined her reputation. It said she couldn't sue him for being smarter than her. She went after one of her best friends. She was my neighbor, too.
Wow.
And yet tried to get me fired. They stole my YouTube channel in the process, crashed my career, got me stuck in lawfare, all because I had a person they didn't like on my podcast. It was a crazy time, but I beat that one.
Smoking 2 bowls a day, and he's definitely gay. Like, for real, dude.
Got out completely. Apparently, it's not illegal to have Nick on your podcast, but it'll cause you problems.
Now, why Sean hasn't deleted this entire episode, or at least edited this part out of it, I don't know, because Sean is aware of the fact that this is a lie because I DM'd him and told him that. Why Sean did not reach out to me before publishing actual lies, I also don't know, because I would have set the record straight if he just asked. And Sean, if you watch this, or if somebody sends it to you and maybe gives you the cliff notes, I will say it's probably in your best interest to delete this kind of thing because you know it's not true.
That seems like a thinly veiled threat of a lawsuit. I could be wrong, but this seems like a thinly veiled threat for a lawsuit.
So, I think it's also pretty important to note that while the YouTube video that I have shown you here that I screen recorded has fewer than 1,000 views as of filming this video, Sean Kelly actually cut a clip from this podcast and posted it on Instagram and made sure to include my face, which, like, yeah, really great work, Sean. I super appreciated that. By the time I was made aware of it, it had accumulated somewhere between 300,000 to 500,000 views with hundreds or maybe even thousands of comments. I wish I'd taken a screenshot so I could have showed you guys, but yeah, it had lots of views, lots of comments, and I got lots of messages. Because I'm a glutton for punishment, I will, for all of you, link the YouTube podcast in the description box so that you can view it for yourself, because obviously for the sake of brevity, I cut out some of what was said.
Total lack of upper body wear, right? Even your boy got better shoulders, right? Even your boy got better shoulders.
But if you want the full picture, it'll be there for you to watch in your own time. So this never happened. I never sued Elijah, and I genuinely have no idea why people keep...
I don't think you should take either side initially. The whole believe all women was a joke. It makes me unreasonably angry. Thanks for hurting the cause you claim to want to help. Hashtag me too. Agreed. Agreed. When it comes to the taking sides aspect, by and large, I take the side of the dude out the gate because the concept is innocent until proven guilty. Now, like, even with Bill Cosby, dude, even with Bill Cosby, I didn't believe the first accusation. Didn't believe... Great pause, you're right. I didn't believe the first accusation. I didn't believe the second accusation. I didn't believe the third accusation. I was like, dude, these bitches just want his money. He an old man. He's going to be dying soon. He got a lot of money. These bitches just want Bill Cosby's money. Now, by like the 37th accusation, I was like, okay, there might be something to this. There might be something here. 37 women? If they all want his money. I get he's a rich guy, but when you divvy that up 37 ways, you're not getting much. Yeah, I think Bill Cosby might have raped them bitches. I think Bill Cosby might have raped them bitches. But it took a long time for me to believe it.
Running with this when this, again, is so easy to corroborate. If this had happened, there would be public court records about it, which there are not. Elijah also tweeted about this as well, saying in late 2020...
Didn't you try to sue someone for implying you did something inappropriate in the workplace? I was wrongfully sued by an ex-colleague and she lost. People defamed me over... Again, yeah, he's just out here lying. He's just out here lying.
That he was wrongfully sued by an ex-colleague and she lost. He said that people defamed him over her slander, which she leaked to the press. Never spoke to the press, never sued him. When he was questioned about this, he said that he had copies of depositions and that he was locked up by an NDA that would disprove what I have to say, and that I got my ass.
Yeah, right, dude, this right here, it shows a lawsuit against the company, against Blaze Media. Not him.
Handed to me in court. Again, we were never in legal proceedings with one another. He was never deposed for these made-up legal proceedings, and I never got my ass handed to me in made-up court.
Hey, analysts, why do you think I do it, baby? I should become a right-wing commentator. No copyright issues and monetizing outrage. Genius. Why do you think I do it, baby?
Don't do drugs, kids.
Griff,
Anyway,
griff.
As you can imagine, I once again got an influx of angry little messages calling me all sorts of names and being abusive because of this lie, because someone decided not to fact check and just publish crap that Elijah was saying. And I have to imagine that Elijah would bank on the fact that I wouldn't defend myself, because it's a real catch-22 with these people, right? If you say something and you react to it and respond to it, you're doing two things. Number one, you're giving these people what they want. You're giving them the attention that they so desire, and they kind of win. You are also breathing life into their psychobabble. The other side of this is that if you don't say anything, then you're basically giving them license to keep talking crap about you.
This is such a bullshit mentality. This is such a woman mentality. Monetize your haters, bro. Monetize your haters. Keep that internet drama going. Why? Because you be getting paid on X, you be getting paid on YouTube, people be coming into the live streams, they're super chatting how much they hate the other person. Bro, monetize your haters.
As much as they want, and they know that you're not going to do anything to defend yourself. On that point too, if I had done something here and sent this guy like a cease and desist letter or something, and
hey, Charles Monroe, thanks for the sub, homie, appreciate you.
Asked him to stop lying about me publicly, all that would do is help him further this narrative that there's lawfare being perpetrated against him, and basically strengthen this narrative that he's constructed around himself. And of course, for me, that would just bring about more of the same crap that I have been dealing with for the last 4 years. So to be extremely clear, so there is no doubt, nothing that Elijah has said about me privately or publicly has been true. And when he inevitably watches this video or is sent this video and goes insane online, which he's going to do, he is going to lie about me some more. And the things that he says about—
You're damn right, I monetized that JDA, and to be fair, I could have monetized it a whole lot more. I had people contacting me privately saying they would fund lawsuits. I turned them all down. I could have done it, but I didn't. I could have monetized that shit a whole lot more, but I was satisfied with the little bit of monetization I did do on it.
me now are still going to be untrue. And this type of behavior, just by the way, isn't exclusive to Elijah. This is definitely like a running theme with some online personalities and people in the industry and in the media space. When they don't have dirt on you, when they don't know anything about you.
Elmer for 2banger says, look at Smash and Chibi bankrolling on tweets. For real, dude? Smash and Chibi, they know how to do it, man. They know how to do it. Like, I wish I was half the rage baiter they were. I wish I was half the rage baiter that Smash and Chibi were. They're geniuses at it. I'm too honest, man. I'm too honest. I need to change my X game up, bro. I need to just say ridiculous shit for engagement. I need to change my X game, bro.
They just lie. They pull lies out of thin air. They make crap up.
Elijah wins. I hate admitting it, but Elijah wins.
People are dumb enough to believe it. And I feel like this has been successfully demonstrated when you consider all the lies that Elijah has told about me so far to date. So I think the lying, the pathological lying, is a really, really big component to all of this that's definitely going to get missed in all of the drama and the crap that's going on online. And the reason that I want to bring it up is because I think it is how this person has successfully maneuvered so many people in the ways that he wants to, and how he has
yes, Mervothi, yes,
almost had them act based on his dishonesty. I would argue that most people, maybe not most, maybe just a lot of people who know things about Elijah are too fearful to come forward and say anything about him because they know that he's a loose cannon. But what I've realized over the years is that it doesn't really matter if you back him or not. He's going to lie about you anyway. He will threaten to sue you, as he's done.
You mentioned several malicious statements about Elijah Schaffer in a recent X post. Wait, he's talking about himself in the third person? This is coming from him. Dude is so... He's talking about himself in the third person and have been disproven in court. He won several court cases against people who have made the same claims against him and recovered damages. You will be receiving a cease and desist. If you don't correct your post, Elijah doesn't mind fair criticism. I mean, look, I guess this shows that he has somebody else running his shit. Which, if he does, great, your authenticity's out the window. Your word choice is publicly harmful and dishonest and will be held to standards of disparagement in the court of law. The statement is a private legal note and shall not be published publicly. Neither party shall make public disparagement of disagreements if necessary steps are taken to rework the critical statement within legal guidelines. This is Rift TV legal team. They had this sent from his personal X account. Fuck out of here, you queer.
On numerous occasions to random people online, and I know he's done this to at least one of my remaining friends that I have in the media space who never even got close to talking about him. The best way that I can describe it is that Elijah neutralizes anybody who might blow the whistle on him by systematically lying about them to people around that person and him, and also telling lies about that person publicly to cover himself in the event that they might speak out. He obviously did this to me, but he also did this to other people that were in his life when I was friends with him. He would tell lies about these people.
Hey, MK Kratos, just subscribe. What's up, Leon? I heard the co-founder of Victoria's Secret's on. Yeah, we covered all the Epstein stuff a little bit earlier, but feel free to run it back and check it out. Long story short, he was, by the way, he wasn't the co-founder, but he was the one that purchased it in like 1981. He purchased Victoria's Secret. But that's neither here nor there. That's old news. He's Epstein's oldest client, and that's been public knowledge for God knows how many years. But yeah, we did cover that.
People and
Murvath, he is gay. He fucked so many dudes. Elijah Schaffer has allegedly fucked so many dudes.
Them so that if they ever did say anything, no one
Seabrew with a 2-bang super sticker just says, cool. Shout out, homie. Thank you.
would believe them. For example, when I found out that Elijah had cheated on his wife for presumably the first time, he took me out to get coffee with him, or coffee lunch, I suppose, and he proceeded to grill me to ascertain what I knew or didn't know at the time, and then borderline threatened me about not saying anything to anyone. And he does it in such a way that the threats are not super obvious, but the undercurrent is there. And obviously, this did not exclusively just happen to me. This happened to other people in his life. I know that it did, and I think this is
Oh, no, we'll keep this going, but I gotta check something.
Probably why he was able to, like I said, maneuver people so well and so easily, and probably why he's been able to keep people quiet for this long. Within the media space completely, and this is probably the same for Hollywood and for left-wing media and blah, 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 there is an element here of mutually assured destruction. So everybody knows everything about each other. People love to gossip. And when you find things out about people,
let's just do a quick search.
Horrendous, they're sort of...
Let's do a quick search of... Oh, no. All right, so nothing... Wait. All right, let's just do trad. There's no way he's never posted about... There's no way he's never... Unless he's cleaned up his Twitter history because of all this, there's no fucking way. The mob attacks me every week for something stupid. You think I care? I'm going home to my beautiful Jewish wife every night. Cry more. November of last year. Feminist before wife and mother, and chronological order feminist, wife, mother, let's see. Female trad accounts are a big lull. Any woman spending copious amounts of time on social media isn't trad. That's okay. It's sort of a grift anyways. If you want a trad wife, I have bad news for you. You're looking for her on social media accounts. Training the Australian out of my wife, American style. Bro, these are not aging well, man. These are not aging well. It's interesting, it's always non-married young men lecturing people on YouTube about what a wife should look like. All this trad wife talk is boyish. While the boys are lecturing each other, real men are getting married. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. Values. There's no way he is not. Oh, wait. If I go latest. Okay, it's I was doing top. All right, let's try this again. My heart breaks for my Australian brothers and sisters. A traditional white Australian policy. Okay, never mind. This is about that shooting. These guys return to traditional Australian policies. I don't have any pets, but why do Muslims have an aversion to dogs? Traditional dog ownership makes sense the longer you live as a man in a thankless world. Elijah is a Christian name. The prophet Elijah believed in the promise of Christ. That's why Christians have traditional Bible names. There's no Judeo-Christianity. There aren't two religions. Writing a traditional prayer to encourage saints with a picture of church without my face is called a normal life. Oh, and he's doing crypto posting. A lot of crypto post. Holy shit, so much crypto posting. Fucking hell. All in a row. No, I just thought Catholics were traditional, and usually traditional people marry within their own race to continue their ancestry. More crypto posting. The Republican Party is neoliberal, so we absorb the moderates and center lefts and do whatever possible to placate modern Dems that joined us. We no longer fight for traditional values and are occupied by a foreign government. I hate the Dems, but we need to reform soon. The real woke right are the ones calling traditional nationalists woke right. It's such a mess. They're so progressive they don't even see the error of their ways. Living in Australia, I saw how bad it can get quicker when you can, quicker than you can even keep up with. We must resist. I don't think he got hacked because, like, I would imagine this is real. There's so much. No, I would imagine that was real. All right. Take your nose ring out. Stop wearing makeup. Brush your teeth. Whiten your teeth. Cut your hair. Lose the nice short professional cut. Wear a traditional navy or gray suit. Speak clearly. Shake hands firmly. And don't make anything about your race and in your line of your bios. Well done. A traditional American multiracial gay family like our founding fathers envisioned. Yeah. So much traditionalism.
This agreement that takes place that I won't say your horrendous thing if you don't say my horrendous thing. And so there exists this ecosystem of agreed upon not talking. That's not a very fancy way of putting it, but you get what I am saying. This has probably been a very long video as it is, and so this really just brings me to the last and short final point of what I want to say.
Something tells me not to be short. You've been, look, again, I like Sydney, but you've been one long-winded broad this whole fucking video.
Yeah. I am positive that there
What
are
up, Cal?
some of you who are thinking, why now, Sid? Why is this the time that you are finally speaking out? NDA aside and, you know, all the other crap aside. And the simple but probably not terribly satisfying answer is that there is now evidence that has come out that has not come from me. I think it is worth understanding that I went through a discovery process.
I know her vids are never short, but they're usually a lot of fun, so it's okay. This has all been serious the whole time.
As part of the suit that I was involved with, which means that the claims that I made, I could corroborate, and I could always corroborate. But the truth of the matter is that this story always needed to be told independently of me in order for a large portion of people to find it credible and to also believe the information as it came out. As I mentioned, and as much as people don't like to hear this, the reality is that if I had been the one to say all of this, there was a very large possibility that I would not have been believed, as I wasn't to begin with, because of Me Too and Believe All Women and all the like a throwaway
we're
thing.
skipping
like a
to
said
it.
crap that we wish that we could, and I don't think that that's have done things that I wish I could take back. I've said things I wish I could take back. I have acted in
Get to the
ways
story.
that are embarrassing to think about, and bleh, I don't like it. And you know, there's people that, a lot of those people, probably all of them actually, have been gracious enough to accept those apologies, and we have stronger, better...
5 in a row. You know what? People have gotten too comfortable in the West using defamation and lawsuits. It's time to bring back personal duels. I agree. Dude, I'm a huge proponent of bringing back duels. For sure.
Relationships for it, or we have a mutual understanding of fineness. But generally, making mistakes is not a problem if you are on a quest to be a better person and if you are continuing to grow and learn from your mistakes. Again, this all sounds like, you know, let's all hug and sing Kumbaya, but it's the truth, you know, like when you know that someone's messed up, but you know that they're trying to be, when I knew him, he's on the right path, like he's trying. But now I just see that I think he's just gotten worse, honestly. And because...
Women, why don't men listen to us more? Also, women, hour-long video over 50 minutes. It's for real, dude. This is such a female fucking video. If I'd made this video, it would have been quick recap of the situation. Hey, you guys familiar with the conservative commentator Elijah Schaffer? Well, it turns out all those traditional values would have been him, throwing them aside to bang dudes and women who aren't his wife, as allegedly, naked pictures wrestling with other men, and then blackmailing him, a la Jeffrey Epstein to the right. Now, here's a bunch of tweets roasting the motherfucker. Oh, and by the way, look at that. He's doing a glamour shot in front of a Matrix background to say that he is the resistance, and he's thanking Alex Jones. Like, it would have been a 15, 20-minute fucking video.
Of that, he's gone on to not only victimize more people, but hurt the people dearest to him and create more and more problems, not only for himself, but the people in his orbit. It's not because I feel now I would like to say something, because I do not get help. The case he is going, while I have covered a bunch of things here, this is obviously not the full scope. So here at the end, let me say this to all of the online personalities and people in the industry who knew that all of this was going on, who decided to enable it or say nothing or just pretend that it wasn't happening. I think you are crappy people. And
That's the dude. No, give him a big fuck you. Give him a nice big fuck you. Oh, you're crappy people. No, that doesn't hit.
I think that you have contributed to not nice things going on, and you have to live with yourselves at the end of the day. But just know, I think you suck. While I am positive that this will not cause any of you to...
Alrighty. That's pretty much all of it. She's just bitching about things. Alright, finally, we out. I'm not linking this video. You guys don't have to give this a like at all. But what we are gonna do, we're gonna start palate cleansing. I promised you guys the Ichigo versus Yusuke death battle. And we are doing the Ichigo versus Yusuke death battle. But before that, if Ichigo wins, which he probably will, I'm going to be so fucking pissed off. Let's be real. If we're doing just off-the-cuff power scaling, they're probably going to give this to Ichigo. Which would be bullshit. Sorry, Sheepsidian. I know you're a fucking Bleach fanboy. I know you shine Ichigo's cock. Yusuke is obviously the better character. He's obviously the better fighter. He's obviously stronger. He's not smarter. He's definitely... Ichigo is notably smarter. The fact that I'm putting my money on Bleach coming out on top, I hate it. Yusuke is a demon, for real. Yusuke is a demon. Seabrew with a 2-banger, shout out. Thank you so much, $2 super sticker. Let's get into it.
Ichigo Kurosaki versus Yusuke Urameshi.
The substitute Shinigami of Bleach versus the spirit detective of Yu Yu Hakusho. He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Tell me, Boomstick, what happens when we die?
Endless nothingness? Jeez, man.
I'm at a disadvantage. I'm only somewhat knowledgeable, which I've forgotten from watching Bleach. Well, I'm not at a disadvantage. I have seen both. Here's the dealio. Here's how I describe Bleach to people when they've never seen Bleach. Bleach was better when it was called Yu Yu Hakusho. It is what it is. Bleach was better when it was called Yu Yu Hakusho. It's facts, son.
I don't know, we just started.
Our souls are ferried by Shinigami, gods of death, in an eternal cycle of death and rebirth.
That was my second guess.
And when a soul goes astray, warped by evil and regret, it's a Shinigami's job to purify such violent hollows and send them off to the realm of the dead, the Soul Society.
Works great, till it doesn't. Enter Ichigo Kurosaki, whose tragic anime backstory came way too early when his mom was killed by a hollow. Reason number one why you should never want your kid to be the anime protagonist.
Left with his grief, young Ichigo was crushed under the weight of survivor's guilt.
So he lashed out the only way he knew how, beating people up.
But this wound began to heal when he found his calling, upon meeting a Shinigami named Rukia. To stop a powerful hollow, she gave Ichigo her powers, rousing unseen potential within.
Boom! Just like that, Ichigo's a Shinigami.
Substitute Shinigami. To carry...
Guys, can we all agree that, like, Bleach kind of sucks. Let me rephrase. The anime kind of... I get why people love the manga. Completely understand why people love the manga. And 1,000 Year Blood War has been fucking awesome. I love 1,000 Year Blood War. But the anime adaptation of Bleach was straight ass, bro. It was awful.
Out his duties, Ichigo sheds his body for an invisible one made of spiritual matter called reishi. He can wield vast amounts of spiritual energy, called Ryoku, and exert it offensively in the form of spiritual pressure, or Reiatsu.
Okay, that's a lot of big words, but all it really means is he's a super-powered ghost with an epic sword. His spirit aura is so strong, he can stun-lock foes, crushing them under his own power, even fatally.
He controls spirit matter in and around him, hardening his skin for defense and leaping off of invisible footholds in the air. Paired with speed-boosting skills like Shunpo, he can virtually fly.
Say goodbye to the kid who beat up bullies for their lunch money, and hello to the town's new superhero, with fellow Ghostbusters, Orihime, Chad, and...
And this is another reason Bleach sucks. This right here is another reason Bleach sucks. Our boy Chad, he got Yamcha'd. Never have I seen what could be one of the coolest characters of all time become so fucking irrelevant so fucking fast. It is criminal. It is criminal the way Chad was written as the series went on. They Yamcha'd my boy.
And Uryu, plus Rukia, it was the Shinigami's job to tear Hollows a new hole.
While balancing responsibilities at school, of course. GPA comes first, and maybe a round or two of tech.
But it wouldn't be possible without his Shinigami blade, a Zanpakuto. It's basically a super-powered spirit that's physically a sword. Ghost Sword!
Though strangely, Ichigo's sword is composed of two distinct spirits, both named Zangetsu, which isn't confusing at all.
Just call him Old Man Zangetsu and Hollow Zangetsu. Anyway, the double Ghost Sword gives Ichigo lots of new moves, including...
Chad vs. Kuwabara sounds like a banger death battle. I would still give it to Kuwabara. Kuwabara is the unsung champion of Yu Yu Hakusho. I get it. Everyone loves Yusuke. Everyone loves Hiei. Kuwabara is that guy. Kuwabara is that fucking guy.
His trademark attack, the sword beam to end all sword beams. Getsuga Tensho!
Chad had a generational run compared to Yamcha. Not if you watched the original Dragon Ball. In the original Dragon Ball, Yamcha was a menace, bro. Yamcha was a straight up menace.
Getsuga Tensho is incredibly powerful, and so effective that Ichigo developed multiple variants. He can fire it as a wave, detonate it mid-attack to act as a barrier, and combine two at once into the even stronger Getsuga Jujisho.
To cut even the biggest hollows down to size, Ichigo was...
Did he just mispronounce Getsuga Tensho? Hold on.
Ridiculously strong, even from frame 1.
He can make giant even stronger Getsuga Jujisho.
To cut even...
I'm not wrong, right? He's pronouncing that real fucking whack.
The biggest hollows down to size. Ichigo was ridiculously strong, even from frame 1.
He can make giant shockwaves and parry spiritual light beams from a Menos Grande. And these aren't fake, slower-than-light lasers. Guidebooks confirm they're real light, and the novels say so too.
Plus, early on, Uryu moved so fast that he left his own shadow behind.
But as Ichigo became more involved with the Soul Society, he quickly found that he wasn't good enough.
This Byakuya guy's so fast, Ichigo can't even see him.
Bro, this fight was so good. That's what even in the anime, which I was dogging on, Ichigo versus Byakuya was a banger fucking fight, dude.
Time for a good old-fashioned training arc. Hit the music!
Until now, Zangetsu had operated only in its base state, Shikai. So Ichigo learned to release its inner power, a 10 times boost that takes most Shinigami a decade to master.
Bankai! In Bankai, his speed skyrocketed, letting him turn the tables on douchebag Byakuya. Even in Shikai, he blocked an attack that could destroy the whole frickin' Soul Society.
Because Ichigo's greatest gift is his potential to improve.
No, it is not his potential to improve. It is the fact that Ichigo gets the most bullshit ass-pull plot armor power-ups. Guys, I know a lot of people don't like Dragon Ball Super. Dax, this is for you, buddy. I know, oh man, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, Ultra Instinct, it feels unearned. It's just flashy. You know, Toriyama hand jobs all around. The shit that happens in Dragon Ball Super is nothing compared to the bullshit ass pulls that Ichigo gets, because he's just everything. He's just everything. He's a fucking Shinigami. You know, he's a Soul Reaper. He's a Hollow. He's a whatever they're called. Like the thing they're fighting in 1,000-Year Blood War. I don't remember the name of. Like, he's everything. It is. I hate it, dude. I fucking hate it. Ichigo is plot armor the character. Quincy, thank you, Mervoth. Quincy.
Despite only being a teenager, he mastered swordsmanship well enough to thrash experts who had been training for centuries.
And no, I agree. Botan over Orihime. I agree. And Fullbringer as well, yeah.
Weapons and styles mid-fight, surpassing his limits time and time again.
Like when he took on Catboy Grimjow. He was getting clamped, but as soon as he heard Orihime cheering him on, that was all he needed to smash that kitty.
You mean Grimjow, right?
Yeah, but even with that main character energy, Ichigo couldn't match Big Bad Aizen.
Now, we want to talk about Aura. Aizen a fucking menace, bro. Best thing about Bleach is probably Aizen. Dude is a dude's a menace. Oh, he's such a good villain.
With just a finger, Aizen stopped Ichigo's Bankai and his theme song, Rude.
Ichigo needed to tap into his unexplained hollow power. Except Hollow Zangetsu wasn't going to make it easy.
Old Man Zang's pretty chill, but this guy's a menace.
Still, Ichigo needed his help and conjured a hollow mask to expand his power. But this meant the hollow within only grew stronger.
Masked up, he can fire lasers, bypass super senses, and heal lost limbs. But piss him off enough, and he'll go full hollow. And you.
Which, I'll be real, this is such an ugly ass character design. I've never liked full hollow Ichigo. I think this is a dog shit over designed look. You can kind of say the same thing about full Demon Yusuke though. We haven't gotten to the Yusuke stuff yet, because Vagabond, what up? I see you join in. I also think Yusuke's demon form is over designed, and I also don't like that Yusuke ended up being part demon. I think I liked the idea of Yusuke just being a dude, but between the two, I'm still choosing Yusuke.
I really don't want that.
Hollowification exceeds even Bankai, and was enough to crush Ukiura in a battle that shook all of Hueco Mundo, the world of hollows.
Full hollow Ichigo could even...
Carlos Batista for a 2-banger. Bleach is solo leveling before for real. I agree with this sentiment hardcore. Bleach was solo leveling. By the way, that's not a compliment. I don't know if you meant it as such, but I mean, yeah, that's not a compliment.
Tear through all 3 layers of hell.
But with help from his secret Shinigami father, Ichigo continued to train for months in the Dangai, a corridor between dimensions, until he was finally ready to challenge Aizen.
Challenge is an understatement.
That would be a bro. Aizen versus Dio. Aizen versus Dio Brando. That would be a fucking death battle, dude.
Statement. He manhandled Aizen, shattered mountains with sheer aura, and flexed so hard he smashed out of the black coffin, which crushes space like a mini black hole.
And yet, it still wasn't enough. So by becoming Getsuga itself, Ichigo unleashed his ultimate attack, Mugetsu, defeating Aizen at the cost of all his power.
He might have saved everyone, but now it was back to Normieville.
Ichigo...
Aizen would destroy Dio? I don't know how Dio and Aizen's powers would ever interact. It's death battle. Like, they find ways for that shit to work. Yeah, that didn't last. Yeah, exactly. I don't know that Aizen would destroy Dio. I really don't.
I never truly realized until then just how much being a Shinigami meant to him. The power to protect others, his drive, his pride in himself was gone. He would get
Dio no diffs. I think it's way closer. People do that. Oh, Aizen would no. I think it'd be close.
Give anything to get it back.
And he did, thanks to a surprise assist from Rukia. Boom! Shinigami again!
Just in time for a 1,000-year blood war with a final endgame boss.
Just don't let Dragon Ball do that. Had Aizen lose to... just don't let Death Battle do that. Had Aizen lose to Madara. Yeah, that is bullshit. Dude, Madara could not, in any way, shape, or form, handle Aizen. Not even close. I don't even like... I like Naruto more than Bleach. I like Naruto more than Bleach. Madara ain't touching Aizen, bro.
Yhwach,
who planned to end everything. And while other Shinigami tried their best, only Ichigo was special enough to pull it off.
His father was a Shinigami. His mother was a member of the ancient Quincy's and possessed by a hollow. Hence, his two Zanpakuto spirits, one Quincy, the other hollow and Shinigami, made
Aizen's Beerus? That's not even fair. That's Beerus. That's Beerus all over.
Ichigo a perfect union to break Yhwach's plan. Finally, Ichigo understood himself, fully unifying with both Zanpakuto spirits within. With that came a new Shikai and two new Zanpakuto.
True Shikai! If you thought Ichigo was strong before, oh boy, he's the
By the way, someone earlier was saying they didn't like the art for Bleach, which I wholeheartedly agree with, until 1,000 Year Blood War. 1,000 Year Blood War is artistically, it is visually beautiful. It is one of the most impressive anime I've ever seen visually. It dog walks shit like Demon Slayer. The art in 1,000 Year Blood War, I can't even begin.
strongest Shinigami alive. They're dead. Undead? Yeah.
Stronger than...
No, Dax. Try go back and watch Bleach when it aired. It had next to no budget. Aside from the fights, it looked like ass. It was awful.
And Kenpachi, who could split the Dangai in half. Stronger than Senjumaru, who shook heaven and earth across the realms. And strong enough to match Yhwach, even after he absorbed the Soul King.
Juiced up with Soul King power, Yhwach could nuke all 3 realms. The human world, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo. Plus the Dangai and Garganta in between, which have a bunch of pocket dimensions sprinkled in. Hell, just the Soul King's corpse sent a shockwave across all the realms.
And it's not a matter of disrupting the flow of souls. Yhwach was going to...
What do you mean too mainstream for our boy Leon? I'm talking about Yu Hakusho and Bleach, some of the biggest anime ever. Fuck you.
End everything through...
Yeah, Urameshi at least trained for all of his upgrades rather than being put in some divine child genetics, the power of ass pull. Exactly. Well, until the end when they also did something similar again with his demon form, but...
Sheer power alone.
But Ichigo still wasn't done powering up.
Entering a new half-hollow form and...
Yeah, I'm not talking about the manga art for Bleach. I agree, the manga art for Bleach is great. I'm just talking about the anime. The anime version of Bleach, the original run of the Bleach anime, is dog shit.
Urging his Getsuga Tencho with a mighty hollow attack, the Gran Ray Sero.
Making a giant crescent slash that rips through space itself.
All that power culminating in his true Bankai. A power so great, even Yhwach was scared of it.
Joke's on you! Ichigo didn't even need it! You're done!
Ichigo was finally content. And 10 years later, he remains a Shinigami, having found the courage to stand on the edge of life and death, conquer his fears, and walk onward. Most teenage...
And now it's time for our boy. Now it's time for our boy, baby. Yusuke Urameshi. Oh, one of the coolest pro tags in anime fucking history, baby. I agree, Vagabond. Yu Hakusho over Bleach all day.
Have no idea what they want to do with their life. However, that was hardly a problem for juvenile delinquent Yusuke Urameshi, because he only ever wanted to do one thing.
Throw hands! It don't matter who the ops are, be they women, old folk, or babies, Yusuke lived to fight. It's what gave life meaning. Who cares about stupid things like friends and family?
Which is why it was so surprising when one day he threw himself in front of a speeding car to save a child, bringing that reckless life to a screeching halt.
Man, the opening, when I say the opening, I mean the opening theme song, like the series of events that sets the show and the manga into motion for Yu Yu Hakusho blows Bleach out of the water, dude. Blows Bleach out of the water. The opening setup of having this absolute piece of trash, human, delinquent, asshole character. One selfless act, and it gets him fucking killed? Dude. Like, that is such a better setup than Mommy's face was eaten by a fucking demon.
Truck-kun claims another...
They're doing... they also listed Ichigo's age as 29. This is them by the end of the series.
Victim.
But this is chapter 1 of a battle shonen, so death is hardly the end.
Surprisingly, though, it wasn't a spooky skeleton in a hood who arrived to claim Yusuke's soul. It was a blue-haired anime girl on a broomstick.
This was Botan, whose job was to ferry...
We love us some Botan, baby. We love us some Botan.
Yusuke's newly deceased spirit off to the afterlife.
Unfortunately, or I guess fortunately for...
And the afterlife is all bureaucracy. I love it, dude. Dragon Ball does the same thing with King Yemma and shit. I love that the afterlife is plagued by bureaucracy.
Him, he was such an asshole that the underworld didn't see his selfless death coming and didn't have any space prepared for him. Imagine being such a menace to society that the second you do something nice, hell itself gets caught with its pants down.
So the underworld surrogate king, Koenma, offered Yusuke an alternative.
Yusuke's wake scene. Oh, dude, I was gonna bring that up, but there was no. So I was thinking about it earlier, but there was no avenue to it. So the scene, Yusuke's wake, Yusuke's funeral, when Kuwabara breaks in and is like trying to fight him, even though he's just a fucking dead body, and everyone's holding Kuwabara back. I rewatched that recently and was tearing up. It hits. It is one of my favorite moments in the entire fucking show, and it's from like the first or second episode. It is so good. Oh my god. Again, that scene kind of solidified Kuwabara as my favorite character in the show.
He could return to life as an agent of the afterlife, a spirit detective, solving supernatural crimes and fighting off demonic threats to humanity.
Naturally, Yusuke did what anyone would do in that situation, and told Satan Jr. to stuff it. I mean, he was never really good for anything, and no one was gonna miss him. So what's the point of coming back to life? It's not like his mom would be sad, or his childhood sweetheart Keiko would be heartbroken, or even his rival Kuwabara would shed manly tears. Oh man.
At the sight of loved ones who cared far more than he ever expected, Yusuke had a change of heart and accepted Koenma's offer, returning to life with a new purpose and a new job.
And newfound ass-kicking ability. In his quest to beat the dog shit out of demonkind, Yusuke learned to harness Reiki, or spirit energy. He's ridiculously strong, fast, and durable, heals from wounds quickly, and can see spirits invisible to mortal men.
Even early on, Yusuke could parry Suzaku.
Immense Reiki, Spirit Gun, Spirit Shotgun, Spirit Wave, Spirit Punch, Cold Energy, Accelerated Healing, Barriers, Energy Absorption, Propelled Flight, Spiritual Awareness, Immense Yoki, Demon Gun, Previously Channeled Rising Spirit. Like, I feel like in the spirit of Bleach, they're gonna give an ass pull win to Ichigo. But this should be Yusuke, baby. This should be Yusuke.
Lightning arrows, which are formed from real lightning called down from the sky. And with the help of legendary warrior Genkai, he mastered a signature move that could blast anyone to smithereens.
My favorite shonen move ever, the Spirit Gun. At first, Yusuke had a limited number of shots, but eventually he turned it into his personal WMD. Stronger than any weapon on Earth, he could go finger blasting around as much as he wants.
The Spirit Gun is more versatile than it appears. Yusuke can bounce it off surfaces for sneak attacks, propel himself around like a rocket in flight, and produce massive explosions with each shot.
He can twist it up for a Spirit Shotgun, a mighty AoE blast, or a Spirit Punch, where he keeps the energy stored in his fists and clobbers the hell out of you. And the Spirit Wave, a Kamehameha from before we uncultured Americans knew what a Kamehameha was.
Yusuke may be a punk, but he's deceptively skilled and cunning in battle.
He's not afraid to fight dirty, throwing his shoes, using sleight of hand to place cigarettes on his foe to track them in the dark.
Personally, I'd call that smart, and his hand-to-hand is A+. He's matched experts like Cabana.
Murbot for a 2-banger says Yu Hakusho felt 18 plus times, almost like Shonen Bat, unlike most Shonen Bat then. No, here's the dealio. Most Shonen Bat then, also, if we'd have gotten them in an uncensored format, would have felt 18 plus. Even Dragon Ball Z, right, would have felt 18 plus if we've been getting uncensored stuff. But I get what you're saying. I think we did get, I could be wrong, but I think we did get Yu Hakusho uncensored. Or at least it wasn't near as heavily censored as some of the other stuff.
Who's said to have mastered all forms of martial combat.
But his best secret is how quickly he improves.
Adult Swim was on Ray. Yeah, but I think Yu Hakusho aired on Toonami first. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was on Toonami first.
Takes is a round of training or someone threatening his friends, and Yusuke's power will spike to match stronger enemies, even if it means literally burning through his own life force for a power-up.
All known demons and demon fighters are individually ranked on a scale of power from E to S.
E and D class demons are nothing special. We're talking local threats at best. C and B are getting a bit dicey in a destroy your city kind of way. A and S? Well, hold on to your ass. We're talking end of the world.
As Yusuke forged bonds with new allies, like demons Hiei and Kurama, as well as his old pal Kuwabara, he found himself facing opponents he couldn't beat, such as the monstrous Toguro, who could vaporize weaker demons and crush their souls with sheer aura.
But Yusuke needed to survive and protect his loved ones, so he had no choice but to rank up, even if it meant absorbing the power of a small star. Thanks, Genkai!
Our sun has an average luminosity of 380 septillion watts.
Anime character I want to fuck with the least, Kurama. And it's funny because Kurama is my least favorite of the crew, and even then, I do agree.
Or joules per second. Small stars like red dwarfs output about 1/10,000th of that. So this spirit orb's energy per second would equal about 9 million megatons of TNT.
Enough to send Toguro to the grave.
Even after pushing past his own limits, Yusuke would still need more power to face S-class threats like Sensui, a past spirit detective gone bad, and a great measuring stick for what top-tier demons are capable of.
Sensui was so yoked, he couldn't even use all his power in the human world without threatening to bring down the whole thing. He compared destroying the whole goddamn planet to kicking an anthill.
According to Genkai, Yusuke could destroy the planet too, if he really wanted. And even A-class threats like King Enma have shaken both the demon and human worlds.
That anima guy is strong as balls. In the past, he fought the Netherworld King Yakumo, who could eradicate the entire human world and remake the Netherworld.
But Yusuke's power surpassed both of them, to the point where he overloaded Yakumo with
Is Sensui the antagonist going on during the Demon Book arc, or is he the arc right before that? Because the Demon Book arc, which is I believe season 3, I think is the weakest season, but I believe that was the arc afterwards. So yeah, Sensui was good.
His own energy, and do keep in mind
sorry, the Black Tape arc, not the Demon Book arc, the Black Tape arc. Yes, correct. Okay, yeah, that's the weakest arc.
Yusuke was still only A-class at the time, a far cry from S-classes like Sensui, whose sacred energy was 10 times his superior.
But not for long, sucker, because turns out Yusuke was a demon himself.
Literally. Yusuke is the descendant of an ancient and incredibly powerful being.
And this, I don't like. I don't like Ichigo. Yusuke being a demon descendant. It was so much cooler when he was just a dude.
The strongest in existence, Ryzen, the Demon King.
With his Mizoku mark, Yusuke can channel Ryzen's spirit for a huge power boost.
Carlos proceeds over a 5-banger. Devilman was shown in it, on-screen page, great scenes, and then there's Fist of the North Star, which is also shown in very brutal. That anime. Yeah, I've never seen the original Devilman. I've heard it is absolutely brutal. I need to watch it. I do love Fist of the North Star. Huge Fist of the North Star fan.
And a massive thirst for...
Basically, Fullbringer arc. Yeah, there's a comparison there. Absolutely. Thank you for the 2-banger, Mervoff. Absolutely.
Murder boost. This was his first taste of a dangerous new type of spirit energy, Yoki.
A form of energy used by demons. Like normal Reiki, it can be amplified by intense emotions. Unlike normal Reiki, its use creates a pleasurable feeling, feeding into the user's rage and bloodlust, the feral animal within.
So Yusuke upgraded his spirit gun to a demon gun. It's the same thing, but red. Oh, and it's strong enough to blast Sensui past the horizon, putting Yusuke's power firmly in S-class.
And making him a prime candidate to rule the demon world. But as he was thrust into a tournament vying for that throne, Yusuke
making him a demon just neutralizes his act of kindness to start him on his path because it basically makes him faded instead of just something. Right, yeah, I can agree with that, absolutely.
Began to wonder if all this power was what he really wanted.
Self-reflection? From I'll kick your ass, Yusuke Urameshi? Nah, we can worry about that later. There's a tournament to win. Which one of you, girl, baby, or grandparents is first?
Even then, as Yusuke took on the Demon King Yomi in an epic final battle, he was still growing. He had become far stronger than before, even achieving a unique version of the Mizoku form separate from Ryzen's influence.
And
achieving a unique version of the Mizoku form.
A much better look. This is much less over-designed than the initial version. I'm A-okay with this. I can't stand over-designed power-ups.
Separate from Ryzen's influence.
And a brand spanking new form of power. Kinda like Sensui's sacred energy, but even better. It's so unprecedented, it doesn't even have a name, but it's golden glowy.
Strong enough to clash with Yomi, creating an explosion that split the heavens above and decimated the Okunin tree below, pushing the Demon King himself to his absolute.
How do you feel about Super Saiyan 3's aesthetic? I didn't like it when I was younger. I'm much more a fan of it as an adult.
Limits. But then, Yusuke lost. It's not all bad, though. Even if being king would have been cool, Yusuke realized he wanted something more. He'd grown up and chose to walk a new path.
It was always Yusuke's connections with others that motivated him above all else. And it was in those connections that he found his happy ending.
But I wouldn't piss him off if you can avoid it. Get him in the right mood or threaten the human world, and the spirit detective will beat your stupid ass.
Alrighty, boys, it's that time. First, we're gonna start a poll. If you've already watched this, do not give spoilers. Do not give spoilers if you've already watched this. Alrighty, poll time. Who do you think is gonna win, Ichigo or Yusuke? 92 of you watching. We better see some fucking votes. Oh, it's going up. It's all right. Ooh, it's already in favor of Ichigo. Oh, Ichigo support growing. I hate all of you. All right, we'll let that poll go while this goes.
Long has its return been foretold, but now, finally, it is reborn.
The original Death Battle shirt that once dominated the world. Hell yeah, there's no better way to wear a blood
Okay, I guess
spatter
we're
on
getting
your
ad
chest.
first.
We've
We'll let
restored the
we'll let it
original
go.
shirt with even better materials, and it's available now on deathbattle.gg. That's our website that's also kind of like a Patreon.
There's a bunch of other merch there, like this awesome Mega Goose hoodie. Just don't let the gooses get it.
Spoken like a
members
true
can
tourist,
also see
Ezra.
the entire Death Battle archive, including episodes that were banned from YouTube.
And even more behind-the-scenes goodies. Like, did you know our research team wrote up a massive blog all about the science of Ash versus Yugi? Wait, I lied. They wrote up 2!
Click the link below to support the show, look behind the scenes, and get cool merch at deathbattle.gg. All right, the combatants are set, and we've run the data through all possibilities.
It's time for a death battle!
That's a demon.
That's a hollow.
No doubt about it.
See, look at that. Look at that. Out the gate, we got Ichigo breaking out his sword because he's a pussy, and Yusuke just ready to throw straight hands, motherfucker. Throw hands with a dude with a big ass sword. Yeah, Yusuke is that dude.
Spirit guide. Getsuga Tensho.
Fuck him up, Yusuke. Yes.
No match.
Hollow.
And Ichigo just watched him one shot a fucking hollow.
Chump change.
Whoever's doing the voice acting for Yusuke is doing a real good job. I haven't really caught much from Ichigo, so maybe they're doing good too, but I like whoever's voice acting for Yusuke.
Reckless idiot. What a baby. Little demon energy got you scared.
Nah.
Alright, Ichigo's voice acting is pretty good too. I'll get it. Ichigo's. Is that really Johnny? I don't think that's actually Johnny.
Getsuga Yujisho. 2 at once? Damn, why didn't I think of that?
It might actually be their voice actors. Because these impressions are both really good.
Give in to me, Yusuke. Let's devour him together.
Hell no! This is my fight, jackass! You just hold me back!
Yusuke has had the upper hand too long in this fight. Death Battle is gonna do that thing that they always fucking do. Whoever has the upper hand is gonna lose at the end and get fucking rug pulled. That's what they always do.
Yeesh, rude awakening. This one's a piece of work. Need a hand, partner? Let's do it. Like old times.
On! Cut! Tensa! Congressman!
Is that the best you can do? I can go even faster if you'd like. Hell yeah! Bring it on, asshole!
Oh yeah, you're right. So it's not Justin Cook. You're right, but still, it has a good impression.
I'll kill you even if it kills me! I'm putting it all on the line! You better do the same! Screw that!
Oh, it's Lanny Pator. Okay, that checks out.
Give me a freaking break.
I hate it, man. I knew that's what they would do. I said from the beginning I was going to give it to Ichigo, but this is gay as fuck. I hate this. Let's hear the dumbass justification.
See you on the other side.
KO! You, think the afterlife offers frequent flyer miles?
There's a lot to cover here, so let's break this down into 4 chapters, starting with their abilities.
Yusuke could see Ichigo no problem, and resist auras like Togoro's that are similar to Reiatsu, so Ichigo couldn't cheese a win right away.
Otherwise, Yusuke was outmatched. Sure, the Spirit Gun could potentially match the Getsuga Tensho, and he had stat-boosting forms like the Mizoku. Ichigo, however, had more varied powers.
No, he doesn't have more varied powers. He has one singular power, which is the power of ass-pull bad writing. He has the power of plot armor. He has the power of, hey, you are everything ever, by the way.
A better healing factor, greater stamina given his months of Dongai training.
And all those swords. He just had way more abilities to play with.
Likewise, speed was a fairly easy call.
I'll grant speed. Ichigo's faster. I will absolutely grant speed.
Yusuke could react to lightning early on, and
yo, what up? We got a Hypno raid. Hypnotic Gaming, shout out. You love to see it. Truly appreciate you. We're going over the end of this death battle right now.
Obviously got much faster over time. Looking at this blast from his clash with Yomi, it erupted upwards at 57% the speed of light.
But Ichigo was faster than light from the start, and he's gotten faster too. He couldn't even see Byakuya at first, but blitzed him in the rematch. Plus, he's got tons of training and power-ups since then.
The Soul King Shockwave, for example, expanded across the realms at thousands of times light speed, and Ichigo reacted to attacks from Soul King Yuhabak that utilized the same power. So,
yeah, again, I'll agree speed. Speed's fine. Ichigo has better speed. I don't for a moment think that Ichigo is stronger than Yusuke. That is bullshit.
Ichigo takes speed.
Shout out, Hypno.
But
Thanks for the raid,
fought
homie.
Plenty of foes faster and more varied than him, so it's extremely important to examine their tactics and ability to adapt mid-fight.
And here it is. I don't care what y'all say. I don't care what anyone says. There is nothing that Bleach has ever shown to convince me that Ichigo is a better fighter than Yusuke. Yusuke was born to fight. That's all he does, what he lives for. Ichigo was doing it because he was acting out like a bitch because mommy died. Fuck that. Dude, Yusuke was throwing hands for the love of the fucking game. Yusuke was throwing hands for the love of the game. He is, hands down, see what I did there, a better fucking fighter than Ichigo.
This is kind of both their things. Ichigo has styled on guys with centuries of training and has over a decade of experience as a Shinigami. He's pretty good at figuring out new weapons and styles.
Meanwhile, Yusuke was flexible and quick to adapt, mixing cleverness with exceptional hand-to-hand. He's good enough to match Kabano, who mastered every martial art. Ichigo's decent at hand-to-hand, but it's not his go-to in the same way.
Yeah, let's be real. Because Ichigo a bitch that needs to use weapons and the power of ass pull from the writing.
So, both had their strong suits, with advantages on each side. It's fair to call this one a draw.
Leaving only the biggest winning factor, which could have superseded all other advantages: power.
Between Sensui, Genkai, and Enma, Yusuke could definitely destroy the planet. Examining his sky-splitting clash with Yomi and measuring its scale, that's about 4 quadrillion megatons of TNT, which is crazy.
Similarly, mid-series Ichigo could shake Huecomundo, tear through hell, and block attacks that could destroy the Soul Society. But at his peak, he beat Yhwach, who could destroy several realms, which is far more impressive than just one.
To be fair, Yusuke also beat Yakumo, who could threaten 2 realms at the same time, pretty close to Yhwach's threatening 3.
And Yusuke far surpassed Yakumo afterward. The gap between him and Sensui alone was 10 times. So there could be an argument for Yusuke's power surpassing Ichigo.
There's no argument. It does. It absolutely does. Especially we're going on, again, strength of just the writing alone. There is nothing from Bleach beyond, oh, this is cool, or a moment, or whatever the kids say these days, that Ichigo is such a bullshit character power-wise. Like, this is retarded.
If 3 realms was truly Ichigo's limit.
Fortunately for Ichigo, it's not. Yhwach was also gonna destroy the Garganta, which has at least 29 pocket dimensions inside it.
Each containing
Yeah, but what does that mean? How do you actually scale that?
At least a planet and star, much larger than Yusuke's planet-sized worlds. Plus, Ichigo matched Yhwach in True Shikai, without his additional boost from Half Hollow and True Bankai.
As always with Death Battle, there's arguments either way. But the way we see it, even being generous with Yusuke's power and conservative with Ichigo's, the gap was just too big, giving Ichigo the final edge. Sorry if things got messy, but that's just how Ichigo goes.
The winner is Ichigo Kurosaki.
Yeah, they sucked off Ichigo the way that Ichigo fans and Bleach fans always suck off Ichigo. Let's use this logic for a moment, right? Let's use their logic. By their logic, which I actually agree was retarded, they said that Naruto would beat Ichigo. Right? They said that Naruto would beat Ichigo. We all know that's bullshit. Okay, we all know it's bullshit. Naruto would not beat Ichigo. Absolutely not. But that's what they said. So, by their logic, Naruto would also beat Yusuke. There's no way on God's green earth that even Naruto is beating Yusuke Urameshi. Let alone fucking Ichigo.
Next time on Death Battle.
Metal Sonic versus Cell? What?
Subscribe and join us.
Oh, baby, we're going to have to react to that one. We're going to have to react to Cell versus Metal Sonic. Because these are the 2 franchises of all time that I had the most expertise in. Dragon Ball, Sonic, Resident Evil. Those 3 things I could basically write entire Bibles on. So let's see how much they get wrong. Let's see how much they get wrong. Because they frequently, they always shaft Dragon Ball. The only times I can think they've ever given Dragon Ball the dub was Android 18 versus Captain Marvel. And Vegeta versus Shadow. And every single other time. I mean, they said that fucking Kirby would beat Kid Buu. Bullshit.
Remember to see more Death Battle. Thanks for watching.
Death Battle is back, and
yeah, that was awful. That was retarded. I knew that's how it was gonna go because Bleach Glazers. But that was abysmal. Ichigo is not a peak protagonist. He's not even close to a peak protagonist. You just haven't watched very much anime. That's a pairing. Bullshit. Release the Ichigo files. Carlos Batista for a 2-banger. You think they use IDW comics for Metal? Probably, because they use IDW comics for... Oh, wait, IDW. I thought you were thinking Archie. I mean, they'll maybe use IDW comics, but they also have used Archie comics for other Sonic characters in the past. So they'll probably use both. If they stick to game only, it's over in a second. There's no form of Metal Sonic that we've ever seen in the games that would come close to Cell. So they're going to have to use the comics. They should honestly use the Archie comics, not the IDW ones, because the Archie ones were just so overpowered. Like, yeah, the Archie comics might be the most busted power scaling comic book of all time. Archie Sonic is probably the most busted power scaling Sonic of all time. So that's what they should go with. Kirby beating Kid Buu. Fuck no, Kirby isn't. I fought Buu in Dragon Ball Xenoverse. Motherfucker ain't no joke. Dude, yeah, the idea of Kirby beating Buu is ridiculous. Like I said, the Death Battle guys, they just don't like Dragon Ball. Which is fine. It is what it is. You know, I'm a fan of both Dragon Ball and Sonic. But that's some baby back bullshit. It's absolutely some baby back bullshit. That said, it's almost 2 a.m. Fun fact, Death Battle has a Blue Sky account. Oh, I'm not shocked at all. I'm not shocked at all. They definitely seem like that type. Death Battle hasn't taken an L in a while. Let's get back to our bread and butter. I disagree. They what's I don't know. Maybe I'm not caught up on Death Battle. Let me see some of the recent ones they've done. Let me see some of the recent ones they've done. Because the last one I watched was Dante vs. Clive, and that was bullshit as well. All right, videos. You just, oh wait, I didn't click on it. Videos. All right, so yeah, that one was an L. Didn't see that one. Don't care. Yeah, that was definitely an L. This was an L. But yeah, Blade vs. Buffy was an L. I did not watch Ruby Rose versus Maka Albarn. I don't have an opinion on that one. Hulk versus Godzilla, they probably made the right call on that one, if I'm being honest. While Godzilla's way cooler, it is probably Hulk. I didn't watch this one, so I don't know. Didn't watch this one, so I don't know. Didn't watch this one, so I don't know. Master Chief's for Doom, so I didn't watch that one, so I guess I missed a lot of these. This one was definitely an L. Eggman vs. Bowser was an L. Eggman should have won that easy. Shigaraki versus Mahito, I haven't seen that one. I don't like Jujutsu Kaisen. Ghost Rider Spawn, I've never seen. I imagine Spawn would probably win that one. Oh, Dragon Ball, not Death Battle. My bad. Eggman vs. Bowser was good. Yeah, but Eggman would have won. Absolutely. Dante vs. Clive was stupid. How did Dante vs. Bayonetta? He won, but lost to Clive. Was significantly more weaker than Bayonetta. Yeah, again, yeah, that one was, it was ridiculous. That one was ridiculous. Yeah, no killing in Bleach is stupid. I agree. Let's see. What are some other ones they did? Ratchet and Clank vs. Jack and Daxter. Oh, it's revisited. I think they probably gave it to Ratchet, which even though I like Jack and Daxter better, Ratchet is probably the right call. Didn't they give it to Omni-Man in Bardock versus Omni-Man? If so, that is definitely an L. So yeah, Death Battle they dole out all the L's. Death Battle has worse takes than me. Death Battle has worse takes than me. And that's saying something, because I got some shit takes, right? I got some shit takes. Yeah, but the one where they had Broly beat the Hulk was just voted on by fans. They didn't actually analyze or anything. That was just a fan vote. Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen sucks. Yeah, JJK is dog shit. Death Battle started off fine, spiraled out of control. There's a crossover with One Piece, Dragon Ball, and yeah, Toriko is the other anime. Where they had to nerf the Dragon Ball characters because the Dragon Ball, One Piece, Toriko crossover is actually really good. It's actually really good. I highly recommend it. Say what? Doesn't that break their own format? Doesn't what break their own format? Is that they do things either one, the character's too popular, it has to win, or two, stupid reasoning justify wins and losses, three, matchup characters on one side. Yeah, they don't actually see. Back in the day, Death Battle used to use actual hard math to come to their. Oh no, the voting on they always announce when it's a voted version. It was called like Death Battle X or whatnot. It was just basically quick content to tide over individuals while the main stuff was being worked on. But anyway, back in the day, Death Battle used to use like actual hardcore mathematics to scale everything. And they don't do that now. They don't break down the math. They don't do the, like, I don't know what the reasoning is, but they haven't done it in years. They'll do it like, they're like, oh, XYZ quintillion tons of TNT or whatnot. But they used to actually go far deeper into the actual math. And that was what made it interesting. Ichigo is the one that doesn't kill. Captain's other characters do kill. Ichigo, right, which is a shonen protag thing that I find annoying. I don't like it when shonen protag characters don't kill. Unless, like, that's not necessarily true. If they've got a reason for it, like, I like the reason Luffy doesn't kill. I like the reason Luffy doesn't kill, because it's actually even worse than killing. Luffy's belief is that crushing someone's dream is worse than death. So, in that respect, Luffy is actually, like, more brutal. He would rather take your dream from you and let you live in a world where you can't attain it. I'm down with that. That's cool. That sucks. I let you hear the math and science behind all of it. They used to be far more into it. Like, half the episode was just breaking down the mathematics. But yeah. I think we're going to wrap it up because I have another stream in literally 11 hours. I have another stream in 11 hours. Fuck. Am I going to put out a video? I haven't even thought about that. I'll figure it out. Because I've been streaming for 5 hours now, so I haven't actually made anything for tomorrow. So I'm not sure what we'll do. Not sure what we're doing in that regard. Luffy and Ichigo don't kill due to philosophy. The mangas just didn't have... Didn't not kill due to philosophy. There we go. Yeah, I agree with that. But alrighty, let me see if anybody's live. Let me see if anybody's live and keep the raid train going. So many people raided me tonight. It'd be a real douchebag move if I didn't raid. So let me see if anybody's live, and if so, we'll get a raid going. Let's see. Yeah, Smash JT. Alright, we'll raid Smash. Alright, Smash, I'm out of here. I'm going to prep tomorrow's show. Maybe play some games. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what's going down this year town. I'm not sure yet. Oh! What we're going to try and do tomorrow. So, the lunch hour, like normal. Lunch hour starts at 1 p.m. Central Time. But by, like, 5 o'clock, the PlayStation State of Play will be starting. So, I'm probably going to, like, do just normal coverage, politics, pop culture, whatnot, up until... So, I'll probably do that for, like, 3-4 hours. And then we'll go into the State of Play. And we'll do the full State of Play reaction as well. That's probably the game plan for tomorrow. But yep, we out here like 4 circles. I'll see y'all on the flip-flop. Until next time, it's all here in the Nerdosphere. Thank you so much for the donos. And thanks to everybody that showed up now that my stream ban is lifted. And yep, have a great rest of your night. Deuces.